They went with the, heel man.
Yeah.
But GEEK fam came out swinging.
Yeah, this feels like a big wake-up call, especially for Blacklist International, that GEEK fam are prepared to do this. This is how they want to play. Proactive EXP lane. A gold lane matchup where Marky can just be aggressive, just on his own. Oh, not a lot of help, and then actually getting solo kills onto OM, even with a hard guard already on him. So now Blacklist International need to adjust their playstyle here and say, we can't just be defensive and passive. We gotta be aggressive.
Well, again, to break down this game number one that was heavily in favor of GEEK fam further, let's go ahead and throw it to our panelists. Mirko, Leo, take it away.
It was a lethal check by a GEEK fam as they take first blood in this best of 5 against Blacklist International. Welcome to the analyst stand at your service. My name is Leo, here with Mirko, and let's start this out by talking about that draft. It was clear that GEEK fam came to play, GEEK fam came to fight, and at the forefront of that, they had a Vanguard. They had an MVP that just pushed the tempo starting minute 1.
For sure. I mean, firstly, I want to bring it back to the draft itself, right? The way that Blacklist International drafted for themselves, it really felt like they were really focused on creativity. But then they got a bit too creative with their flex picks. Meanwhile, on the other side, GEEK fam with the Claude, super honest pick in the first phase as well to counter the 1-1. And yes, though a lot of people might think 1-1 versus Claude is a skill matchup, it really depends. If both of them are as good, I would actually have to give it to the Claude that has a bit more pressure in that lane. And that's exactly what we saw from Marky. He was able to lane perfectly here, utilizing full stacks on his passive to get that mobility, to get out of every single initiation that Ohead was trying to force upon him.
And given the mobility, Marky actually, as soon as he felt it, stepped on the clutch and said, you know what, it's game time. Drew first blood early on and just gave hell to a Blacklist International. Really just softened up, tenderized that gold lane. And next thing you know, you're looking at a 2K gold lead at 5 minutes. And a good chunk of that, I'd assume, was put on to the young Marky Capaccio, aka the solution. Here, I think they're past the age of problems. They're more in there, all right, we're back together. It's first day of knockouts, day 2. Marky at your lead. And here, he did lead. And here, he's leading his team into a 1-0 start. And again, if it's your gold laner that's having a good time, the concept of the gold lane experience came out in the group stage. Now in the knockouts, Marky's just claiming it.
And if you think about it again, it makes complete sense. Marky's been placed in the jungle. 2 matches where he did phenomenally, right? The fact that he did so well in the jungle, his off-roll, has only given him even more confidence, and you can see it from the builds here, Leo. See Halberd into possibly a Windtalker last item. He did not even care about the Wind of Nature. No need, right? The Arlet was shut down in the early game. So was the 1-1 in his own lane. You can see that first blood by the solution, and this is the first blood, or not first blood, but the first solo kill in the XP lane as well that I was trying to talk about, right? The fact that he doesn't need to care about any of the physical damage. Heck, it even feels like he doesn't really need to care about Yue's damage here because the frontliners from GEEK fam do such a good job of zoning Yue to create such a safe space for a boy and Marky.
That's right. One of the few things that Blacklist had going for them was vision and map presence. Because again, the global nature of the Angela and of course just the vision. You're looking at what? At best a quarter of the map with the Astral Echoes. Meant nothing to GEEK fam because again, they were so forward, they were so fast, and they knew that they could close this gap. As mentioned by our casters, the early game belongs to GEEK fam, but what if they played so fast and played just so in your face that they made it feel like everything was the early game, and they ended up pretty quick. Again, sub 15 minutes, this was just overloading GEEK fam on the play this time around, not even giving Blacklist any room to breathe.
And I love what Reptar said in the game there. He said systematic aggression. I really like that. It's systematic, but it's just GEEK fam playing with the tempo, right? When Blacklist International are so used to going up against systematic teams, you need to shift that tempo up a little bit through, obviously, solo kills that definitely help, but also how active they are on the map. In a lot of scenarios, you will see a lot of setup being done by a lot of other teams. For GEEK fam, they sacrifice a whole lot of their lane prio to rotate faster, sacrificing their own lanes, but to get the other lanes. The most important ones being the gold and the mid ahead. Especially when it comes to the turtle setups, you can definitely see this, right? The fact that someone, let's say Luke or even Marky, was able to rotate just a bit faster with the tempo lead that they have, it forced Blacklist to a complete bad spot. They weren't really able to adapt to that kind of tempo.
Which is, again, evident in when you look at their macro plays. There are moments wherein even Beloyski's hook, even Beloyski's I'm Offended would displace their core heroes. I'm looking at Centurion, I'm looking at Oheb, and sometimes you're just saying, please, Geek Fam, stop. Please, Geek Fam, stop. Here are the emblems that allowed for Geek Fam to do this. Again, you're not seeing a lot of Wilderness Blessing is because they don't really cut through the river anymore. They're actually just saying, you know what, we're going to rotate fast. Marky, you got the sprint, everybody else go on flicker, and then we go commit hard. There was not a single, I think, not a single failed rotation on Geek Fam throughout this sub 15-minute game.
Not at all, and they didn't even need the Wilderness Blessing, like you mentioned, Leo. And even towards the later stage of the game, you could see that for the side of Luke, he was extremely tanky, but he didn't actually have to sacrifice a whole lot of damage. Just the Fury Hammer and the Bloodlust Axe alone was able to get him to places where he was able to dive, deal damage, zone the backline, but also stay tanky as their main frontliner with Nile. Nile on the other side, man, Leo, Nile just had an amazing game, right? Back first time after 2 matches. Damn.
Looking at the damage coming in from Yue, despite struggling, not actually getting a full build, because again, a lot of the mid-game to the late-game transition for Blacks International was on him. He did his job. He was able to deal a solid sub 50k damage, but again, at 15 minutes, it's not the ideal situation for Blacklist. And as expected, it is indeed the solution right here. Who is our rich guy? He's the one who's able to farm up, because again, if you get first blood and you're able to set up that quickly, and you're able to deal this much damage, doesn't even matter what teamfight participation looks like anymore. You're basically calling the shots from whatever half of the map you're in.
You're hitting the power spikes early, right? One of the main reasons as to why the 1-1, usually a lot of people put the 1-1 over the Claw when it comes to the lane is because 1-1 hits the power spike a bit earlier. You get that DHS, that Corrosion Scythe, and basically that's what you kind of have in the mid game. Meanwhile, for the Claude, you really need the Corrosion Scythe, the DHS, and the Golden Staff. So 3 compared to 2 to really get going. If you get solo kills on the map, great farm as well. And yeah, I mean, you can afford to actually do that, Leo.
It's a matter of tempo. I think it's a matter of figuring out what your opponents are up to. And truth be told, Blacklist was caught out. Geek Fam was just planning for this, and this is their usual, right? If you remember from Season 12 in MPLID, this is the way that they perform. Looking at the Blacklist squad, though. Again, it's now very important that we look at their mentality. This is what the Hitman has to say about going into this, all right? Their competence is top tier. I've adapted to Blacklist's level of competence up to the point that the mindset has become my mindset. Even though I have yet to win a championship, I've already developed a champion's mindset. That's the Hitman for you.
That's the mindset that helped them go all 5 games against Onyx, right? Despite them losing in the first game, it sets the tone for Geek Fam, but this is where Blacklist get to wake up. This is where they say, hey, I don't know what happened in game number 1. We gotta get back to that championship mindset, that championship mentality. We call it the Bomba mentality now, right?
Yep, again, it's a catch-all term that we have caught up due to the media interviews that we've gotten from Kid Bomba in action later on. But now, really, this championship mentality is put to the test. Can Blacks International bounce back? Can they regroup? And again, it's going to come from the leadership of their coach. Coach Master the Basics have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how can we match up to Geek Fam given that they're so aggressive.
Exactly. I mean, looking at the way they drafted earlier, focusing on creativity, they can go back to what works first here in game number 2 after already experimenting in game 1.
Check out this video on mind games before we get back into the series.
Once upon a time, in the realm of esports, a new element emerged outside of the game: taunting. Throughout the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, a few shine as the most unforgettable tales of taunt.
Before we match versus Alter Ego, and then they like, where is Onyx or something, I forgot. And the night, I just thinking about what I want to say them if I win. Jadi pas menang, bantai, gue confirm ke coach chef, coach bisa bilang ini, bisa bilang ini. Nggak bisa katanya, terlalu over. Jadi gue sebelum taunting juga coach chef biar nggak terlalu jauh lah. Cuma akhirnya itu yang dapat katanya itu, yang bagus.
Mana Spicy Boy? Mana Miracle Boy? This is Key Boy!
Sebelum taunting juga coach chef biar
There's this
nggak terlalu
certain
jauh
clash
lah.
that I
Cuma
felt
itu
so
yang
bad. Enemy was laughing, the fans was shouting and laughing. So I was so hyped that moment. After we win the series, I went to the middle of the stage, then sleep at then, like 2 times.
I ada taunting tim Filipin dekat MPLI. Tapi sebenarnya bukan taunting sangat pun, cuma mau kepada statement yang nak kata kita bakal menjadi Philippine Slayer. Reaction mereka ramai kecam. Satu dunia tengah kecam Zon waktu tu, termasuklah Malaysia sekalipun.
But why do players engage in such acts? Among the many reasons, one of them is to play mind games.
I think that's a mind game. You put a lot of pressure on your enemy. Sometimes it triggers the angry side because when our emotions take control of us, we lost our common sense. We can lose the aftermatch more fast.
Siguro para ginagawa lang nila yung mga ganong bagay na nagtutunt sila para mabawasan ng moral yung kalaban, para ma-demoralize ganon. Tsaka dagdag confidence din sa kanila kasi panalo sila tapos nangaasar pa.
Before I do some taunting to the enemy, I always got the confidence for me. That's why I do the taunting, so it helped me a lot.
Sometimes saya rasa saya nak spicy sikit. Dia akan membuatkan isu ni lagi hangat. Tournament ni lagi orang tengoklah sebab ada drama-drama sikit.
Of course, not all players can be swayed by such sorcery.
Pra mim não faz diferença, eu fui jogador profissional de futebol no Brasil, então torcida, o farpa, pra mim não faz diferença.
Just beat them, you know, it's all about the mentality, you know, if you get killed by them taunting, then you're weak. Why you play M5? Go home.
Be wary though, for the taunts must never spiral out of control.
Benda-benda yang sensitif, rasanya itu macam dah melebih lah. Rasa macam itu bukan taunting, itu macam nak cari gaduh.
In the midst of a fierce match between DEVU and GEEK in the group stage, Niall crossed the line. He was barred for 2 official matches. In a different tournament, OHET 2 had to face the music.
But I think when it comes to disrespect the person, like putting the person down, and I think that's the crossing the limit.
In between AP Brent and a Geek. Going to collapse there. Going to be taken out. Oh boy, as well. AP Brent sends the Geeks to the lower bracket.
I'm always gonna ask myself if we have full lineup against Brent, I think we have a better chance.
I teach my team and my players to be humble as possible. We should be a great example for everyone.
When taunting is kept within boundaries, it is merely a game of the mind. Beyond the battleground, players remain friendly despite intense competition.
I don't know, I don't want to be friends with him.
Stupid are you?
Love that video right there. Well put together package. Once again, taunt responsibly. I love it. I know we talk a lot about that. You know, kind of the concept of taunting, where it fits, what's the line, and you know, as long as it's done responsibly, professionally, it's all part of the game, right? It's all part of the sport.
It keeps the sport spicy. Nobody wants a bland, you know, grand tournament. We want to see. We love it. I love it.
Yeah.
But that's how we do it in NA. I don't know. Hey.
Yeah, these 2 tall Americanos beside me are very familiar with the Boston Tea Party. Let's have ourselves an M5 TP party instead.
Hey.
Keep it within those boundaries.
That can work too, Renmar, right? But again, drawing it back here to the matchup, we can't say one thing. Geek Fam is on fire after that game number 1. They came out swinging, they came out with a job, and they executed it really well. And that makes me wonder, you know, going back to the whole mentality thing, where is the mentality right now for Blacklist International? They talked about it a little bit in the panel too, and I'm wondering how they adjust in the draft. But once again, before we head over to the draft, we want to just go ahead and welcome all you guys at home or even here, of course, in RMC to join the TikTok drops, right? Again, head over to TikTok, watch M5 there for 5 minutes. You're going to grab yourself a TikTok viewer chest. If you watch for 20 minutes, you'll go ahead and get a deluxe chest. So grab them while you can, because there's only a couple days of M5 left. Now, bringing it back in to what's ahead of us, gentlemen, right? The matchup, game number 2. I think that's the biggest question, even for a lot of the agents out here, is, you know, what is the plan, right? How do you adjust? Because we've heard some of the, you know, things out there about drafting specifically. And this plays a big part of it, especially as you approach a game after losing under 15 minutes or nearly 15 minutes to such a big lead, right? So Renmar, What are you at least expecting here as they approach the Game 2 draft?
Well, I think these two teams now are really going to turn off the idea of maybe going for an Angela priority first pick. Not to say that that will instantly spell doom, but based on the drafting pattern that we saw, and it seems like these two teams, especially GEEK Fam, are very familiar with each other. I don't see an Angela first pick slot being drafted to the point where, in the first phase, where it will work. Not to say that it's impossible, but more of like it'll be difficult to make an Angela first pick work in this scenario, but let's see.
Definitely tough. I think Renegade needs to get maybe moved to be the hitman, not the heel man.
Yeah, a little bit more.
He plays
hitman.
so well on the Matilda. He plays so well when he's able to be aggressive, be in the enemy team's face. And that time he had to be more passive, and GEEK Fam knew that. They smelled the blood in the water, and they moved in like sharks.
Yeah, again, when you're talking about, personalities and especially of teams, like play styles, right? It's always great to be able to switch things up, approach game to game, but really you're hoping, at least for this one, for Game 2, you acknowledge, you let the hitman choose a hero that allows him to do that, right? But even looking at that quote that we saw earlier, like, he has adapted this mentality, the championship mentality, which has actually, if you've been watching Renegade, for example, throughout his career, has developed, it has grown extensively, up to this point where he is now well fitted in the roster of Blacklist International. So, once again, we'll see how all things change as we get into the draft for game number 2. Again, GEEK Fam up 1 in the series, the best of 5. What's at stake? You're out of the tournament. So, again, Blacklist International wants to even the stakes here 1-1 in the series. It starts here in the draft.
See who goes into what side. Is it going to be similar to earlier where Blacklist went blue and then GEEK Fam went red? Or will it be a switch? It's going to be similar. Similar bans, actually, across the board, except this time, instead of a Bruno ban, it's a Baksha ban here by GEEK Fam. So just a small adjustment. Valentina, first pick, you will get one of the signature pickups.
What makes that Baksha ban so interesting is it comes from GEEK Fam, so it immediately shows we're not going to run the same thing as last time. We're going to switch it up a little bit because we know Blacklist is going to switch it up most likely. So we want to keep them on their toes, and I think it's a great play. Even just starting in the banning phase, they're kind of getting in Blacklist's head a little bit.
It's funny with this too because, we were talking about Renegade specifically, but this also allows Blacklist International to be a little more decisive, right? You pick up the Valentina, goes in the hands of Yue, and then you take an Akai, you still play the utility game against the Fredrin. And then the next pick, the Matilda.
There we go.
There it is.
Now we're getting the faster Blacklist. It's Heelman with a little mix of Hitman. We know how the Matilda likes to play.
Yeah.
And then paired up with Sensui's Akai, you have Valentina in the mid. These are great first 3 picks by Blacklist. It's very similar to a style that they're known for. So they're going into this also with that little asterisk of, guys, GEEK Fam know we draft like this.
Yep.
We have to watch out for counter pickups. So now GEEK Fam, they want to amp up that early game aggression. Again, they're still going to be going for fast scale and quick dominate. Faramis, Fredrin, Bruno are 3 picks that do that very well.
I like the Faramis pick. It gives them, it gives Marky a little bit of a safer, he's able to kind of huddle down into the group a little bit. And when you have something like Renegade, the Hitman, on this Matilda, someone that's going to be looking for Marky nonstop, it gives you a little bit of an answer there.
That's a classic matchup, right? Valentina, Faramis. It's going to be NetherRealm versus NetherRealm for the most part, right?
Yeah.
And especially around these later objectives. But this is already a great start because even just rotation-wise, Blacklist International has to get going, and this is the best way to do it. You have a Matilda, you have a Valentina able to help extend those fights. Now, my big question, once again, is what do you put up against the Bruno, right? Statistically, throughout M5, we've seen the Brody versus Bruno matchup. Well, we know where that falls statistically, right? It's still favored in Bruno, but again, we also see a lot of Claude popped up who, right now is not banned out either.
I think something great here for the side of GEEK, pick up something like the Tigreal, pick up something like the Minotaur. So if Matilda tries to come in, you have an immediate answer to that. Because the thing is Blacklist wants to get into the midst of them all and just cause mayhem. So GEEK Fam, I think, need a strong answer for that.
Yeah, and now it's interesting that the GEEK Fam are still respecting the 1-1, and there, the Minotaur actually here was taken out by Blacklist International. You still have very strong EXP laners in Paquito, Khalid, and Lapu Lapu open. All of those, honestly, can slot in very well for Blacklist International, but then at the same time for Geek Fam, it's they can also just choose between those. If I'm Geek Fam here, just continue that. You want to get someone who can fast clear, like this, exactly, just like earlier. Fast clear, rotate, go for it. Blacklist might play the same way. Paquito Khalid is available, but if they want to keep things super interesting, maybe play a little bit more macro, you might see Agent Zero's Benedetta.
Ooh. He goes to Benedetta.
And then maybe Claude here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think those are both good picks, but still, even with the fact that Khalid is open, we saw how that plays a part. But always, you have to consider the fact, too, you got to work with the heavy spin, right? You don't want to end up pushing things out. That's the Charizla. There's the Riz. He comes through. This is a constant pickup. You can see the win rates here. It is 51%, but he's almost in all these series so far through the course of M5.
Yep.
Now, once again, this allows you to kind of set things up really well. What do they throw in the gold lane here? It's going to be Ixia.
Oh, interesting. All right, so Geek Fam. Oh, and instantly a Grok.
Oh.
It really looked like Geek Fam read into that so quickly, because the moment that Ixia popped up, quick pick,
boom, wild charge.
Yes, it seems like they were so ready for it, because right now, that Grok pickup was so good because, yes, you have the Lapu Lapu, but you need more help to dive the back line.
Yep.
And the Grok was just a perfect pickup there. So now, Blacklist are going to need to be super systematic about this. They need to peel for the Ixia really well in those team fights. But then now at the same time, Geek Fam have a lineup where they can continue their same strategy and playstyle from game number 1, where it's just go into the jungle, fast clear, steal, contest, and then rinse and repeat until you're dominating the game.
Well, once again, both lineups locked in here. Agents, you gotta cheer for a Blacklist International if you want them to get the one. Even it out 1-1 here against Geek Fam after what we saw from the previous game as we go into the Land of Dawn in game number 2.
All right, starting this off 0-1. Geek Fam in the lead. Can they do it again, Renmar?
Well, they have the lineup for it, but this time it's not going to be as one-sided in the early game as we saw from game number 1. Blacklist International have the right tools to sort of mitigate or minimize the damage that a snowballing Geek Fam can potentially dish out. But as we were talking about earlier here, you're already seeing aggression from the two roamers. Now Renegade feels a little bit more comfortable going a little bit deeper behind enemy lines, and Beloyski's just continuing what he did from game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do this on an Angela, right? So,
yeah.
In a way, like you said, he's going to be half heal man, half hit man, and that's what he's doing on this Matilda. Putting the pressure there on Nile, but real quick, too, as nothing's happening too much, emblem-wise, Renmar, take us through it.
All right, doesn't feel like there's anything to... Oh, there we go, there we go! There's the TP party we're looking for. Niall still will get his purple buff.
Oh.
But hey,
Boy in a little bit of trouble. Rennie J not going to commit to try to get those hits. Probably wouldn't have been able to do enough damage, but Blacklist already so aggressive compared to last game, and this is what we wanted to see from him.
Yep. And you hear the agents. It's thunderous right now. Beloyski will not be able to take the buff away. Niall still pressured.
Marky too.
Marky pressured. Oh, here we go.
Every lane right now. Geek Fam's feeling the pressure this time around.
Blacklist all. Oh, Beloyski. Oh. Very low. Should go down here. Brings out the wall. No.
Oh.
Edward finds the kill. A nice play. Geek Fam now trying to recover here.
Yeah.
Okay, first blood drawn here by Blacklist.
Yeah, going back to the emblem real quick, actually we saw the double movement speed, feet, emblems. Yes, that's the way to say it now. This is how the kids say it. Beloyski on Beloyski's Grok. So really he wants to apply the pressure, move fast. We don't see that as often now, but with that Grok and how you want to play, that's the right call.
Ooh, you takes a wild charge. Beloyski able to take the turtle. They're going to back off. That's going to recover a little bit after that first blood for the side of Blacklist, but the fight still goes, and we're in a little bit of trouble. Gonna get taken out. Luke picks up the kill. Geek Fam responding back.
Yeah, looked like a little bit of a miscalculation there by Blacklist International. Now here comes the pressure by Geek Fam. Gets Sensui defend his purple buff.
Now they're gonna try to go for this. Niall is able to take it. They get the stun on to Sensui, and Niall walks away scot-free.
Once again, you know, Geek Fam biting back here, given the whole situation. So they find a way to even garner themselves a small lead here.
Yeah, wild charge there right on time. And it looked like in that last one after that first turtle, looked like Blacklist, or at least Edward, wanted to commit, but Blacklist looked like they didn't want to full commit, so he goes down. They lose that control around the center of the map with the key figure going down, and then that means Sensui was open for the invade. So again, Geek Fam is just continuing their playstyle and trend from game number 1. Blacklist International are matching it, but now we're seeing one of the strengths of Geek Fam. They're so good at those post-engagement team fight, the counter go as we call it. Just when you think that teams, hey, they won't counter go in this scenario, Geek Fam will say, hey, we do, and we'll make it work.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Oh, bottom side, Edward.
A little bit of damage on Edward, gonna get stunned up. The Appraisal's wrath, and Edward is smashed down. Luke picks up the kill. Beloyski now in a little bit of trouble. Renny J, the hitman, trying to take him out. Undercover in the enemy jungle. Can he get the final hit? No, Renny J decides to back up. Gonna get pulled back in, a boy. And a little bit of chip damage, but both teams disengage.
So now we're seeing here Geek Fam's adjustment. Luke is playing out of his mind here, folks. He is taking it to Edward, and at the same time, Geek Fam are committing rotations into the XP lane because they know that when you're up against Blacklist International, one of the things you do is not just in the draft, but in-game, make sure that Agent Zero has a difficult time, because then that means the rest of Blacklist International will also struggle.
Yeah, still, Turtle going to be up here. Beloyski.
Beloyski maybe in a little bit of trouble, does not have the wild charge. Full barrage comes out. Oheb forces a flicker back though. Luke with the bravest fighter. Locks on, onto you, gonna keep him at bay. Sensui wants to look for a way in. Trying to find an angle. Edward with the penalty zone on top of Luke. Luke gets the stun. Looking for Yue. Can he flicker out Nile? Able to still secure it, and Luke gets away safely. Geek Fam playing out of their minds right now.
Woo! Stone cold. It's Luke. Man, we talked about his pickups. What hero you would give him? 2 games in a row on this Lapu, and he's playing so
He's
well.
Still going.
What?
In a bad spot. Is this dangerous? He goes down. Renny J, the hitman, finds the kill. Maybe got a little too confident there.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to go Stone Cold Luke Austin.
I like that. I like that. Glass-shattering performance by the EXP laner of Geek Fam.
At one point, again, that's a guiding win if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. Ooh, but Beloyski wants to try to catch him off. No. He's going to look for Oheb here. Gets a wild charge and down goes Oheb. Renny J trying to run away here. Beloyski and a boy put out the wall. They're going to back off.
Okay. Now, we see here Geek Fam are actually playing in bursts, and that's what we see with how Beloyski built the emblem onto this rocket, how he's playing it. And again, here's another burst of go by Geek Fam, but Nile.
Nile a little bit of the Appraisal's wrath comes down, but Luke once again. He's going to get pinned to the wall. Beloyski, though, gonna start working on the tower. Luke still zoning them away. He gets a stun on it, too. Trying to get some more damage down. Gets some shield, but he finally falls to full barrage. And he's locked on to several members. A lot of damage, a boy unable to get away today, 2-0. Geek Fam starts to decline.
It wasn't a full barrage, it was a guiding full barrage.
Yeah, a guiding full barrage, a flying GFB. Barrage, the GFB. That's the first time I've seen that, folks. I am speechless. That was cool.
It looks better than even the flicker, right? So, hey, they made it work. Again, there's a back and forth, but still, Geek Fam leading by a little bit, 1.3K ahead. Blacklist International still 2, trying to find their first turret of the game. Once again, they don't want to be in the same situation for the previous game, right? They've got no space to work around with just yet. But it looks like they actually want to go ahead and contest this objective. Third turtle, Luke jumps in.
Luke continues to zone them away, keeping Blacklist at bay here. Nile getting free zoning onto this turtle. We'll be able to get that free, gonna put them a little bit ahead, but definitely Blacklist. We've seen them respond. We've seen their team fight potential here, but Geek Fam does not want to let their foot off the gas right now. Nile gonna try to steal this orange buff. It's a 50-50 right there. Beloyski with the wild charge, and he flickers out. Wait, the penalty zone locks on. Wait, no, a boy here. Ready to help him fight out. Another Colt Altar, another Netherrealm, and now boy on the run. But here comes Nile along with Marky, getting 3 shots down. It's a full-on 5v5 and a full barrage. The response, down goes a boy. Beloyski forced to try to get away with a flicker of health. Sensui is there, Nile gonna try to help his teams.
They're still going.
They don't want to let him get away. Oheb there, Nile falls. Blacklist International trying to take the game back.
Folks, this is the matchup we expected. Geek Fam and Blacklist International are putting on a show. And here comes Geek
Luke
Fam
still
again.
going, stone cold as ever.
Oh!
Able to dance around, no! Luke finds the kill, he wants more. Edward now on the run, he's gonna get pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. You as well, Marky. flickers in, gets the shot. Geek Fam, the game is back and forth, but they're not gonna let this one go.
Oh, just take it in again, back and forth. The pendulum swings between these two teams. And just when Blacklist International finds a couple wins, Geek Fam bites back.
Woo. Geek Fam, how they're playing here. We've given flowers to Blacklist International. We gotta give the flowers back again to Geek Fam. Luke 3:16, I baptize you with bravest fighter, but he who is mightier than I is coming, and that is the rest of Geek Fam. Time and time again, their condition for team fighting is the bravest fighter. Those 3 hits, sending back Blacklist. Geek Fam says, it's like you can hear them shot go, Beloiti's going, go, guys, go, just go for it.
Hey, it works. Right?
It works.
It's great, no matter, just like the great Rocky Balboa says, no matter how many times you get hit, it's all about how you keep getting back up. And Luke right now, willing to take punches to the face time and time again, but he always hits back harder. Lord now down to about 18,000. Sensui trying to keep the vision on it. Edward and Renegade showing up as well. Beloyski sitting about half health. They're going to dance for this one. Watch for Marky, making his way around, and Lord will reset.
Okay, Lord gonna go ahead and reset here. Both teams getting a situation. Once again, Blacklist International. Space-wise, they don't have anything, right? They have to just play to the tune of the fact that Geek Fam owns more, basically, real estate around the map. And that's the difficult part, especially when you get to this point, right? Lord's gonna be up here. How do you find the space you want to work with? Renegade's trying to force something, but once again, Geek Fam will not fall for it. Lord now less than half health.
Big knock-up on a Sensui there. A boy and the rest of the gang, the rest of the fam, playing this slowly. They got faith in Niall. They think he can get the 50-50 as long as the rest of the team is kept away. Rennie J looking for an angle, but Niall finds it. Geek Fam might want to try to force the fight. I think it might be better if they just back off. Blacklist now want to go. Big penalty zone by Edward. On to 2, but Sensui gonna get the pin. Blacklist using the Nether Realm. 2 Nether Realms. The fight still continues. Geek Fam out. Renegade forced the flicker away. Geek Fam now has the advantage. Luke finds Yue. Once again, he's going to keep on going in. Beloyski there as well to have his back. A nice terrifying on Niall, but Niall's going to back up. They're just going to take the purple buff and take what they came for.
Big brain Beloy, that wild charge. Stop Blacklist, set them up for what could have been a big win for Geek Fam. They weren't able to get kills, but at the end of the day, they got the Lord. A surprising call there by Geek Fam, specifically Niall, to just rush it to the point where Sensui wasn't even in retribution range, and I don't think even he expected that Geek Fam would rush it, take that Lord just like that, then go forward. Systematic aggression. Geek Fam are just continuing that again, but now if you look at the items, up to a Malefic Roar already. Is this Bruno? 3 core items locked in, but Oheb really close. Sea Halberd, DHS, Corrosion Scythe. Both marksmen still very close here. And despite it being a 5K gold lead, these 2 teams already have their conditions. 2-1 Geek Fam. Go for a stomping lead. Blacklist International to find a turnaround.
Once again, they'll be able to deal with this Lord quickly as they did. It was the first one of the game. They'll clear the lanes here too. But again, at this point, this kind of feels like that moment when, when you're playing games and you have your teammates yelling at you like push, push, push. Because still, no turrets down, nowhere to work with. So you're wondering, right? Blacklist International, where do we find this movement? Where do we find the space? Where do we find the space to rotate? Who is that going to be, right? Is it we wait for Oheb to be full glass cannon on this Ixia pick and work out here? Because even Beloyski, look how much damage he's just tanking up.
Yeah. But at the same time, I'm also looking at it as how much damage Blacklist International can deal now. Yue is up there in terms of being able to deal the damage. And that's something that the front line of Geek Fam are respecting. So now we've seen Beloyski and Luke be actually just constantly going to the front line, really trying to bait out things from the side of Blacklist International. But every time they do it, it seems like the more it happens, the more health we see them losing. So at some point, it might hit critical mass, and then suddenly Geek Fam are just going to be surprised. It's like, wait. We've gotten the vision, we've sent them back, but now we have to go back ourselves. Oh, Blacklist International gets to find a way to turn it around. That's something they have to watch out for.
Yeah, they're really playing around this Matilda as well, of course. But Beloyski is doing work, man. He's everywhere he needs to be on this Grok.
Something else important to point out, the Beloyski curse is over. He hasn't died 7 times at all in the past 2 games, and he has been moving. Even now, he knows his advantage. He knows as long as he can keep his passive proc, it's going to be so hard for Blacklist to try to catch him off guard, and he can just stay in front of their faces right now.
Slower pace now for these two teams as they just play for macro. Blacklist International finally breaking that turret up top. Let's see if this is going to be a full commit.
They want to go for it,
actually.
actually.
Niall's alone, actually. Penalty zone with the flicker from Edward. Locks on to Niall. Niall instantly gone. Boy brings out the Netherrealm. We want to try to help his friend, but he won't be able to save the day. Beloyski from the side with a wild charge. Gets a knock up onto Edward. Luke into the backside with the Brave Spider. Looking for Oheb. Gets a stun. But wait, the damage is unloaded and Beloyski goes down.
Luke.
Now it's Luke against the world. Markey looking for some free shots. No way Luke goes down. Boy, slow as well. Blacklist to turn the game around and take the second Lord.
It doesn't matter if you don't have any turrets, you're down multiple thousands of gold. It only takes the one-team fight, and Blacklist did it.
Like the Viper returning in Survivor Series from out of nowhere. Just like that, tables have been turned, and RMC are electrified yet again. And that came off of information that Beloyski was in the top lane, clearing minion waves. Blacklist said, we go for this now, and we turn it around.
And what a great play at that. Niall all alone, they were able to take him off, and that was it. Luke goes for another, balls against the wall play there, but ends up getting caught off guard. Blacklist with the game back in their hands.
With that, they're going to go ahead and grab a couple more of these turrets in the tier 2. It's now GEEK Fam's turn to be on the defense. Backs against the wall here, but one thing's for sure. They have all the items they need to actually win this team fight as they get prepped up for the defense. But it will come down to playing around the full barrage from Oheb like we saw previously. Can they keep it together as the Lord marches in?
All right, Blacklist International. Do they play this safe or do they go for a huge play? GEEK Fam definitely going to play a safe. They just need to get the Lord out of here. They've only lost 1 inhibitor, but that will give Blacklist International an advantage over the map.
All right. Okay, Blacklist International can actually continue applying this pressure so they can get inhibitors, as we mentioned, get resources, start choking out.
Oh, there we go!
Penalty zone into the backside. Beloyski gonna get the wild charge on the tower, but the full barrage comes out. Luke trying to dodge it, trying to get out of range.
Wow.
GEEK Fam with the Netherrealm, able to survive, but still lose 1. Beloyski off the map.
That's literally covering fire.
Yeah.
Like that full barrage covering fire, immortality popped on Edward, and they keep GEEK Fam at bay. So he stays with his life, and now the focus, this last base turret, to fully expose the base of GEEK Fam. As they get ready, turret's gonna fall here, and they're happy with that.
Blacklist relentless right now. They've taken everything they can from GEEK Fam. How do they respond?
As we look at the instant replay, GEEK Fam now have to start dishing out more of the surprises, because now we see Blacklist International telling GEEK Fam, hey, we can dish out surprises too. Surprise calls. You think we're going to be slower in terms of the macro? Hey, it looks like that you don't have your roamer in the Lord pit. We're going to go for the Lord. Hey, it looks like our XP laner can get a massive setup with a penalty zone. Hey, we're going to go for it. Look, your roamer's gone again. So now Blacklist are playing GEEK Fam's game, and they're saying, we can do better as well, better than great. These two teams are putting on an absolute show, but it has gotten to the point where they have both proven one big play might be the decider.
Yeah, again, as we go ahead, get ready for this Lord take, it's going to be pulled over to Blacklist International side. GEEK Fam trying to get a position, but right now, Renegade just keeping them at bay the best he can. Netherrealm being held by UA here. Could change the course of the fight. Lord's going to go ahead and reset for now. GEEK Fam can still possibly steal the Lord away in this exchange against Blacklist International. They take things very slowly. Yep. Marky's positioning also going to be crucial here.
Yeah, you see the side lane minions of Blacklist International are going to get pushed out a little bit more. They have minion advantage there. In the mid lane, that's where Luke's Lapu-Lapu is getting parked because he is in the best position to clear way fast, but at the same time go for a gank if Blacklist International decide to push forward. Come off from a pincer angle, 18, 16k, they're going to go for it.
Oh, Sensui is going to get knocked up there. Luke into the backside, locking on OM for the heavy spin, forces Nile away. It's a 50-50. Who's going to take it? Luke gets a 3-man stun on 3 members of Loyski. Saves the day, the big brain man. But now GEEK is on the run. Blacklist want to try to take him down. You take the Lord, but we take your lives. 2 members fall. Blacklist International. The Lord doesn't matter if we can take you all.
The Lord, but for what? One big play, but it was one big Baloy that got the Lord for GEEK fam. But Blacklist will burn this quick. They will have a 2-man advantage over GEEK fam.
Are they gonna go for this? The finish, the knock-up, the penalty zone misses. But boy, takes a ton of damage. Yue goes down, Marky trying to save the day. Along with Luke, the full barrage comes out. Marky fires to the side. He's looking for more. Boy, back up. Luke there, the Shadow Stampede. Ready, Jay, looking for the knock-up. Able to lock on, Marky still there. Sensui in a little bit of trouble. They've saved the day. GEEK fam survive another wave.
What a defense from GEEK fam once again. Marky able to avoid the full barrage from O-Head, keeps them in the game as they'll know they make their way to the mid lane.
What a flicker that was from Marky.
Yeah, at the right time, Marky is deathless, the solution. They found a problem and they have the Marky to answer it. Now, Blacklist will have to defend. The back and forth, the seesaw, the drama. Is this where it ends? Or will it continue again?
GEEK fam goes in. They crack down the inhibitor and a wild charge paired up with the bravest Spider. Luke looking for the stun, but he's pinned against the wall. GEEK fam now on the run. Edward able to get the penalty zone, but out comes the Netherrealm. They're going to be able to get away from this. Luke in a little bit of trouble, able to dash back. Black there on the chase. The final barrage. Luke takes a shot to the face. Marky as well. GEEK fam in shambles. Blacklist International changing the fate of game 2. UA finds another one. Bloisky all alone. A boy back at the base, back at the crystal. Blacklist International, you mentioned the pendulum. Well, they are the swing.
It doesn't end there. It does go again. And now Blacklist have the right set unless GEEK fam can defend once more.
All right, can GEEK fam do this? They need a little more time. Edward able to get the penalty zone. They want to finish it. The minions locked down. The final barrage just for salt in the wound. And Blacklist International takes game number 2.
And it's 1-1, as we expected in the epic matchup between GEEK fam and Blacklist International.
We do not get Super Bowl halftime shows in MLBB esports, but this right here is the closest we'll get sports entertainment at its finest. 2 teams not wanting to back down. Welcome to the M5 World Championship yet again. This was one of the greatest games we've had the honor to cast.
Once again, we're gonna have this broken down further by our panelists over there on the analyst stand. Leo, Mirko, take it away.
Can you believe it? In a single game of MLBB that lasted somewhat 20 minutes, we were put on a showcase of mechanics. A lot of things happened in that game that I've never seen in my entire career.
It's crazy how we saw so much action across the board from the start all the way till the end, Leo. I mean, it has to start in the drafts, right? Because we did mention that in game number 1, it felt like they were just looking to be as creative as they can, that they actually shot overboard, right? They went a bit too creative. Master the basics. You gotta master it. He's done it, and I'm glad to see that Blacklist International just went back to their basics, man. The Akai into the Mathilda first phase to get a very strong trio mid setup going, and then picking the nail in the coffin, that Ixia.
That's right. A lot of other marksmen were actually open. You had a Brody still out there. You had the old classic Claude to answer the Faramis, the Beatrix even for the Filipino sniper. But they said, you know what? I think we need that full barrage, and indeed it came into play here in Game 2, wherein there were so many false collapses, so many feigned ults, wherein you could have sworn, oh, I should have popped the full barrage 10 seconds earlier, but it was all according to plan. And again, this was made possible because of two very key players. I'd like to think they're very strong candidates for MVP, and I'm looking at Yue or Renegade.
Renegade is my choice personally, right? Because of the fact that he was able to screen so much of the map in the early phase to stop a lot of the ganks from happening, saving the Ixia multiple times as well. And it looks like I got it on the dot. The Hitman Renegade, the MVP for game number 2. 2-0 and 16. This is truly a visual representation of when the Hitman becomes a roamer.
It's the perfect example of why he's so good at what he does. For you to be able to protect your cores the way Renegade does, you gotta think like an assassin. You gotta think like a hitman. So he's able to cover Oheb, and of course, even you. Maybe that's why this Valentino was so good at reading bushes, checking in and keeping people where they need to be with the Terrifies. It's because Renegade knows where Luke might be hiding, where even Marky could be hiding. And yeah, Marky went deathless for a good 20 minutes, and then it was too late after the collapse. And all throughout, early, mid to late, even after those swings, even after those comebacks from GEEK fam, Renegade was on point.
I love the stark difference here between the two teams where Blacklist International, once they get the lead, they build it slowly. It's like an investment, right? Meanwhile, for GEEK fam, you could see they were explosive from the get-go. They were able to get an explosive lead in the early game, but then they kept on gambling with that lead, right? Obviously, when you make these crazy plays, two things can happen. You can give the lead over to the enemy team, or you can multiply your lead by a lot. And for the most part of this game, in the early stages, that's what it looked like. GEEK fam were able to snowball, but Blacklist, with the help of Renegade, every single time. Even here, Oheb did die in the end, but Renegade bought so much time just by knocking them up that it actually granted Yue a lot of space, and then they had to burn more of those emblems, more of those spells from the side of GEEK.
Yep, and again, the wisps that he uses to check bushes and to help reposition with the guiding winds. Again, you could have sworn that Renegade's Matilda had like 6 skills with the way that he was transporting, covering, couriering his cores to where they needed to be. And even here, towards that last clapback, right? Renegade was even making the shots. It's like, all right, I'm gonna take some hits from Marky. He was peeling here. And then, okay, let's try to save what's left. Oheb back out. There was a ball that was chasing the young prince. And then from there, Renegade just stayed on top of it. That's something I think the Hitman has in spades that he inputs into the Blacklist International mentality, is the fact that no matter how dire straights look, how desperate things are, he's always just ready to catch you, ready to say, you know what, everything's gonna be fine.
We heard about the championship mentality earlier, literally in game number 1, between game 1 and game 2, and we got to see it straight from Renegade himself, the Hitman picking up an MVP and a deathless performance in a chaotic game. I mean, take a look at it again. There was so much action, 19-9 in this entire game. But what I do want to kind of point out later is one of the items here where I found it was really, really interesting, right? But we're gonna get back to the emblems first here, where for me, it's the Fredrin going for the concussive blast, right? Ever since the Fredrin got nerfed, some of the base damage, a lot of junglers have then utilized the concussive blast to get better clear across the jungle camps, to get that early lead, to kind of cover for the weakness that Fredrin has right now.
I'm with it. And again, if y'all are wondering how Luke does what Luke does, constantly putting pressure on Oheb and Yue, that's the build right there. The adaptive, the penetration and the early on spell vamp is key. Because if you do not build your Bloodlust Axe early, then you're gonna start dying. And again, Luke kept it very close to the chest. Looking at the rest of the item builds, you're gonna try to point something out here.
I'll point out at Marky right now, right? Because in game number 1, we actually did give him so much props for going for the offensive route. He didn't care about the win of nature because he was able to shut down his laner, and also on the other side of the map, the other damage dealer that was dealing physical damage was also shut down. The fact that he did not go for win of nature, I have to say this is a greedy move by him. Going for the Sea Halberd, you did see him position really well, but at one point, that full barrage, that range, it's bound to get to you.
Yep, and for the Hitman, again, if you want to build your Matilda the way that he did, that's it. You have that one magic item, the Enchanted Talisman, and then you build full support, full on support and defense. And this was something that bothered me earlier, all right? The moment that Oheb died during that almost final comeback from Geek Fam, I saw, hey, why is he building a halfway all right? He was on his way to an immortality. So again, he understands, Oheb understands that he is a linchpin. He is a very important part of their winning condition that he has to protect himself, compared to Marky, who's just okay to be a little greedy.
Aside from that, I really got to talk a little bit about that final Lord, or not the final Lord, but the Lord that switched everything on its head, right? The complete 180 from Blacklist International when they were able to find Niall. BLCK was on the other side of the map and Niall dashed in. When that initially happened, I expected, oh, okay, they wanted to try to utilize a boy's nether realm to try to miscalculate, make Blacklist miscalculate. But then you see BLCK on the other side, and then you really start to question, was it truly a big miscom from the entire team, where they wanted to do some pushes, some more setups before they got to that Lord?
And that's wherein Blacklist now finds their window. In game 1, there was very little bit of a window. And again, it's that same gamble, that playing with the odds and just putting it all on the line that made Geek Fam win game 1 so quickly. Now, this one took a while longer. This one went past the 20-minute mark. But here you'll see that they're investing in the right spots. They are trying to build towards a winning condition that is capable of winning regardless of what happens, even inside their own base, because it was so close. Geek Fam was coming in. And with that, you have to ask, how did Blacklist do that? It's because they were trading very efficiently. They were giving out turtles, letting Edward die, allowing for Renegade to actually check in, buy time, and then move out. Geek Fam weren't picking fights as free, as wanton as they were in game 1.
No, they really weren't, right? But it's almost like, Leo, it's kind of an identity for them at this point, right? We've coined in the term the solution for the entire tournament, even in MPL Indonesia. Now, they're not just looking for solutions, but they're looking for problems, because there can never be a solution when there's no problems. Marky, the rest of the team kept on looking for these crazy, crazy fights across the map. And I get it in game number 2, especially after the adrenaline rush that is game number 1. They dominated Blacklist in game number 1. But now it's about that wake up again. It's that back to reality phase, right? You got to get that reality check, and it comes in the form of a big slap in the face from the Hitman himself.
And just as our desk mentioned, there is a pendulum here, swinging back and forth, back and forth. In game 1, it went all the way even out of that big old grandfather clock and went towards Geek Fam's way. Now, Blacklist able to slow it down. Blacklist able to play to their pace, trade out to the point of inevitability. Where does game 3 bring us? What kind of gameplay and tempo will Geek Fam bring, or will they even be the ones calling the shots? Because again, once Blacklist says it's Ube time, it's their time.
That timing is crucial for both these teams for those power picks, Leo. And honestly, the power spikes to happen, right? I mean, the fact that Blacklist International calculated that so well, that ADP came in really handy.
That's right. And ADP is something that Blacklist is constantly thinking about, anti-disaster protocol. Because in this game alone, they won this game. They won this game. They were always thinking, all right, we got to keep that lead very close. Keep that lead a manageable place so that when we do turn at the Lord with the big ult, it's still worth coming back for.
It's efficiency versus explosiveness. Literally, the visual storytelling for that is literally explosion and also efficiency.
Let's throw it over to our hosts on stage as we go ahead and buy a little bit of time for our players before they get back into game 3.
Here with us in the crowd, our 2 icons in Philippine MLBB scene. We have Hall of Legends inductee Dougie.
Hello po, hello po, hello po, hello po.
And Renegades former teammate H2O. How are you guys doing?
Kumusta? Ayos lang. Ayos lang. Ayos lang po.
Ayos means good,
Yeah.
okay. So we're holding the biggest MLBB tournament here in the Philippines, the World Championship. How do you guys feel about that?
I feel so excited. Kung titingnan nyo, kasi andyan yung isang player na matagal ko nang kasama. Siya naging kakampiyon ni H2O, si Renny J, and I'm rooting for them to win this tournament. Talagang tumataas balahibo ko. I mean, speechless ako. Jay, malapit na, pero malayo pa, puso lang. Yes!
He's really excited. He's really excited because he's here with somebody that he's been with for a long time, and that's Renny J. He's getting goosebumps right now.
How about you, H2? Nakaka-proud kasi tayong mga Pinoy nag-a-handle ng gantong event. Lalo na malakas yung MLBB sa Pinas. Tsaka, shoutout nga pala kay Renny J. sobrang proud ako sa'yo kasi layo na lang narating mo.
Again, they're just very proud of their former teammate and also player. Boss D, gusto kitang talangin, na-bring up mo na si Rene J. Ang ganda nung Game 2. Important win. Nag-MVP pa siya. Ano pakiramdam na nandyan, di ba? Napapanood. Ayan na. Soft spot, sabi nga ni Boss D sa akin kanina, soft spot daw niya talaga.
Sa akin, ibang klase. Yung combo nila ni Oheb, yung nag-second skill siya sa Matilda, tapos dagit-dagit niya si Oheb, tumayo na balahibo doon.
Detalyado.
Ibang klase yung mga play na ginagawa ng Blacklist ngayon. Sure ko, men. Proud say Yahweh.
Ay, you know what, Boss D? Panoorin natin to kasi may video tayo na nakita kung paano mo supportahan si Rene J.
Let's watch this.
Tapos na to. Tapos na to, guys. Tapos na. Tower lang. Let's go! Jay, dalawang panalo pa, Jay. Jay, matataas mo na to, Jay. Magpa-finals ka, M5, Jay. Jay, dalawang panalo na lang, Jay.
Dougie, what's going through your mind right now? You're very emotional. Tell us what you're feeling.
Men, alam ko ito yung... Iniwan sila sa akin ng pag-ulag nila. Like, nakita ko pa si Rene J. Hindi pa bago yung ilong niya nun. Okay. Pero, binigay sa akin sila na magulang nila si H2, si Rene J, si Yahweh. Like, kailangan ko gawan ng pagaan yung mga time na wala kami sa MPL. Kaya yung mga bagay na pinapa-stream ko sila, kasi gusto ko yung kung ano yung nakakamit ko sa buhay na nakakamit nila. Tapos ngayon, syempre, nung season 1, nakapag-champion, nakakamit kung awa ko play 8er. Tapos yung sa MSC. Tapos ngayon, andyan ba sila? Wish ko lang, men. Like, men, tandaan mo, Jay, men, pamilya mo, kami, H2, Yahweh, ako, Kaysen, lahat ng tao sa bootcamp, men. Lagi na sa'yo, men, lagi na sa likod mo. Andiyan si Hart. Dito kami, men, sasapakitaan ka namin.
Talagang Rene J. Crew
Marky, Baloy, patalo nyo na yan. Pinoy din naman kayo, di ba?
Quick backstory. Dougie is sharing the story about how he recruited Rene J. And his parents, Rene J's parents, trusted Dougie, brought them to the boot camp, even with all the struggles going to MPL. He saw Rene J's growth even before all the changes, physically and in the career. So he's just so proud of how far he's gone. Do you have a final message also to Rene J?
Message ko kay Rene J, dito lang ako palagi sa'yo. Sobrang proud ko sa'yo. Alam ko deserve mo tong araw na to and deserve mo rin kung nasan ka man ngayon. Manalo, matalo, dito lang ako palagi. And yun, sobrang proud ako sa'yo. And good luck sa mga laban.
Well, yeah, kitang-kita. H2 just telling Rene J how proud he is of him. But I just want to ask, a former teammate, obviously a close friend, ano masasabi mo sa evolution ni Rene J on and off, of course, sa laro?
Yung sobrang laki ng in-improve ni Rene J ngayon kasi kampi ko na siya dati pa. So, alam ko na kung ano yung mga in-improve niya. Tsaka, nung nandito na siya sa Team Blacklist, parang sobrang laki pa lalo ng in-improve niya kasi captain siya dito sa Blacklist eh. So, yun.
He's really proud of Rene J. He's been with him for so long, so he saw and he witnessed the growth of Renegade. Even now in Blacklist International, he's grown so much. And now it's time to find out how Blacklist will do against the Geek Fam. We're heading to game number 3. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
They're right there.
Okay, it's just that after what happened to the M2 World Championship Filipino broadcast, I promised I wouldn't cry on broadcast again, but I can't help it. That was really something. As someone who's coached a team before, but with the level of how Doggy has supported like all the players that has gone through him, he's more of a really just a father figure to a lot of the players. One of them being Renegade, and it's a touching story. And especially after that incredibly dramatic game number 2, of course, the tears are going to be flowing. It's emotions all around the Rizal Memorial Coliseum right now.
Which is, it's great that we had that because he was a big part of that, locking in the Matilda, able to make those movements around the map this time and in the team fights, you know. This was what you were saying, the channeling, the heel man, the hit man, everything, right? The improvement over the courses of his career has led him to this world stage. And as you're looking across this, right, the Roamers kill participation, man, he's there at the top against some of the best players, obviously, in the world here.
And it just goes to show his play style, his mechanics, the way he moves around the map. And that's why so bad in Game 2, that's what I wanted to see him do.
Yeah, we got to call back to a little reference Wolf and I made together in the MPL Philippines Season 12. We called this the Uber, the Ultimate Bonding Experience Remix. With a hitman in charge, it's a different tune, a different dance, a bit more aggressive, a little bit faster. And the fact that we see that stat really is just numbers being put into facts.
Yeah, and again, you know, I know we've been focusing a lot on Renegade here at Blacklist International, but we also have to paint the picture here. Geek Fam's doing great, right? There was even a moment where
they are.
Heck, they were about to 2-0 things, turn things around. So they're obviously still a threat as they approach Game 3, right? And you really have to kind of look at breaking it down. Even the fact that the way that Beloyski's been playing. You know, a lot of the times we've been talking about this 7-death thing that he needs. Well, for the most part, he's barely died, and he's still playing out of his mind, right? So I feel like as you're looking at the Roamers specifically, matching them up, they dictate a lot of the pace of the game, right? I mean, naturally, a lot of the Roamers do, but more so even if you're looking at this matchup, Beloyski and Renegade, how they kind of lead a lot of this charge here. And not to mention, again, the performance from MLBB. How will it be this time around as we get ready once again to head into the draft for game number 3. It's 1-1 across the board. We'll see how teams adjust from the previous games, the game plans, and once again, keeping our eyes on the roamer options here for Renegade and Beloyski.
You mentioned a key thing there, dictating the tempo. And I really think that's why we're not going to see Angela first pick again, or at least an Angela roam.
That's about as anti-tempo as you
Yeah. Game 2 was just putting proof to the pudding of Renegade and Beloyski want to play fast. That's it. So now Geek Fam, with them now on the blue side, they go with a patented blue side priority pick onto the Lilia. So the Blacklist will go for the Akai here. The Lilia pickup sort of turns off the Faramis getting picked up. Let's see if they're going to go switch it up, but nope. They say, you know what, we can play into it. We can still try it. Maybe we can play a little bit faster than Geek Fam before the Lilia will hit that super late game annoying spike.
Not only that, but Geek bans out the Matilda there just to slow them down even more.
Yep.
They don't want to let Blacklist get to that full tempo. So what is left for Renegade? We've seen him pick up the Cho here and there. There's plenty of options still out there. Does he go for something more aggressive? Does he fall back to the Raft? Because that does give them a little bit of movement, a little bit of speed around the map. It's been another fallback pick for Blacklist. So definitely still a few options. Is it going to be here, or is it going to be in second phase?
Yeah, one of the more indirect answers to the Lilia is actually the Rafaela that you mentioned. Because of that extra movement speed, you get to negate a little bit of the slows that she can dish out, and at the same time, you can avoid the damage that a Lilia can dish out. And surprisingly enough, heading into this, actually, there's the Rafaela. Beside the Matilda, Rafaela is actually the most picked of Renegade. So there, they lock that in. Now we go to the second phase, EXP lane. You know what would be spicy? If we see now Edward pick up something like the Khalid or the Lapu-Lapu for himself, give Luke a taste of his own medicine.
It's interesting too, you know, the fact that the Faramis was picked up here. into that first pick Lilia, right? Because a lot of times Lilia is the answer for the Nether Realm. You deal with it pretty well, you kind of expend that, but I still like the fact that they went with Rafaela. You work around the fact that you have some extra movement speed, you have sustainability, but you know, that leads us to, XP lane. Where does the focus here? We can already see, too, some respect once again for Beloyski. They're going to take out the Ruby. He still has, of course, the Grok available, too, if he wants to go that route. Edith is being taken out. Now, are we still expecting XP lane matchup with possibly the Lapu Lapu coming through? You already mentioned the Khalid here.
Yeah. Actually, the last time we saw Rafaela Faramis getting picked up by Blacklist International up against Onyx, they actually picked up the Khalid during that scenario. They had a Guinevere and a Bruno at that time. They might still be able to adjust a pick, so it might be a remix of that kind of draft, if ever.
I think they definitely want to. Khalid is definitely an important pick here for the side of Blacklist, because if they don't, it's a great answer to the Faramis. It's a great answer to that group up strategy that Blacklist is bringing. So I think it's a very solid pick up front. On the side of Black, do they ban more? They take out the Lapu, and then what? They take the Khalid here, and all it really leaves Geek with, he could still pick up the Arlot. Could be a solid answer possibly for Luke.
Arlot, Riz. He's got the Riz.
He's definitely got the Riz.
That's about, I mean, for the most part, if it is Khalid, let's say it is Khalid for Blacklist International, and it seems where it's going.
Unless Geek bans it right here.
Yeah, unless they just take it out right out of the picture, and then you're kind of looking at, okay, well, still, what is it? Arlot, Terizla being open.
Could see something like a Uranus come into play here.
Ooh, might be tough though.
A punch for a punch.
To take out the Pagid. Oh, it really looks like a Khalid here. Could be last two picks Khalid. Carry might be tough, but they might like to pick that up last pick. They can go Khalid fourth pick and then Marksman into the last. If the Marksman come in now, then it's going to be a carry and then carry or a Brody. Because I don't see a 1-1 slotting into the lineup of Blacklist right now.
Yeah, not only that, we saw how Marky did against the 1-1 last time with the Claude. They are going to lock the lead. Geek fam now looking for a roam.
Right now, he's lost in the sand.
He's lost in the sand. Oh yeah,
he's not there. So
he's got his head in the sand right now.
That's definitely Khalid. So he's gonna be locked in. See what the answer is once again. XP lane still got the Terizla. Is that something you'd actually want to pick up? Terizla into it though?
Well then, with the members of Blacklist grouping up together, but the fact that you're up against an Akai might be a little bit difficult to make the Terizla work. Scratching my head right now. Maybe they'll go to the classic Arlot route.
Minotaur.
Yeah. So it's Arlot Minnow. So I'm really guessing carry here for Blacklist International. Brody would be okay too, but my heart's speaking, yelling carry.
I think the Arlot's a solid pick, right? It gives a big possibility to be able to split Blacklist up a little bit, or if they are all grouped together, you can push everyone in. So there's a few answers with Luke here. It's definitely not the normal dive Terizla or Lapu that we've seen him play, but still very solid. He's able to be aggressive on it. And Beloyski as well. This is something I wanted to see, something that can meet Blacklist here head on. I think the major thing they have to do here is just kind of play around the Akai, because if you dive in, as you mentioned, you get caught by that heavy spin.
As
you mentioned, Redmar on point. There's the carry. Picks up, fitting for this situation as well, considering the fact that they are quite tankiness across from you.
Okay, so I'm leaning a little bit more towards the draft of Blacklist International, but again, for me, the biggest factor here for Geek Fam will be Beloyski's play on the Minotaur. How he plays this alongside the timing of Luke's final slashes as the Arlot might actually be enough to disrupt the Faramis-centered composition of Blacklist International. And then at the same time, with the Claude and the Baksha entering, and of course Arlot dashing around, how Geek Fam executes this in the team fight will be the main determinant of who will be winning this game number 3.
We're going to find out once again as we load up into the land of Dawn. It's 1-1 in the series between the Geek Fam, Blacklist International. Who steps closer to that match point? It all levels here as things get situated once again. Talking about the lineups. What been taking this for a Geek Fam? Does Blacklist International have the answer for it with that carry pick?
Actually, a really interesting player here by Blacklist. They went straight to the mid lane to get a little bit of their straps down onto Beloyski, maybe even potentially get a pick off there by sending Edward there. Blacklist. We're going to be able to get together and do send it back a little bit, which is sort of a temporary rotation of Geek Fam.
And it sets Geek Fam back, because one of the things I was worried about with Blacklist is they have one again, similar to kind of game one, a softer supporter mid lane right now. Send Edward into the mid lane there to kind of already give them a little bit of a boost, a little bit of push into the enemy territory. It really helps back Blacklist in this tempo.
Quick emblems, anything sticking out here?
Assassin the Khalid. This is the assassin full damage Khalid that we're going to be getting. So a Khalid that can maybe be the guy to force out the Black Shoes of the Lilia. One of the biggest things that Blacklist International need to do if they want to be a little bit more comfortable in the team fights.
It's like typically, you know, again, when Khalid is picked up, you kind of expect, hold on, Marky, you know, have just, okay.
Marky not exactly getting the better as game one. This is going to be the second game in a row. OHEB is winning out on some of these trades.
Yeah, going back to the point again, Khalid, I feel like this part is going to be very important, right? For the fact that usually you see Khalid enter second in some of these team fights, but this time Edward might be making the initiation. As you mentioned, your whole goal is, let's get that Black Shoes out from a boy. Let's kind of work around that. Once again, even the fact that you have to work against the Minoan Fury from BLCK. If that was all expended, then Blacklist International is in a great position to win some of those early skirmishes and team fights later on. Oh, look at that.
A lot of damage on Edward, forced to use a flicker. Luke looking for the finish. Heavy spin comes. Luke able to flicker to the side. Edward going to get some of his health back with that sand guard. But now Niall going to lock on to Sensui. They know he doesn't have the heavy spin. BLCK there as well. The NetherRealm comes out, and now the response waiting on the final slash. Raging Sandstorm from Edward, able to help disengage. Luke, very low, trying to back off. Rennie J on the chase, but the Turtle still low. Niall, able to secure. BLCK on the front side. A nice stun on 2 members with an Owen's Fury. 2 members taken out. Yue and Rennie J back to base.
Big miscalculation there by Blacklist International. They had their heavy spin forced out in the bottom lane. That means the Geek Fam, relatively free Turtle, but
Sensui.
Able.
That was dangerous. Edward! Here to equalize.
Is he still going? Okay, no, he's just, look at my sand, man.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool,
sand,
right?
nerd.
Just look at it,
Look
right?
at my sand. Did you just say eat sand, nerd?
Eat sand, nerd.
Yeah, it works, right?
It's Edward.
It is Edward. Now looking at the gold earned here, Marky, though, farming up pretty good in comparison to OHEB. Those two, for the entirety of the series so far, it's been very action-packed. Just to leave them be, right? This is the thing where usually I talk about the gold lane experience, but like these guys have their own version of it. They just duke it out in the gold lane, while the rest of the team kind of puts pressure everywhere else.
Yeah. So now we're going to be seeing a Blacklist International go into the top side jungle of Geek Fam a little bit. Oh,
they're looking for Yue here. Does have the NetherRealm, should be able to get away from this safely, but if they can pop it out, it could help with an advantage. Blacklist, though, all grouped up at the top. They're ready for this.
And right now, Blacklist International are playing like a team where they know and understand the condition of we have to not necessarily win the mid, just control the mid. Because that means our side lanes will be a little bit easier to deal with in terms of like supplementing OHEB, making sure Edward's comfortable with going on the 1v1s against Luke's Arlong. If you look at the items already, the Ferocious Scythe on the carry. Still waiting on the, oh wait, no, there it is, the DHS. I just grabbed it for Marky. So still tempered right now as rotation. A little bit slower, a little bit more methodical are what these two teams are doing.
Yeah, still focused in the mid lane. Again, a lot of this, you could see them kind of already getting in position. Turtle's going to be up here. Second one of the game. Both teams where they want to be. Gold laners staying on the bottom side of the map. They're going to go ahead and just not be a part of this. Turtle, take it.
Niall able to take it. Geek Fam kind of controlling the pace right now. Nice heavy spin from Luke, trying to lock on to Edward there. Down at the orange buff too, BLCK. Geek Fam just in itself right now is being so aggressive. Edward forced to use the Raging Sandstorm as a getaway.
Yeah, and now that final slash that we saw earlier from Luke, and with Blacklist International forced back, can't get close enough. Actually a Retro duel, if I'm not mistaken, won by Niall, or I don't think they just got close. Now they trigger the call for a switch. We're going to be switching things up, the focus. This is classic Blacklist International. Now they're going to be looking into supplementing OHEB. Double laning now, trying to maximize the farm that he can get across the map, because they're going to need that iron.
Oh, BLCK! Oh, wait, no, the Holy Baptism able to delay Geek Fam. Geek Fam still looking away the Wild Slash! Luke making the play to change the game. Wow. Marky locked on Edward, and Edward finally drops. Sensui with a heavy spin just to try to get away. 4 members of Blacklist International fall.
What a play from Luke. The final slash of the day so far, right on point there.
Another chapter added to the book of Luke. No other analysis needed, man. That was a hell of a final slash.
Yep, we're going to take a look at it once again. The instant replay here, presented by Kadia. If you missed it, now you get to see it again. It all unfolds here under the Tier 1 turret. Here comes Luke.
Flicker, too. Picture perfect positioning as an Arlot. That's what you want to get. And despite them being under tower, Geek Fam can just juggle bodies to ensure that they win that out. Luke, my goodness, still continuing.
Oh, Renegade. Trouble.
Boy.
Gets through with a heal.
Geek Fam just so aggressive right now.
Yeah, in a very quick, decisive play. Now 3K ahead, not to mention objectively. Still in a similar situation where we saw for the previous games, right? Blacklist doesn't have a turret yet. They're kind of restricted in terms of space and movement around the map. Uh-oh.
Sensui trying to get away here. Geek Fam just suffocating. They're playing so well, meticulously aggressive. Like, just so well all over the map, everywhere. Edward now looking for a target. Raging Sandstorm just to get away. Geek Fam want to take this tower.
And this is what we were talking about earlier, actually, for the side of Geek Fam. I did say I was leaning a bit more towards a lineup of Blacklist International, but if Geek Fam layered their abilities well, found their timings, caught Blacklist International caught Blacklist International off guard, they'd be taking their conditions. They'd be the one leading the charge here. So that's exactly what they did. With meticulous, as you mentioned, their treks, gameplay around the map, good macro, and finding those little windows of opportunity to counter-go during the objective team fights, Geek Fam are just doing what they need to do with the lineup they have to make sure Blacklist lineup won't be able to shine as well as it could have.
Yeah, and with this, with the lead they have, you can see them put the pressure here now on the side of Blacklist International, at least trying to force these things out of Sensui even. But again, they'll take the buff. Now, my biggest thing here is the time that it takes for carry, right? To kind of build up to that point, the power spike, if you will. How's that comparison against the Claude? Typically, Claude takes a while too, but with this lead, and we saw the gold difference between gold lane alone, OHEB, it's going to take a little bit longer here. We're only 8.5 minutes in.
Yeah, there's a bit still, they're both built up to a golden staff, so I think it's good news that Carry also has true damage. Not going to be good. Well, Aboy now has an Ice Queen Wand here, so that's something Blacklist needs to watch out for. Yes, they have that holy healing, but those slows, strong counter punishes.
Boy, gonna respond back though. Edward able to do nothing there. Nile gonna back off. I think it's smart. You mentioned the Claude and the carry. One of the things about the Claude though is even if he's not fully online unloading a ton of damage, he still has so much utility outside of that with the split pushing, with being able to still melt down the Nether Realm.
Exactly,
Whereas carry, you just have one job really. It's try to shred down, the front liners. And until carry can do that, there's not much else she can do.
Man, look at this already. They force Sensui less than half health. They go ahead and give the go signal for the Lord. I don't think Blacklist International can even get here in time.
Yep. And I don't think they have the opportunity to find a counterplay, but I think they're going to try to go for BLCK.
BLCK able to get the knock-up, though, on 2 members. Another Realm comes out from Yue. Marky trying to unload, but Geek Fam maybe just want to disengage here. Edward misses, whiffs into the backside, and now Geek Fam smell blood. Luke looking for one. The final slash to knock Edward out of the sand guard. And wait, Marky to the backside with Lazy Weapon. He's taking a lot of damage. Able to flick back with the BMI. Blacklist International might have to lose this tower for the sake of the team.
What a play there by Geek Fam, again, finding opportunity. Even though Blacklist International sniffed blood, thought they could get BLCK. Geek Fam was able to chase OHEB.
Another wild slash on OHEB. Flicker! Luke, the stone, under the tower. He's going to go down for that, but it is worth it today.
Oh, again, Luke has been on point this entire game. Actually, the entire series so far, and right now it's Blacklist International trying to struggle to stay in this game. Nearly 7,000 gold deficit to work from.
Stone cold. Mr. 315. Add another chapter to the book of Luke as his legacy grows here in the series against Blacklist International. Committing the flicker just to ensure that kill. He goes down. But now, Geek Fam, they have a little bit more space to work with in terms of getting turrets, getting inhibitors down.
All right, Geek Fam trying to move in. They get the stun on to Sensui. Sensui gets heavy spin though, but then Owen's Fury helps Geek Fam. Blacklist International finds Nile though. And now Edward with the Raging Sandstorm looking for a boy. The black shoes are already gone. He will go down. Marky in with the Blazing Duet. Blacklist doesn't want to keep the fight going, but at least they keep Geek Fam away.
So there's still some fight back from Blacklist International. They're trying once again to allow OHEB to get online here. Real quick, how's the items looking?
All right, so it's still an advantage for the Claude here. Up to, okay, so since we actually had to rush a Blade Armor there, also up to a Radiant Blade Armor on the Baxia. The two Dominance Ices on the side of Geek Fam are causing a bit of trouble here for Blacklist. We see, I believe that's a rush into the Malefic Roar by that Khalid. So once that Malefic Roar goes up, he's going to be like one of the biggest damage dealers for Blacklist International. Well, International has to be, because UA had to go for a more utility route, deciding to prioritize the Necklace of Durance as his first item, which was understandable, and then going to a Lightning Truncheon.
This is crazy too, as you're looking just the damage dealt so far from the members from Geek Fam. That's something that they have to work from, right? Again, when you have this kind of lead, that's kind of what you expect, but itemization-wise will fall into place the further they get into the game, especially if Blacklist International can kind of stall things out a little bit longer, right? We're still working with the fact that you really have to allow OHEB to get to this point in this carry. You already saw that Wind of Nature being picked up by Marky, going to give him some of this upper hand in a lot of these skirmishes and team fights as they break out, not to mention working around the Minoan Fury and avoiding the final slash from Luke, which has been on point. Edward also trying to bring up some of the damage, right? Picks up a Malefic Roar here to provide, once again, that burst potential to possibly put pressure on Geek Fam as this second Lord is now worked on. Blacklist trying to get a position here. Edwards staying in that mid lane, trying to clear that out. As the Lord dance ensues, we got to keep a track of the positioning. Luke, not even a part of this so far.
Yeah, one thing about OHEB is he's got the Trinity locked in. He's got his third item locked in. He is officially a threat to the team, but Marky trying to lock on you, maybe force out that Netherrealm a little bit early. Geek Fam taking this slow. They know they have the advantage in the lanes. Blacklist International doesn't want to give this Lord up, though. Nice final slash. Lands on a Sensui. Bloisky able to get the knockup as well. OHEB now making the charge in. But wait, a 5-man knockup. Luke into the backside, though, locked on to Marky. Marky forced to be a melee way. Bloisky goes down first, and OHEB's unloading. Niall looking for it. Can he get the retribution? No, Sensui takes it. Blacklist International back-to-back games, turning things around.
We talked about the Book of Luke, but add another chapter to the Book of the Lord, knocking up people at the worst possible time. You saw there, Geek Fam, Beloyski had the setup with the Minoan Fury, but then the Lord said, hey, I can set people up too. Doesn't matter who I knock up. And then add Edward entering into the back line of Geek Fam. What looked to be really great for Geek turned out to be an unintended disaster just because the Lord's knockup went up in time for Blacklist.
And now they make their way down the mid lane. Lord marching in the bottom. Geek Fam still ahead here in terms of economy, but you can feel that bite now from Blacklist International. You saw it too. Edward picking up that Malefic Roar helped put pressure enough to have Marky pop the Wind of Nature. Get a boy to use that Black Shoes. That's part of the plan here for Blacklist International. And then the follow through from UA with the Netherrealm really helped them get that advantage. Lord's gonna go down here, not before it gets that charge in, but now Blacklist International has some space to work around.
My boy doing a good job at trying to fend off the mid side there as well. Blacklist International just equalized this game.
Are we going to see another Game 2 situation here, lads? Back and forth, pendulum. You want that, Trex?
It's already been there. We're already there.
We just met that criteria.
Yep. Gold lead gone.
Yeah, this is the reality we live in, and I couldn't ask for anything better. Now, let's see how these two teams will tell another beautiful story of who wins a crucial game number 3 in this elimination match here in M5. As we look at the items, full build, no, still waiting on the last one there for the carry. Already up to a Sea Halberd, actually, is that Claude. So Marky's damage will hurt his poke damage. Sensui, and of course him being one of the frontline vision givers for Blacklist International, has to be a little bit more careful now make sure that he has Renegade with him when he goes for those vision plays, and the timing of Edward. This Khalid becomes deadlier and deadlier as the sands of time falls down the hourglass.
Already looking at this damage Delta Boy has been on top of things here. Picks up a Divine Glaive on top of it. So he's going to hurt even more a lot of these team fights. Once again, as you look at these team fights unfold, which are at this point, we're probably only going to see them really around the Lord, right, for the dance, because both these teams, even looking at that head-to-head earlier, we saw how much they kind of prioritize that. And with Blacklist International favored for a lot of those utility dances, those fights going on, that's even where Edward becomes more crucial, right? His patience to use this Raging Sandstorm is going to change a course of a lot of these fights. The same can even be said for Beloisky on the other side, or Luke, right? It leaves up to the roamers, these XP laners. How do they unfold from there and initiate? And that's why you see, if they can get a pick off, it's even better. But so far, the stalemate happens. Lords up, both teams rotating there to get there for this dance.
All right, Geek fam. I feel like this is a kind of, we're getting to do or die for them a little bit, right? Oheb is coming online. Edward is locked in the Blade of Despair. Geek fam does have some great answers to Blacklist International's comps, but so far when we get into this late game, Blacklist International does seem to control the pace a little bit. Now with Lord down to 50%, Edward into the backside looking for a boy able to pop the black shoes. Luke holding Blacklist at bay, but they don't want to stop here. Netherrealm is still in play, but there comes Noan's Fury.
A boy!
Respond back, and Edward able to find a boy. Marky to the backside with a blazing duet. Beloisky goes down. Luke is going to be next on the chopping block as Edward picks up the double. Niall trying to get the play, but Sensui takes it from his fingers. Marky all alone against Blacklist International now.
Patience is the key here. And once again, Blacklist International turns things around and they march into the base.
You mentioned do or die. It looks like it's due for Blacklist.
All right, Blacklist coming in. They blocked onto the base. Marky with all he can. Cannot withhold against the agents.
They did it again. The pendulum swung, but this time back to Blacklist International it goes. 2-1 in the series. They get to match point.
Patience. Again, we were waiting for the timing, the timers. Khalid having that. BOD, him going to the back line to force out the black shoes. The perfect positioning, the perfect Netherrealm. Though it looked good for Geek fam, they could have had a shot. It was Blacklist who takes that game.
Again, as things settle here, we're going to have it further broken down over on the analyst stand. Leo, Mirko, what happened here?
Do you really want me to do the thing again? It's match point for Blacklist International, and your thing isn't working. You can try all you can, but it's in the hands of our athletes right now as Geek fam push the tempo, play really fast in the early game with Blacklist, again, much like in game 2, figuring out the tempo, trading where it matters, allowing for them to recover and make for a run, a final turn, a huge comeback in the mid-game to take game number 3. Sitting now at match point in this best of 5.
It's that adaptation, that really quick adaptation from Blacklist International, where they weren't able to completely utilize the ADP, the anti-disaster protocol in game number 1 due to the tempo that Geek fam were taking the game in game number 2 and especially game number 3. You could definitely see that minimalized losses kind of gameplay start to work out. They were waiting for those power spikes, and when it hit Leo, it made the MVP go crazy.
It was ham when Sensui actually pushed back where he needed to push back, pinned down who he needed to pin down, and hit the retry and even give Niall a run for his money where it mattered. If you'll remember, there were moments in this game where Niall was trying to, force Sensui. See how sharp really his retribution was, and, he learned.
He definitely learned, right? Despite game number 1, game number 2 not being the best Sensui we've gotten so far, especially after seeing MPLPH, game number 3, he's back. Sensui, the Sensui that I said is going to be the retry god of the tournament. It really seems like you give him the tools, you give him that space, you give him a 50-50 even, and he'll do it, just as long as he ain't stunned down. And I really like the choice of the blade armor here for Sensui, right? He knows he's gonna get hit hard by the likes of GEEK Fam. Anyone from GEEK Fam, especially the Claude, will try to poke him down, will try to get him off and try to force out a heavy spin. So the fact that he had that blade armor, might as well. If you're gonna dish out damage to me, I'm gonna poke you back.
You're liking that item build. I like his emblems, man, especially his talent. The concussive blast might be the secret to how he's so good at hitting Retribution's big ticket objectives. We'll see here in the highlights that the early game wasn't really for Blacklist. There was a spotlight final slash here by Luke. All right. Oh! Even I felt it. Even I here at the stand, you and me were like, ooh.
And this was the exact moment where Mr. Wagner himself gave Luke the new moniker.
That's right.
The Stone. If we can have Dwayne The Rock Johnson, it's only fair that we get Luke the Stone Jackson.
That's him now. He is him. But unfortunately,
he isn't him enough.
That kind of tempo was quelled by Blacklist International, not only by Sensui, because again, he had key hits on the heavy spin, but also Yue with the NetherRealm, and of course here, that turn, that miraculous turn, wherein the Lord helped Blacklist International. You know what else Mr. Trek said, Mr. Wagner?
What did he say?
Divine Retribution. It was with the help of the Lord that Sensui secured it and turned the fight around.
That was truly the Divine Retribution coming in from Blacklist International. But really what it all comes down to in these Lord dances isn't really anything too deep, right? There was nothing, there's no even feints coming in from Blacklist. They just stayed true to that efficient gameplay. One man makes a call, go in, fight for the Lord, the entire team goes in. It ain't that deep, but it's what works. For Blacklist International, they have been more, I would say, decisive compared to GEEK Fam. It always seems like GEEK Fam are so confused during the Lord dances. They want to go for it, but then they also want to pull back and reset. And in the end, when you're indecisive, up against a decisive Blacklist International, they're going to take it from your hands.
Yep, what comes into play here is it doesn't matter who's first. Because again, for what, 9 out of 10 objectives in this game, it was GEEK Fam pulling the trigger first. But what actually matters is who does it best. And so far, Blacklist have read into the situation so well, and as you can see here, this is the Blacklist special. You put Wilderness Blessing on the roamer and the mid laner, and it's this duo that protects what matters. It's what allows Oheb to double lane very effectively, and what allows Blacklist to answer back again, set up for these amazing trades.
And I love the fact that Edward here, we also see a bit of adaptation from him. In both the games, even in this game, I would say Luke had a little bit of a better laning phase, but you could see here with the choice of the emblems, going for the Master Assassin definitely helped him get on his foot a bit earlier in the game to get that Khalid rolling across the map, and that's exactly what we saw. The Khalid turned out to be an assassin in that late game. It was no longer the fighter Edward. We're seeing Agent Zero go full assassin mode. Look at those items.
He's taken a few pages from the book of the Hitman. Now, check this out. Aboy, 2 of these deaths, a majority of them, if not the kill directly going to Edward, was caused by Edward. So if you want to play a Khalid the way Edward does, check it out. Get his emblems, get his items, is because it was such a lethal threat. I think the fact that he can get away with it and even survive because of the quick sand guard and the way he can disengage and engage with the Raging Sandstorm allows him to be such an important part. Because look, Luke, as soon as he gets the final slash, he's done. Edward can go in and out.
Back and forth. Not only because of the quick sand guard here, but this is why you can definitely see the masterfully crafted draft by the coaches of Blacklist International, because how they were able to go back and forth, aside from the quick sand guard, was also the Rafaela pick that literally just goes to show you the full circle of the draft. That's why Edward was given the opportunity to go full damage. Sustain, they've got it. The whole team's got it with that holy healing, always connecting to 4 or more.
And not to mention the NetherRealm. You put the Purify on Yue just to make sure that he's the final line of defense between a disastrous team fight and a winning one. And then you also have the likes of, again, Renegade setting it up, helping go in for these finishing maneuvers, which, by the way, I saw a good, solid 2 or 3 FHBs, Flicker Holy Baptisms, really turned team fights around.
It really did, right? It's such a small ultimate. It's very hard to find a big moment, but Renegade just finds it. Maybe it's the Hitman in him, but if we take a look at the DD, the damage dealt here, definitely Edward. Like, what the heck? This isn't what you're gonna see usually in your ranked games, in competitive games. It's ridiculous. The fact that a boy, by the way, was the main damage dealer gives the Khalid even more value, right? The fact that he was able to bait out so many of these black shoes early on basically forces a boy to do no damage in these team fights. He's always going to try to just poke Edward down, try to focus on the front. He can never dive to the back, and that's why you can even see Oheb get a lot of damage dealt going behind him as well.
And not just that, the fact that Renegade was there to make Edward's job a little easier. We were talking about how Aboy, with his little DPS, DOTs, was almost doing close to nothing in the late game. Talk about Marky. Marky was trying to gun down Khalid, trying to gun down Edward, and it's as if the damage reduction from the quick standing wasn't enough. You get the healing from Renegade. What's crazy exacerbates the situation.
And what's crazy is the fact that, Leo, Beloyski loves this hero, right? The Rafaela. You would expect Beloyski and GeekFam to be able to understand how to play around the Rafaela. It has to be something different that Blacklist is doing with this Rafaela composition. Don't know if it's just the individual spacing or the fact that they clump up and make those decisive maneuvers together so well.
There were layers upon layers of big ticket ults in GeekFam's lineup. And again, in the early game, as soon as they got those green dots, as soon as they hit level 4, they got the go signal. But think about it. If you spend all of your ults and your opponents have the answer for it, a well-placed flicker or a purify to find the re-engage, they got you checked. And I think that's why the swing came in mid-game. Because if you look at Blacklist International's lineup, it's super layered. There's so many ways for them to back off, find the re-engage, and then clap back. So now the question is, what does GeekFam do now that it's match point?
For GeekFam, I honestly feel like they need to just start getting more decisive, right? They need to find the proper call and follow it through to the end.
With that said, let's throw it back over to our casters on desk. Let's get into game 4.
Thank you very much, Leo, Mirko. Great breakdown there once again. It's been a great series. If you're just joining us, I'm Naisu. This is Trex and Renmar, and we are now facing a match point here for Blacklist International. How are we feeling?
I mean, what more could we ask for right now? It's 2-1. Hopefully it goes all the way, but these teams are duking it out right now. I mean, just full-on blows.
Yeah, the Filipino in me is kind of wishing, let's please end it here. My heart can't take it anymore.
Yeah.
But the MLBB esports fan in me says we deserve a Game 5 after what these two teams have shown. It's been a fantastic series.
I'm expecting a Game 5, right? But let's see if they can adjust, because there has to be adjustments from GeekFam. But before we talk more about what's ahead of us, of course, we want to once again mention the TikTok drops happening right now. All you guys have to do is pull up M5 on TikTok and just watch for 5 whole minutes if you want to. There's a TikTok viewer chest. But if you want to go further, watch for 20 minutes and you can grab a deluxe chest for you guys. So again, big shout out TikTok, watch over there and join us once again, because there's only a couple days left here from M5. Now, as we reel it back in, Game 4 ahead of us, GeekFam. Of course, throughout the series, we have to pretty much talk about the fact that it's been a back and forth, right? There isn't just one team obviously dominating one game or another from back to back, but really, when you're at this point of the game, knockouts too, is that what you expect? Are we seeing the series here unfold as we've expected between these two teams?
I mean, there is one thing to definitely pull out, and that is, yes, it's been a back and forth, but the 2 games that it's gone into late game, Blacklist has come out on top. I feel like the side of GeekFam needs to work on those closeouts.
Yeah, now let's take a look at the evolution of the Hitman. Of course, his career history and achievements started off on their Next Play Solid and Next Play Eve, was a long time loyal member there. Season 8, they peaked, a 4th place finish there. Now, starting Season 11, of course, he joined Blacklist International. Still, we didn't know if he was more XP laner, more roamer, but then now here he is, shining in the role of the roam, being able to fill in the shoes of the queen in his own name, in his own style. Blacklist International, and I know the agents are very lucky to have, and very proud to have Renegade in their squad.
You know, when you look at that achievement list, right, and really where Renegade's kind of fallen into a place here, you have to look at those earlier seasons when, yeah, they were, 4th to 6th place finishes, 7th to 8th, but really, if you talk about the whole mental state of these players and what they go through from, the challenges, the adversity, right, when you're placing, though, and being able to stay consistent, stay with, this sport, the esport, the drive to get better. Like, that's what that is, right? And then, again, look at the fact that Renegade himself said, well, I adopted this championship mindset. That was one of the big things, and I think even though he went through, the ringer through his early career, it was establishing that foundation of who he is as a player and really letting him shine, right? This is where personality comes into play, the play style, and then when you refine it with a championship mindset, when he came into Blacklist Season 11 and then 12, and where he is now, you see it unfold, right? And when you're watching them play as a unit, they have adapted themselves. They have evolved themselves throughout the course of just this roster alone, right? So once again, as they kind of get ready here for this next game, this is another big step for the whole team as a whole here.
Yeah, I mean, and when you talk about consistency, Blacklist is definitely the epitome of it. Back to back to back, showing up in World Stage, 2 back-to-back grand finalists. I mean, just all over the map, this is the team to look at. Now, can GEEK Fam actually pull off the upset of their lifetime right here? First time on the world stage, going up against the Titan of Blacklist International. This has to be one of the hardest feats they ever try to compete.
Well, we'll find out. Once again, jumping in the draft here. The next game is going to be crucial for both these teams as the band's already coming out. You can already see it, the Valentina, Guinevere. Going to be taken out from GEEK Fam as they're on the blue. We have Blacklist International on the red. Joy already going out of here. Once again, priority being the question for GEEK Fam. Where do they want to go ahead and take Nolan out of the picture?
Okay, their Assassins still getting taken out here. In terms of priority first picks, let's see how different it is going to be this time around. I'm trying to go through the picks in my head. Usually it's a... We look at the bands, Valentina, Guinevere, Matilda. Nolan's been taken out. Might end up being a unique first pick here.
What if they actually just went Lilia again?
I mean,
oh yeah, Lilia.
It worked. Technically, it was working pretty good.
Lilia or Bruno? Actually?
Lilia Bruno, yeah. That's what I'm feeling, right? Yeah. Really given the last band here from Blacklist International, priority-wise, that's typically what you're seeing. Bruno's, Lilia's.
It's definitely been up front, and I don't think, GEEK Fam, the draft wasn't really the problem last time, right? There was definitely something. Ooh, Blacklist says no, you're not going to get that this time. But it could be actually good for GEEK because even though they had a good early game, there was still some issues with the overall draft. UA was a huge problem. In the end, OHEB was a huge problem. Edward was a huge problem. And Blacklist knew those things were going to be problems. It just wasn't going to be a problem in the first 5 minutes, right? And they were able to buy time. So I think GEEK Fam needs to also consistently think about what are they going to have as answers in the late game to deal with Blacklist.
Yeah, you mentioned something there, first 5 minutes. If ever there's going to be a Bruno or Baksha first pick for GEEK Fam, Blacklist will take the other. So, like, for example, first pick Bruno, then one of the first picks on the side of Blacklist is the Baksha, but no, it's none of that. They go Faramis. They're going into their favorite picks here. A boy made a name for himself in MPL Indonesia Season 12 with that Faramis pickup as one of the staple and signature GEEK Fam picks that led them to the grand finals of MPL IDS 12.
I think it's a good choice, especially considering the fact that they banned out the Valentino, right? You go ahead and pick up the Faramis. You don't have to worry about going against another Netherrealm for now, right? And interestingly enough, too, usually the answer, once again, one of the answers for the Netherrealm is the Lilia, but it was Blacklist International that banned it out. So interesting how that interaction goes. Now, once again, Blacklist, how do they want to deal with that? Do they lock up their jungler already? They're going to take the Bruno, and once again, they go with the Akai here.
I was honestly expecting them to possibly pick up the Claude there as an answer to the Faramis, but Blacklist have faith in OHEB. They decide to go for the Bruno. We know the damage is there, but in my mind, Blacklist still kind of lacking an answer to the Netherrealm.
Yeah, so that's where we might actually see the XP lane pickup being something like high damage in terms of the Lapu Lapu or displacement in terms of the Arlot, but then paired up with the Akai, that's where you get your answer for the Netherrealm of GEEK Fam. So GEEK Fam take the next 2 best picks up on the board. They get the Baksha. So now you have the Baksha Faramis combo that, of course, want to set the tempo, go around quickly, and then you have Marky on the Claude here, which we've seen him perform very well so far with in this series.
Okay, again, the XP lane has been a constant question throughout the series. We know the impact that it can have. We saw the Khalid the previous game, how much it can turn the tide of some of these fights. Is that something once again? Wow!
Nice.
All right, I wasn't expecting this. Hey, but I'm happy. We're still in the knockouts too, and Gord's still coming to play.
And it's still a 50-50 win rate. So I mean, it's not like it's a horrible pick. I mean, it's not the best pick, but it's not the worst either.
So now Blacklist, alongside taking those out, now have to watch out for some very terrifying picks on the side of Geek Fam. They can go Yutong, something that can chase out the Gord and the Bruno, make sure they can make the most out of that Petrify. They can then... anyone with Dive, really, who could just easily get to that Gord.
The only thing that bothers me about the Gord here is the fact that, like, pressure-wise,
the priestess of primal lightning.
in terms of, you know, when you try to set up with a Mystic Gush, you're working around a very mobile lineup, right? Claude, you have to work around the fact that Fermis is probably going to pull you around. You can have, of course, Nile rolling in from different directions. So, you know, timing, positioning, even more important here with the Gord locked in. But yes, it does also solve a pretty good problem and provides quite a bit of damage, you know, early to mid-game, especially these objectives they're going to be focusing on. But you can already see it too. A lot of these roamers being taken out. Again, what is Beloyski going to bring to the table? The Ruby pick is gone here.
So usually Gord is an answer to heroes such as Valentina that, of course, you'll have to expand dashes and things like that, mobility to get away from the range of his Mystic Gush. So it feels like Blacklist International are just turning off the idea of Beloyski picking up something like that, you know, or something to counter it. It's like they're thinking ahead already of whatever Beloyski will pick, and that's their tackle. So with a Minotaur taken out, Kali taken out here, could be Lapu or
take from Geek.
Yeah, Lapu or the Paquito for Edward looks and sounds good.
Because Geek having a Lapu in Luke's hands right now looks great against a Gord, right? He's just and he's much easier to reach than many other long rangers. But instead they go for the Terizla, also solid. I think we definitely see the Lapu from Luke.
Yeah, you know what hurts? Getting a penalty zone and then a Mystic Gush into it, right? So that can line things up really well, especially when you're just playing around the Nether Realm itself. If you don't want to wait for it, then just force it out, you know, for the most part. And a lot of times that penalty zone initiation, let's say you get 3-4 members, 2 or even 3, you're going to force, you know, possibly that Nether Realm, and then the Mystic Gush is there. Not to mention Worldy. Now, Worldy doesn't do that much damage, but it's still definitely a threat. And once again, the only thing that could backfire so far from Blacklist International is usually the heavy spin, right? You really have to kind of play around that. Make sure that you're not messing up with the positioning either.
Sensui does pretty well at that, though, I do have to say.
Yep.
There's a Lapu, as we talked about. And there is the Arlot. They get the displacement.
Wait, Rome Arlot, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it. A Rome Arlot for Beloyski. Does this mean we'll see another Rafaela for Blacklist? But the problem is it's going to be difficult. They need something a little bit tankier, and Blacklist, Geek Fam took out the best pick possible in the Minotaur.
This is where the KDA thing happened, too. It was with the Rome Arlot. Well, it was one of the instances, right?
Don't you put that in the air, Ricky Bobby.
It's there. It's in the air. It's got to be. We got to get to a game 5, Trex.
My friend.
Right? Last pick here.
Oh! Right. Of course.
You can hear that the crowd likes it.
Wild.
Yep. They love this hero.
Can he do it again? Can Renegade win them hearts and minds of people and say that I can play a hell of an Estes as well? He did it already earlier this Sem 5. Can he do it again in this crucial game?
The heel man.
The heel man is back. Gonna be quite difficult though. This needs perfect Ube playstyle by Blacklist. There's so many pieces on the side of Geek Fam that will give them a lot of trouble.
A lot of answers.
A lot of answers, a lot of questions here. Rizal Memorial Coliseum, we're getting ready. We're at match point for Blacklist International against Geek Fam. If they're able to win here, they move on. They send Geek Fam out.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the
and they are ready as we get prepped up in the land of Dawn. Once again, can Geek Fam answer to extend the series to Game 5, or will Blacklist International end it here?
Ube Classic by Blacklist International. This might take some time until we see some big plays, but we already see Renegade and Beloyski. As Renegade is just helping out Sensui in the jungle, taking a fair bit of damage as expected from a Rome Arlot. So we're just going to be waiting for the next turtle. Honestly, it's like the next turtle or the next few seconds before the next turtle, because that means someone's going to be going into the EXP lane, pressuring out an XP laner, a little skirmish, and then that determines who gets the turtle, or that doesn't happen. It's just a full-on fight on the turtle. Full sustain for the Arlott, by the way.
You know, seeing Renegade on this, it just goes to show his evolution as a roamer overall and how much he has grown with this team, with the rest of these players. Definitely the story to be told, but when we look at the map, Geek Fam, this is kind of where they like to be in this laning phase. Blacklist forced to take a much more passive approach due to the SDs and due to the Gore.
Yeah, I like the fact, too, that he plays with Quantum Charge, because it also allows a little bit of aggression, for the most part, on how you're trying to position this SS pick once again and really follow through on a lot of things. Even if it's just to catch, the members from Geek Fam and slow them down a little bit, could work in their favor. Now, once again, you're working with a lot of just AoE pressure here. For them, for against Geek Fam, and they have to kind of work around that. Now, the tools are there. We've seen them do it before, and even having, already exchanges. BLCK, that's the thing.
Ooh, the stun connects. Forced to use a flicker. Will be able to get away, but that will put Blacklist at an advantage for this first turtle.
Yep, you and Edward helping each other clear lane. They want level 4s across the board. Avoy already level 4, Renegade. When he clears that mini wave, let's see if who'll get this first turtle. Game number 4.
Oh boy, gonna try to keep Edward away. Niall keeping close to the turtle. BLCK looking for a little bit of an engage into the backside loop there as well. BLCK gonna make his mark, gonna try to come in, but Niall takes it. And now sends away Luke with the bravest fighter looking for Edward, but he's taking a face full of magic gush right now. But he finds it! Renegade goes down, and so does Sensui! Geek Fam coming out on top.
Right out of the gate, again, it's Luke. He is him right now. And Geek Fam able to sniff out an opportunity. Again, the layering of abilities. When you're up against a heal comp that wants to stick together, you have a lot of displacement and crowd control. If you can time those together, you give a lot of difficulty for a lineup that Blacklist International drafted. And again, it's the same story so far in the first 3 minutes of this game compared to the previous game, wherein Geek Fam acknowledged the strength of their lineup against Blacklist lineup.
All right, not only because I'm a Gord stan here, but I'm really curious on the build path this time around for UA, right? Usually when we see Gord pop up throughout M5, we actually see some variation, some flexibility in that build that they approach the game, right? The fact that a lot of this, you're going to try to land those projectiles, get those little stuns out, of course, kind of work around that. And they're still going to be putting the pressure here once again, top side. All of this really allowing OHEB to farm up the best he can against Marky, who, as we've said throughout the series, has been quite the lane to be in, right? The duking it out against each other.
Okay.
Right.
Ooh, good stun.
Ooh, nice pull back on a Sensui there. Luke brings out the bravest fighter, able to get right through that heavy spin. Blacklist are able to disengage though, but it's 20 seconds till the turtle, and Geek Fam are going to take control of the pit. A little more back and forth in the mid side. Geek Fam showing who's boss.
Again, another example of just BLCK holding on to that final slash so well. They almost caught out Sensui, forced out the heavy spin. So this turtle looks like a free one for Geek Fam. It's going to be difficult for Blacklist International to get there in time.
Okay, already just going to go ahead and use that Mystic Gush, put the pressure where he can, but they might just be given the call, right? Just go ahead and give up these turtles for now. We are not where we need to be to team fight yet, but they're actually going to make a line towards this bottom lane. Might be looking for their own play here.
Oh, Marky with the Blazing Duet, just trying to clear out these waves and get back to safety. Able to pull it off. Geek Fam's rotation matching Blacklist.
Yeah, and now, good defense there by Geek Fam. Next rotation and sequence might be around the mid lane. Let's see if Blacklist will actually continue the... Oh, Edward!
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Approval.
That was nasty, bro. That was this is nasty.
BLCK forced to use a flicker right before the fight comes with a final slash on a Sensui. He is going to get pinned against the wall. Able to dash back. OHEB takes the tower, and Blacklist walk away safely.
That's all part of the plan, right? They got the turret. They made it work. Not to mention, once again, UA. He might not be getting kills right now on this Gord, but he's definitely putting pressure where he has to. Sometimes it's a flicker. Sometimes it's an ultimate. He's doing what he has to do.
Again, it goes back to the idea that we posed in MPL Philippines Season 12 before, wherein we said that the gourd is sort of like a new age version of Eve. It's static, it's an ultimate that zones out, it's not a big box. But then with how US playing it, it's also playing it a little bit like a Farsa, committing the ultimate just to make sure you have an advantage in the tower dives, clearing the minion waves, zoning out. So yes, as a gourd in these scenarios, you don't just hold into your ult, you make the most out of it every time with your team.
Oh, final slash. Speaking of team, GEEK trying to close in on Blacklist's. They're unable to get the finish. Renegade comes in the nick of time.
Okay, the heal's there, but they know it's not available anymore. GEEK fam might want to still put the pressure here under the turret, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and call it off. No point even for UA to get there already. Renegade doing quite a bit of healing. Marky gets checked here as well from Edward. They'll have to go back to lane. Turtle going to be up shortly. That's not going to connect though.
They're hunting right now. Renegade taking a little bit too much damage and the flicker from Luke.
Oh!
Takes 2 lives from Blacklist International.
There's UA. Nothing he can do though.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, again, they stayed up there for quite a while.
Yeah, great tower diving, great call by GEEK fam, not giving up on the play. Despite Beloyski missing that final slash, Luke said, hey, I'm him, I got this. And he set that up for GEEK fam really well. Again, another patented tower dive, a thing that we see here in the Philippines, teams such as RSG Philippines, but it is an Indonesian playstyle working very well for them right now as they get the third and final turtle of this game.
Yeah, another great call there from Niall, able to put the pressure on Sensui around the buff, gets the retry out and easily rotates to get the third turtle. Clean sweeping it right now for the Turtles, for a GEEK fam. That's what's given them a little bit of this edge to work around, right? And with that, Blacklist has to keep that in check because when it gets to these Lords in about under 2 minutes from here, they don't want to just give those up, right? The plan so far is, all right, we give those up, we farm up the best we can. A top lane again.
Oh, big final slash. Sensui gonna get the double man pin on the 2 members. Luke taking a couple shots to the face, gonna have to back off the worldie, bouncing between a boy and Beloyski. Blacklist safe for today.
Surprisingly enough, that it felt like that final slash actually put Oheb in a better position to be able to go away. He was able to just slide tackle on out of there easily, a bit closer to the turret. I understood what Beloyski and GEEK fam were going for there, but it felt like in that scenario, that final slash just helped Oheb a little bit better.
Okay, so Renegade just picked up the Flask of the Oasis. So this will, in terms of, because we already saw the Necklace of Durance picked up, right? So how does this help out the healing situation here, Renmar, for Blacklist?
Well, of course, that allows Blacklist International to just really pop the ultimate of the Estes, and then, oh, wait.
Oh, they're closing in. Oheb taking off the map. A nice Netherrealm does come from GEEK. They're going to get stunned up. A boy able to get away, though. Blacklist International move a member, and this is what GEEK fam's doing. Just find one, then one more. Blazing Duet does come in. Yue taking a little bit of damage.
Here's Luke.
Niall looking for more. Luke into the backside with the Bravest Fighter.
Oh!
To the penalty zone, response from Edward. A nice final slash from Loyski. Luke able to get a stun. Renegade goes down. Blacklist International lose 2 members.
Well, I was going to say, the healing coming out from that Flask of the Oasis, although it might take some time until we feel the full healing effect of that Estes, should be able to help with the initial burst of damage and crowd control that GEEK fam dish out. But again, sequence after sequence, we're seeing GEEK fam layering their abilities so well, timing everything together, that even though Renegade gets a good timing with the use of the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, then suddenly GEEK fam just overload the Estes and the heal of Blacklist.
Yeah, well, they actually want to fight this once again. Now that Lord's up, they want to join these fights. Still waiting once again. Yue doesn't have too much damage just yet on this board. He's got the Talisman, he's got the Ice Queen wand. They're going to want to fight again.
Move on to Renegade there. Edward does drop the penalty zone. Yu brings out the Magic Gush. Now the Realm comes out from a boy.
Oh,
Luke taking a lot of damage. Oheb able to get the final shot. And now Edward pushing the engage.
Oh,
Sensui pushes Marky away. A boy
Sensui
goes down. Sensui down. Beloyski down. 2 members of GEEK fam drop. Marky and Niall now on the defensive. Blacklist International with a nostalgic feeling of the last game. Turn things around.
What a great positioning choice there from Sensui to keep Marky at bay.
It's like he told Marky, I can spin better than you. We're both going to be spinning like tops. But the heavy spin, you saw what GEEK fam wanted to do. Set up Marky for a big blazing duet. But it took one big panda and a heavy spin to stop that.
Oh, again, it doesn't matter if the 3 turtles are giving up. Blacklist International with their team fighting prowess, they're able to pull through, get this Lord, and now they're going to be in charge here. But we're going to take a quick breather from this game as things get situated. Once again, talking about how that team fight unfolded. You saw exactly how it happened, right? Things fell into place. They fell into a certain part of the jungle. It was a choke point, but with the covering of that Mystic Gush, focusing on a boy, keeping a boy back, the Netherrealm was worked through. And even when Marquis came in, if Sensui wasn't on that side to block him out, that would have been so much damage being spread across a already, belittled lineup. They had half health, maybe the heals were already done, and it was a struggle there. So once again, Sensui in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, so far we're going to be seeing a lot of highlights from Sensui, Renegade, but I really want to commend Yue here and his positioning and timing with that gourd, making the most out of the Mystic Gush, the projectile as well, making sure he's getting those stunts in. Dude, Yue right now is just absolutely shining on this gourd, and we really thought that he'd struggle here. He'd have a lot of trouble, but he's timing everything and standing in the right spots, and Blacklist are covering for him so well.
And as we get a little bit further, I'm pretty sure the next item he'd go is probably the glowing wand. He's already got the Ice Queen, so next would typically be glowing. So as it gets further, that's where it starts to provide a little more damage, of course. He is a little more utility, trying to get those stuns off right now, but eventually it gets to a point where, he is pumping out, as I like to call it, the big damn.
One of the important things to notice right here is Beloyski and Luke are heavily focused on the Renegade. Almost every time they engage, they're trying to single out Renegade, trying to get rid of that Estes, and then hopefully the rest of the team collapses. So that's one of the reasons why Yue has been able to just kind of sit there. He's not getting targeted that much. So what do? Do they switch it up? Do they go for Luke and try to get through the Blessing of the Moon Goddess? They're kind of in a little bit of a conundrum here.
Yeah, it's not perfect standing for... Oh, wait, no, it is a perfect standing for Yue right now. Wow. So if this continues on, suddenly Geek Fam are just going to feel the problem of that gourd as we get a great look at our beautiful fans here in the Sun Memorial Coliseum. Sorry, I just needed to
Are they the ones that shout, Yue?
I think they are. Yue!
I don't know if she's here in attendance today, but I think it's become a thing.
It has been a thing.
There we got the call. Thank you once again. We're going to be jumping into the game. Lord going down the bottom side. It's Blacklist on the play here. Once again, Niall going to go ahead and stop it there in that bottom side. Trying to clear up as fast as they can. Once again, economy-wise, it's pretty even. But right now with Blacklist International able to make their moves around the map, they're going to get some space advantage to work from.
They're going to take the opposite lane, get as much as they can out of this push. One thing to note though is Blacklist International still hasn't cracked into that mid lane at all. It is going to help Geek Fam in some of these rotations. Look at Beloyski too, just hanging out on the backside. He's waiting for a moment. He's waiting for the team to say go.
Waiting for that 4-5-man final slash.
Yeah, a big one there. If Yue falls down early, if that gourd falls down early in a team fight or a skirmish, it might actually be a big struggle for Blacklist International. They will have Oheb, but then that applies so much pressure onto Edward and Sensui to make the most out of their abilities to create space, to buy time. So let's see if Geek Fam can get the key target. Right now, it's Yue. Once Yue falls, it might be a little bit easier to actually take down the Bruno, to take down Oheb.
Yep, you can already see it too. As we were talking about, Yue on this gourd, he's getting the items he needs now to lead up into the damage meters. Already, I believe, completing that glowing one as he did, working on the next. So depending on how he decides to build those last two items, if it's the Holy Crystal, if it's Divine Glaive even to pump out a little more damage, to put the pressure on Netherrealm alone, will be troublesome for Geek Fam. So they want to make a decisive action already early on, right? Lord, 30 seconds away or so here, so nothing too much happening. Beloyski, if he somehow, some way, gets a final slash, even if it's just Yue before the next Lord, that is a huge advantage for that Lord dance.
Comes Niall, looking for the engage here. They know Yue's over by the mid side. Could be a time to get some skills out. Lord's gonna be up in 15 seconds. Gold sitting at, an exact standstill. Never have these games been so close.
Yeah. It could be up to anyone. goes down again, similar to what happened in game number 2. One big play, one big moment. As he now go for the Lord dance, we have to watch how the middle minion waves are managed. If anyone will decide to force out or push that topside minion wave, someone on the opposing team has to answer. Nile pushes forward, finds the information where OHEB is at. That's going to call for a quick little reset by Blacklist. Now that they actually have shown OHEB or have seen OHEB, Blacklist can clear up that lane because they're not like trying to hide or anything. So now they're just going to settle around the Lord again. Watch the minion wave management. That's the biggest story here, topside and middle.
This is one of the advantages as well, having a gourd. You can check the bushes with the projectiles, the injunctions, whichever way you want to have it. Concealed play going to come from GEEK Fam.
Loyski making his way in, looking for the final slash. Nile on the backside, locking on OHEB. Maybe get out of Blessing of the Moon Goddess. There it is. Penalty zone, the heavy spin. Nile and Luke in a little bit of trouble here, but Sensui gonna kind of push them the wrong way. Beloyski looking for the re-engage. Gets a final slash to the backside. Marky with a blazing duet. Locking on to 4 members. Gonna get knocked up. Marky forced to back off. Beloy taking a stun. A shot. Bang! A ball to the face, and he's down. GEEK Fam still trying to come back up. Boy will be up in about 3 seconds. Death counter not too high. Lord still on the field. We're going back and forth.
Back and forth, but right now, Blacklist International in control of this Lord. They should be able to make quick work. Beloyski and Luke waiting patiently, though. Can they get it?
UA! Taken out. OHEB finds Beloyski. Luke looking for something, but not today. You will not survive. OHEB finds a kill, and the Lord goes down. It's a 3-for-0 trade. Blacklist taking it all.
It feels like a recurring nightmare for Beloyski and Marky and the rest of GEEK Fam. Ube, an Estes, a mid lane they can't catch, a Filipino sniper with hella damage, and a Blacklist knocking at the door of their base, about to eliminate the miracle of Indonesia.
All right, a boy brings out the nether realm. They're just trying to buy time at this point, but Edward able to take him out. Blacklist decide not to go for it because Marky and Beloyski are back up.
They still have the Lord.
Don't want to end it just yet. Lord coming down the top side, but enough time is bought. GEEK Fam may live to see a few more waves.
GEEK Fam stays in it. They keep things under control. They have to get ready, though, for this defense.
It's not over yet. Quick item check. Dreadnought already built up by that Baksha, the damage, Holy Crystal for that Faramis. I'd like to see a Divine Glaive rushed already onto there. It's Bloodlust Axe, actually, Radiant Armor, Dom Eyes, and the Fury Hammer for that Lapu Lapu. 5,000, close enough for a turnaround. But again, can they get to Yue? They can't reach him right now, can GEEK Fam. And that gourd is the problem. Can they find the solution?
Ooh, Edward uses a penalty zone, does not connect onto anybody there. He does have time to try to get another one on Marky. Will be able to melt down this Lord, and Blacklist walk away.
They're happy with the 2 turrets in the base. They still hold on to that one on the bottom side for GEEK Fam, but Blacklist getting in position, making their way with the next waves that will be pushing in. We could possibly see another force and interaction from Blacklist. GEEK Fam, once again, everything available. They have to be ready. Immortality is also going to be online here.
They're making their way downtown, walking fast as Blacklist.
Boy does take a stun. Nile trying to make his way on the
Beloyski!
Looking for something. For the blessing of the moon goddess, and Luke finds a stun. Edward trying to respond, but the magic dust does come from Yue. Sensui able to get the pin on him. Beloyski, the immortality pops, but the boy keeps going. Nile there as well. The boy able to find OHEB. GEEK Fam coming out for the defense. But wait, Beloyski in trouble, gets another final slash. Can he dash away? He's buying time for his team though. Blacklist are hungry. 3 down, 1 down as well for Blacklist. A boy and Nile all alone against 4. Blacklist International know what's on the line here. GEEK Fam as well. A few cannon minions, another wave, but it's 20 seconds until the rest of the team is there. Blacklist International trying to get the finish. Edward able to make the pin onto a boy. Nile against 4, but another wave of minions is coming down the backside. GEEK Fam does have the defense. Blacklist trying to close it out. A dynasty may continue today. Blacklist International make it forward.
The stadium erupts as Blacklist International continues on for the M5, taking out GEEK Fam.
The clock strikes midnight on the Cinderella story of GEEK Fam. a tale as old as time. Another code broken. Blacklist remains standing.
Give it up. Blacklist International showing why they are who they are. A young roster, new faces, but it doesn't change that the org is one of the strongest in the world.
And of course, it's important there, the sportsmanship between the two teams, well fought from GEEK Fam. An amazing performance nonetheless, but at this point, someone has to go home. Let's go ahead, throw it over to our hosts on stage with our teams.
Wow!
Blacklist International is now sharing a few words with GEEK Fam.
But
GEEK Fam,
what a comeback para sa ating Blacklist International. But right now we have our GEEK Fam from Indonesia. Palakpakan naman natin ang GEEK Fam.
everybody give him a big round of applause. GEEK Fam, ikaw na lang Baloyski. What would you like to say to all your supporters and everybody watching from Indonesia? What else can we expect from you next year?
Buat GEEK community, terima kasih yang udah dukung kita. And to all the fans here supporting us, the Blacklist fans, thank you guys. And to my family, sorry I didn't give the win, but I love you guys. Sorry, we will try harder next time.
Maraming salamat po sa nanood sa amin, sa pamilya ko, tsaka sa girlfriend ko. Salamat po, pasensya na, babawi kami next season, mas gagalingan namin.
Sorry for GEEK community and thank you. Thank you for the support and sorry for everything.
Thank you for the support. We will come back to Stronger.
And I just want to say for the GEEK fans out there, there are no losses, only lessons. Congratulations to GEEK Fam for making it all the way to this point. Palakpakan natin ang GEEK Fam.
We hope to see you stronger next year. GEEK Fam, you may now take your final bow. Your journey ends here.
Congratulations.
And now, let's welcome on stage the winner of this match, Blacklist International.
What a comeback! Wow! Down 0-1. 3 straight para sa Blacklist International. Huwag kayong mahiya, nanalo kayo. Yui, unahin na kita. Yui, come on, Yui, what can you say about those 3 straight wins? What were the adjustments made starting game 2 at tumuloy-tuloy kayo?
Siguro yung paglalaro namin sa early to late game. Kung paano namin laruin yung laro namin.
Kita mo naman yung adjustment. How about anyone else? Sige, anyone else? Can you talk about the adjustments that were made after the first match, which really shifted the momentum towards you guys? Yung anong adjustments na ginawa ninyo after game 1 or match number 1, kaya nag-shift yung momentum papunta sa inyo?
Siguro po nung di namin po sinabayan yung aggressiveness po nila inantay lang po namin yung mga power spike na mga hero namin.
They didn't go up against the aggression of their opponent. Instead, they're waiting for the right moment, for the power spikes. And that's what Blacklist International do. Now, Renegade, your family is here, your parents are here, Dougie and H2 are here. You can see him waving at you. He actually elbowed H2 right there. You saw Dougie earlier, he got really emotional. In fact, your journey throughout MLBB is such an emotional experience. Now, you get to move on the next round. What can you say, Renegade?
Boss D, next time wag kang iiyak. Naiiyak din ako, mawawala ako sa laro niyan.
He's saying, Dougie, next time don't cry because he's gonna cry and he's gonna lose his mind in the game.
Ano po, sobrang thankful po kami lahat ngayon kasi simula nung pinaghirapan namin since MPL, lahat po worth it siya kasi unti-unti namin nakukuha yung namin, pangarap namin, malapit na kami and konti na lang. Yan.
All their sacrifices that they've made in MPL, it's all worth it. And their dream is getting closer and closer. Malapit na!
Oheb, ikaw naman, pwede nating tanungin. How do you stay composed? How do you stay composed after ng matches? You had to win that second match na importante para makuha niya yung momentum. How do you stay composed? And ano yung pinagsamahan niya? What does it mean to all of you na you go together and then lalaban kayo hanggang dulo?
Mindset lang namin every game, parang every game kasi mindset namin game 1 lahat ng games. Reset lang. Parang game 1 lang ulit kahit matalo, manalo. Game 1 lang ulit next game. Reset kada game, mangyari. Manalo, matalo, reset lang talaga. Dun siguro kami nakakabawi.
So they treat every game, they don't look at the scoreboard, they treat every game the same way. They start it the same way. And obviously, what a win.
Ito naman, baby brother Edward, hiding at the back.
Nakatago.
Edward!
Nakatago si Edward.
Edward! You have a lot of supporters here. Let's invite them to support you for your next match. And what do you want to say to everybody?
Ayun. Maraming salamat sa pumunta kayan. Guys, bukas ulit. Note kayo. Tsaka shoutout nga pala sa tropa ko. Nasaan yung mga tropa ko dyan? Galing kasi ng Bataan eh.
You have a lot of friends.
Ayun! Shoutout sa inyo.
He's saying this is all for his friends over there, thanking everybody who's supporting them, and come watch them again next time. All right, everybody, one more time, give it up for Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. We're gonna break that down for you, so we're gonna throw it over to our casters. Casters, pasok.
An emotional series. Congratulations to Blacks International. Their journey continues. As for Geek Fam, GG well played. We look forward to seeing you bounce back stronger than ever.
It's so amazing that Blacklist International were able to adapt and then completely take over the series. Game number 1, that dominant victory. Usually after a game like that, teams tend to take the slow route, right? Maybe they'll get better in game number 2 and then game number 3, then we'll see this level. But no, it clicked after game number 1, instantly to game number 2. Despite a few mistakes that they were able, Geek Fam were able to capitalize against Blacklist International, especially that 7-minute lane swap. It didn't really matter. Blacklist team fighting prowess shined through.
We will see more of that in detail later on through the highlights. Something to note that was actually made real via that interview was the fact that Blacks International adjustment after Game 1 was something that rang true and was made more efficient and effective because of the fact that they looked at each game as another Game 1. It's just one game after another, and all the learnings from the previous one just made all the more sense. With that said, let's give out our MVP. The nod goes to none other than Blacklist's very own Renegade, the hitman, of course. A marquee performance coming in, repping the Blacks International hero. Their skin from M3 is the Estes. He showed us one from the groups. Now, What do you like better, this performance or the last?
This one for sure, because this was truly the Hitman's S-Test, right? When we look at the S-Test, especially for Blacklist International, we remember the Queen. But he truly has made this pick his own as well. That flicker, that risky gameplay on the S-Test, utilizing the Blessing of the Moon Goddess all the way to the end. It is as Hitman as it gets, Leo, and we're definitely going to see it all played in again for this highlight.
Yep, something to note, if you're loving the play style, the flicker here is that that moment, that failed lane swap, as we would like to say. I like the Quantum Charge. I like how it keeps him on his toes, and it allows him to actually reposition, get the heals to where Blacklist needs it.
And you can definitely see it from time to time again. That flicker really paid dividends towards Blacklist International. Renegade doesn't need the Purify. The Purify needs him. He's the man who's always positioning on point. And it's exactly as you mentioned it in game number 3, I believe, Leo. He's got the mind of a hitman on a healer.
That's right. He's able to protect where it's needed, and he can sniff out these flanks. There was a moment here, if I'm not mistaken, around the
Baloyski's flank later.
16-minute mark. Yes, no. Baloyski was setting it up way before. This is the payoff finally, but even with that, because of Renegade's positioning, because of how Renegade is able to keep everyone topped up, Baloyski's hero play was made null. Baloyski's hero play, as amazing as it was, Blacklist was able to clap back and overload the base. Finish at under 18 minutes. Something to note, Renegade decided to go flicker. It was scary, to be honest, because I'm thinking, GEEK Fam super aggressive. No Purify, but he made it work because of, again, the mind of a hitman.
And even to add more onto the mind of a hitman, he was the guy who actually assassinated Marky in towards that end, right? With the passive hit, Leo, he was able to find that final kill onto Marky, and that literally just was the nail in the coffin for GEEK Fam. They were not able to defend from that. And now we're going to take a look at the emblems here. Anything that piques your interest, Leo?
Something that I'm looking at is, dare I say, he might be the star player for any Lapu-Lapu in M5, Luke. This is the emblem set. Again, the penetration, the spell vamp. He's been doing this all series long, and it's given Oheb and Yue a tough time. But the fact that Renegade is there makes it all the more worth it. Yue was another key player for Blacklist, and as soon as they found him, it all crumbled, except for instance, he was able to help them disengage.
And this is where I have to give props again to the Hitman himself to go for agility and the Wilderness Blessing here on top of the QC. It gives him so much more maneuverability, and this is where we really get to understand why the Wilderness Blessing is so important to Blacklist International, a team who runs on neutral objective team fights, not on neutral objective control, which differs from the old Blacklist, right? Usually, you expect them to go for turtles, take the snowball route. This Blacklist can come back with one big team fight, and it's all facilitated through the maneuverability. They're able to force decisive initiations, but also fall back when it matters most.
And that's done through not winning these objectives, because again, if you'll notice, the first 9 minutes, it was all GEEK Fam. They were sitting at 4-0 with a solid gold lead, but this Blacklist, again, from Game 2 onward, still they finished in Game 4. They were looking at the economy. They were masters of economy. Not only are they able to force out longer games against GEEK Fam, who, if GEEK Fam had their way, they would be done in 10 minutes. Blacks International are able to hold it down, pace themselves, and then build up to these items. These items that you put on Oheb, that you put on Yue, are key to stopping this super aggressive lineup.
And there was a moment as well where Sensui just used a heavy spin to stop Marky from getting to the Prio members, and that is literally what Leo was just saying, right? The fact that Blacklist International here, they lost in the early game in all 3 of the games that they actually won in the sweep, technically. It didn't really matter because they were able to always come back from it in these team fights. The ADP in combination with their phenomenal team fighting skills gave them the best route possible to beat a team like GEEK Fam.
Yep, looking at our carry here, of course, a boy. If you're looking at a lineup that's always going Ube as early as possible, you can expect those Burst Bursters to deal damage. And then from there, you have the rich guy on Oheb. As soon as Blacks International took control, they're able to just keep putting farm on this Bruno, and the rest is history, man. Look at this. Team fight participation, because of that patch that recently counted heals as KP, Renegade was there all the way.
139,000 total healing coming in from Renegade. This goes to show you that not only is it a big number, obviously, but he was free in almost every single one of these team fights. That's why he's able to dish out so much healing for the rest of the team to sustain back up for the team to look for that win. It was super risky that they went for a Gord and a Bruno. Didn't matter though, as long as you have someone in the back constantly babysitting you and giving you the right amount of sustain, a risky comp turns to a very safe comp.
Yep, it's a glass cannon comp, because look, there's only an asterisk amount of peel. Check it out. Edward is your only real frontliner given the BOS, the body of Smith. But that aside, everyone else is a softie. So with that, you have your glass cannons in the Gord and the Bruno. You wrap it in a nice bubble wrap that is the Estes. So that's what made this lineup work.
I think you just nailed it there. The bubble wrap, everything. It was just perfect for the side of Blacklist International for this draft especially. We were thinking about the final pick being maybe, oh, the Diggy could work here, but we completely forgot the signature Blacklist pick. That Estes turned out to be the best pick they could look for in that moment, not only for the game, but for the fans as well.
Yep, and not to mention one more bit about Geek Fam's lineup. They stayed true to their identity. It's a dive-on-dive, front-to-front. And you saw that it worked in the early game, but as soon as Blacklist got a stronghold, a grip onto the situation, there was nowhere to go, even if Baloyski was able to find that flank multiple times.
The off angles, the off tempo, countered by what stayed true, the pillar for Blacklist International. There was a lot of chaos, but in the end, order was found by Blacklist, and that's what literally happened in the game. And I feel like, again, that's what makes Blacklist really, really scary. The fact that they can lose out in these early game skirmishes, give out neutral objectives, and even sometimes make very big mistakes in the laning phase. If they can all count on that team fighting, and if it gets them wins, then it's a W.
You can change the names, you can change the positions, you can change the metagame, but the Ube stands strong. Whoever Blacks International faces in their journey throughout the lower bracket has to watch this series very closely. And who that is will be decided in the next match. I can't wait. Another elimination. Mirko, it's bittersweet, but I'm expecting that one to go all the way.
Deus Volt and See You Soon. There's no other way for it to go than all the way, Leo. Let's be honest here. We want to see You Soon. We want to see Deus Volt. We want to see them bring pride to their nations, their regions. They've worked so hard to get here, but only one can prevail. Only one can go to the next stage of the knockouts.
With that said, we're going to have to call it a close here for this best of 5. Again, the journey ends for one of the 2 Indonesian representatives here in M5. The miracle of Indonesia, the ultimate underdogs, the Cinderella run came at the end via the hands of the multi-time grand finalists in Blacklist International. On behalf of everyone at the desk from all over the world, and my partner here, Mirko, my name is Leo at your service. You're watching the M5 World Championships. We'll be right back.
I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back. The world's first city, built for play, is coming to Saudi Arabia. Don't just live life. Play life. Qiddiya.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Qiddiya's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
fit to this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shot reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like a floor inside, but the energy's getting higher. You're saving my eyes. Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Welcome back to the M5 World Championships. It's the knockout stages. The second stage is upon us, and we're broadcasting you live from the Rizal Memorial Coliseum at your service. My name is Leo, here with Mirko, and of course our very special guest, hailing from Malaysia. He's part Khmer, is Popo G.
Hello, Philippines. How are you? And today I'm with two handsome guy, but for today I think I'm gonna rooting for See You Soon. I'm very sorry for this team, but Kon Khmer, Kom Chang.
Ah.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Yeah.
Actually, I'm saying for the Cambodian people, don't lose.
I can do some Cambodian myself, you know?
Yeah.
Ho Moi Mao.
Ho Moi Mao.
Yeah.
Actually, for you to say Ho Moi Mao, you need a very large crowd. For the Ho Moi Mao, then they all will go Ho, everyone.
There you go.
That's what we did in Phnom Penh.
That's exactly what we did in Phnom Penh. And that's what Mr. Poji here wants See You Soon to do. He wants See You Soon to roar across the stadium here and show what they've got. But hey, man, DEVU are pretty good.
That
pretty
I have
scary.
to accept because for Kid Bomba, because he's been a phenomenal for M5 itself. So, but then again, they have also to respect for the See You Soon players. Got Ra and sorry to say, MP the King. He's the man.
He's the king.
He's the king.
He's repping both Cambodia and the Philippines.
Correct.
Again, there's nothing wrong with that. And with that said, it seems like our panel here is outweighed by the Khmer spirit. So one of us has to root for DEVU.
Don't worry, I'll do it.
Your name, Mirko, that's from the region, right?
Croatian, yeah. I mean, it's like European.
Thereabouts?
Yeah, thereabouts.
All right, how do you feel about DEVU? Because again, See You Soon has been a team for quite a while. Again, I think the better part of the past 6 months, they did win a season championships. But based on what I heard, DEVU has only been a team for, what, 3 months?
Yeah, they've literally been shifting their rosters. They've been changing here and there, right? They've got some new recruits, like Kid Bomba, actually, a new recruit from the previously known team in the EU servers. Very dominant Rogue. He's the leader of that group, and now we're seeing him finally get to say something on the world stage, and he's not just saying, he's slaying.
Boboji, did See You Soon dominate MPLKH?
See You Soon is dominating MPLKH, and right now, deep in my heart, I believe See You Soon will dominate M5 for sure.
All right, we're gonna see how they're feeling and what they look like as they entered the stadium earlier today. Check out See You Soon.
We'll see you soon.
Tingnan mo nila, hindi ka ba nilalamig?
Hindi po. Nag-iinit na po ako para sa laban namin sa DEVU.
I love the confidence. I asked him if he's feeling cold because it's raining here in Manila, and he's feeling hot right now for their match against DEVU. And How are you feeling that you're going up against them? They came all the way from the upper bracket.
Confident naman po kami sa kaya namin gawin. Tapos alam naman namin na kayang-kaya namin silang talunin.
They're confident about themselves and they know that they can win against DEVU. Ikaw yung Tankselot, ah. He's been the Tankselot user. And securing the top 6 in the M Series has been Cambodia's best placement so far. How do you feel about that?
Masarap sa feeling kasi kami nag-cement ng pinakamagandang place sa M5 sa buong Cambodia.
He loves the feeling that they secured the top 6 and they cemented the best place for Cambodia so far. And any predictions that you have for this game against DEVU?
I think my prediction is 3-1 and in favor of us, of course.
Of course, I'm talking to you. Good luck, MP the King. Thank you so much for your time. Let's head back to our casters.
Popo G, that's your man. He was MP the King. Why would you say he's the man?
As you just said before, he's part Philippine, but now he's part Cambodian. So as we all have to agree, any team that got Philippine player, they're for sure gonna win.
Miracle?
I mean, so far that's true, right? Blacklist just made it against GEEK Fam. They have more Filipinos.
Just by numbers.
By numbers, it's 5 against 2, right? So, well, maybe 5 against 3. You never know who the shadow analyst really is, right?
Triggered.
Do you know?
No, who
you
is,
know?
Who is he?
Does you soon have a shadow analyst, bro?
I don't think so.
No, they don't, Mil.
Well,
They just have
here's a
Cat
team
God.
that I know for sure has a Filipino coach. It's DEVU representing the EECA. Here's a talk with Kid Bomba.
Kid Bomba, come with me before you enter the match. Hi guys, we're here at the Hall of Greatness and I'm with Kid Bomba of DEVU. I'm your very own Odin and let's have some few words from you before you go into the match. Kid Bomba, how does this game mean to you? You are in the elimination match against See You Soon.
Means a lot for us. I'm hoping we can close it out pretty quickly. We respect See You Soon. They're a very formidable opponent. But I think we're ready to have a good match versus them.
Wow, he's ready. How ready are you? How are you feeling right now?
Feeling great. I really hope that we can. I really hope that we can win since it's a lower record. We don't have another chance, and we're super ready. It's like I already said, it's our last chance. Now we have to show everything that we've got.
Yeah, it's the last chance, but although you've gained a lot of fans here in the Philippines. Coming off from a loss against Onyx from the last match, what can we expect from you against your match against Yisu?
For sure, more discipline, and also just better timings, I guess.
Okay, we can't wait any longer, Kid Bomba. Last word, any prediction for this game? How long is this gonna take?
For us, against See
Yeah.
You Soon, no prediction, just let's see.
Oh, let's see. Let's see what's gonna happen in the Land of Dawn. Thank you so much, Kid Bomba. We're excited to see what you can offer in the Land of Dawn. This is your very own Odin. Back to you guys.
Always a pleasure to hear from Kid Bomba. On your screens right now, this is the ROG ping test by DEVU. In case you didn't know, ROG Phone 6 is M5's official gaming phone, and it packs the game-winning power of Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 chipset with a class-leading GameCool 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit. It also comes with a spectacular 165Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 milliamp hour battery life to power through your gaming needs. Check out DEVU as they go ahead and swipe away at their ROG Phone 6s. As you can see now, Popo G, you've seen them in the group stage, you've seen them in the knockouts. What does DEVU do? What are they good at?
I think they are good in everything that they do, but for now, I think Kid Bomba is making the teams very, very strong. But because for M3 and 4, we know it's that other guy that's always dancing and everything. But now for M5, it's Kid Bomba himself.
There's always got to be a Bombanatic on the stage, right? There's always got to be someone that steps across and gets everybody's heart's attention. Wait, what are you, Popoji? No, that is a sign officially to join the Bombanatics. You're a See You Soon fan, man.
Actually, I don't saw anything that say that I have to be any
Look, Bombanatic.
He's trying to trick you, man. He's trying to make you a Bombanatic.
But you have to understand one more thing.
Okay.
In Malaysia, we got a curse that any KOL, talent that sign or support any other team, that particular team will for sure 99.99999% lose.
So do we do it?
I
Okay,
have to sign.
He's getting rid of it. I'm so sorry, man. I fumbled your plan. I'm so sorry, Papa G. But do you have a prediction curse like LaFell?
No.
No.
For that part, I don't have.
Okay, so he doesn't, Leo. He can't control the odds anymore. I took it away from him.
But whatever the KOL, the talent sign or cheer, the team will for sure lose.
All right. You're cheering for See You Soon.
I'm cheering for See You Soon. But in my heart, please, DEVU, please lose.
Okay.
There you go. We'll keep it back and we'll let the athletes, we'll let the teams do their thing because they are coming from
Don't play seriously, please.
emerging regions. Where you're looking at Deus Vult, again from the ECA. It's been told multiple times throughout the knockouts in the group stage that they are a region that needs a little bit more exposure. Compare that to Cambodia, MPLKH, they've been running for a few seasons now.
Correct.
So what kind of X factor do these two bring as they're trying to put the regions on the map?
Now, for me, I don't want to think more about DEVU. For me right now, See You Soon. Deep down inside, See You Soon. Gonna slay them.
That's it, Leo.
That's it.
He's a man of simple and little words, man. All he needs to do is that. See You Soon are going to slay DEVU.
Just faith. And just a belief.
But at the meantime, DEVU, please don't try too hard because this is the first time ever Cambodian team is at this kind of stage.
You're right.
Right, please.
You're right, because look, here's the history of these two regions, these countries being represented now. Burnex Flash, See You Soon in M3, Impunity. These are years back. Compare that to the very few performances and appearances by the ECA, Deus Vult, DEVU, now VNM3.
Right, but now right now they are top 6 team at the top. This is like a dream come true. It's like a Cinderella story for See You Soon. But believe me, right now in Cambodia itself, all the people are cheering and also praying to the God. Please See You Soon win.
And we've seen that, Leo, right? The support that the Cambodians give to their team, it's explosive, it's amazing. We saw that from Burnex Flash in MSC.
Correct.
And man, you can really feel that home crowd turf gave them a big buff. But now, technically, do they have a bit of a home crowd advantage as well? They have 2 Filipinos.
Yeah,
right?
MP the King and Kusei. Talk to us about how those Filipinos have been working to make See You Soon successful. Because look, hail to the King. He's not just the man, he's the King.
As for now, there's no word to describe MP the King. But for his teammate, Kom Chai ជាមួយពួកនេះយើងនេះពួកខ្មែរថាទៅអានេះគេទៅលេងឲ្យឈ្នះឲ្យឈ្មោះខ្មែរនេះទឹកអស់ស្រកនៅយ៉ាងនៅហ្វីលីពីននៅខ្មែរដឹងទីមខ្មែរនេះ the very #1 strong team.
All right, Popoji got a little intimate with the Khmer viewers all around the world. Again, no words except for that.
Yes, but if for some reason they are losing this game, no worries. I will rooting for DEVU.
Okay.
Just change the team.
So
it's so simple.
So you just swap the teams.
Just swap
it's
the team.
as easy as that. And then, okay, let's say, right, See You Soon loses, and then you move to DEVU.
Yes.
DEVU loses to Blacklist, and then
I'm gonna support whoever gonna win the M5.
Okay, so he's gonna support Onyx, right?
Excuse me?
You heard me right.
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. MP the King here. Quick glance at his stats shows that he is better than the average jungler. And the average jungler isn't competing at M5. The average jungler is not a player under See You Soon pushing the advantage. I don't know if you gentlemen would agree with me. See You Soon, one of the most aggressive, one of the fastest teams in all of M5 so far.
I think so. I mean, looking at the way that they've been playing, right, with the Angela mid as well, they're one of the teams who actually go for utility mid laners instead of utility roamers. The fact of the matter is, for the most part, when you see a Matilda, when you see an Angela especially, you put it in the roam position, but they want to utilize boxy, super aggressive gameplay on top of MP's very aggressive as well playstyle. On assassins, on fighters, if they snowball, it's not going to be a snowball, it's going to be a death ball.
Oh my god, that's a bit harsh to say like that, but losers is gonna accept the fate they're gonna lose the game.
That's right. And for DEVU, you got Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover, and of course Carvey. carving their way throughout victory, no matter how long it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and watch this video before we get into the series. It's a video that talks about family.
Челики, на связи Алекс Бомба. Немного родной зимы вам в ленту, ребят. И мало кто знает, я из будущего. И DEVU уже победили, потому что мы нереально вас поддерживаем. Спамим пятюни в чат. И, конечно же, щиты за DEVU. Су!
Hello, my name is Destroyer from Asia region. I would like to tell some support words to the DEVU. Guys, you already impressed our region. You made a lot of efforts to go where you are, and we trust in you. We trust in you, and we believe that you can go even further. So, you are the best.
When you successfully made it to playoff, you have gifted our region a small miracle. Right now, we do not expect wonders. We expect to see your inspiring, high-level play in this series again. We now clearly see you are much stronger. So do it and get another record for our region.
We are very proud that DEVU climbed so high in M5, and I hope you will make it to the top. CIS region supports you. I see it everywhere, on YouTube comments, in Telegram, and everyone wishes you good luck. Go DEVU, show your best, and make an epic comeback from the lower bracket.
DEVU упали в нижнюю сетку, им действительно нужна поддержка нашего региона, поэтому мы в вас верим. Вот, вы гордость нашего региона, и вы очень достойно выступаете. Вот.
Everyone, we support Team DEVU's World. We believe in the guys and we will stop believing regardless from the result. So...
Всем здорово! Хочу от всей души поддержать наших пацанов из DEVU. Вы лучшие, вы гордость региона. Рвите, побеждайте, забирайте топ-1 и торжественное «Си!».
Guys, there are no adjectives to describe the scale of your success. You made a literally powerful comeback to the international stage, and it has always been an honor to cast your games on the M-Series tournaments. The whole EECA region is proud of you. You have already proved us a lot. But now, prove yourself that you are better than great. Now, Magister, Stancet, Sava, Karvi, Kid Bomba, Fly Solo. This message is for you. Долби, comrades! Good luck! And show us a good fight.
DEVU, ваш регион вас очень сильно поддерживает и верит, что у вас все получится. По вашей игре видно, что вы очень сильно спрогрессировали и достойны победить в этом турнире. А мы вас будем поддерживать и дальше.
Здорово, челики! Знаете, проиграть Оникам это совершенно не стыдно. Надеюсь, вы за это время набрались опыта, поиграли с сильными противниками, займете минимум 3-е место, потому что мы в вас верим. 2-е место было бы классно, а 1-е место было бы вообще идеально. Успехов вам!
All right, Popoji, it looks like there's a lot of friends and family rooting for DEVU there.
But it's alright. Family is supposed to support their families. But it's alright. Then it's alright. For now, I'm gonna 50% support for DEVU and 50% for see you soon.
So by the logic of the curse, it'll come down to their skills.
It's as if the athletes are the ones competing.
No, it's not gonna depend on the skills.
Okay.
It's gonna depend on whoever doing the mistake, they're gonna lose.
Oh, okay. So it depends on the mistakes, Leo.
That makes sense. All right, we're going to throw it over to our casters from all around the world. They'll be taking care of y'all and bringing you through this best of 5. Expect a lot of action here in DEVU versus See You Soon. Be better than great.
And that we will. Thank you so much, guys, over there on the panel. Now, once again, the family support is real for these teams. It's very important here for this matchup alone. It is another crucial matchup. One team will be going home. Again, I'm Nice, joined here on the desk with Trex, Renmar, and wow, you're in a different suit, man.
What? I don't know. I've been wearing this all day. What have you guys been talking about?
Well, regardless, you look great.
Thank
How are we
you.
feeling?
I'm feeling good. This is real, yeah. I'm feeling great. And honestly, I felt like that video of the families, especially from Deus Volt, and of course, Popoji and his support for See You Soon, really warmed my heart, man, during a cold night here in Manila.
I didn't know there were cold nights in Manila.
It's pretty cold outside, guys.
Okay, well.
I'm feeling good as well.
Do you feel cold? I
do
you're
not
from
feel
Florida.
cold. Yeah, sure, it's freezing.
But warm you up. Warm you
Thank
up real
you.
nice. There you go.
You've got Redmar
Me and
on
Redmar
there.
have been hanging out a lot, so he keeps me warm.
That's good, right?
Body heat.
Before we talk about this heated matchup, we do, of course, have to thank our sponsors once again. M5, the World Championship would not be possible without them. Moonton, it is presented also by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming partner, Grab, the official Super App partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you guys to all our lovely sponsors. M5 would not be possible without them.
And a special shout out as well to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
Yeah, I've been seeing the clips and the videos about Qiddiya. I can't wait to go there one of these days. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, again, it's a mega, or giga, sorry.
Giga,
that's even
yeah.
higher.
Whoa,
Not just
giga.
mega, it's giga.
Giga city that we can't wait to see. We've seen glimpses of it, so who knows if we end up there in the future once again. But the matchup here once again, Deus Vult versus Seosun. Which team will move on? Which team will unfortunately have to stop their M5 journey? But before all that, we have to, of course, welcome out our marshals to go ahead and officiate the M5 World Championship. We have our marshals, of course, doing an amazing job making their way to the stage. They are here to ensure the fairness and integrity of the game. They're probably behind us. There they are, coming through once again. You guys have done an amazing job up to this point, still on it. These four guys keeping things together, the integrity of the game, the fairness. Rain, Wilbert, Ivan, Shun, thank you very much.
I think at this point you can call him Shun!
Shun! Speaking of, let's go ahead and welcome, knocked down by the Sky Kings, the Dark Horses return to continue their run. Let's make some noise for Deus Vult.
So, Deus Vult hold a special place in my heart personally. I'm a fan of the underdog regions, the Dark Horses, aka the Dark Knights. I gotta give it up for these guys.
And now across from them, backed by the momentum from finishing off the Ghouls, the Tireless Owls continue to fight from the lower bracket. They are See You Soon.
Sue versus See You Soon. The dream of an entire country against the dream of an entire region. The Cambodians have been making a name themselves all throughout this calendar year. Can they pull off another victory for the proud kingdom?
And of course, to guide the teams to victory, we have their head coaches and their analysts. For DEVU, it's Coach Fly Solo, Worono WM, and also for Seosun, Coach Cat God. As both teams get prepped and ready, fist bumps all around. Can't wait to see what unfolds here.
Yeah, you know, we're gonna have another team going home, but another team moving forward. I feel like there's such a storyline for these two teams. This is the farthest a Cambodian representative has ever made it in the M Series, and Deus Vult also breaking records. I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, they're both breaking records and they're both breaking dreams. Now this is EECA's Deus Vult, Carvey, Magister, Kid Bomba, Sunset Lover, and Sawo. There have been a lot of eyes on Kid Bomba, but my goodness, Sunset Lover on the mid lane, his wide hero pool, and the fact that he can just pull off some great MVP performances, one of the veterans and one of the hearts of Deus Vult, one of the hearts of EECA, has had a hell of a M5 performance. Will it continue or will it end? Here today is the biggest question for Deus Vult.
And even in that matchup in the jungle alone, Magister has made waves up to this point. Really, you can point out so many members from this squad and just look at the head-to-head across from them, right? Him, Magister against MP the King. We know exactly kind of the play style that Deus Vult has gone with. We'll see how it adjusts once again with an opponent like this that likes to move fast and momentum-based. For Seosun, it's Kosei, MP the King, Sariam Felix, Ra, and Boxy the King.
Most definitely. You mentioned Sunset Lover. I want to bring up Raw, because I think that mid lane is going to be intense. Raw's definitely performed recently, and See You Soon and Cambodia in general has really just come on to the map. A lot of us also have our eyes on MP the King. We just saw the interview of him. He looks prepared. He looks ready. He looks comfortable.
Yeah, comfort. The twin kings of Cambodia, MP the King and Boxy the King, man, they are going to have their work cut off for them up against Magister and especially Sawo on the side of Deus Vult. But Kusei, my eyes are going to be on him as well. How well is he going to fare against one of the main conditions of Deus Vult in terms of their success in Carvey? A lot of the situations that Deus Vult find themselves in, Carvey is one of the reasons why they win. Kusei can be one of the reasons why Deus Vult loses.
That's interesting, right? When you break it down like that, really. And the other part is, you know, we're waiting for the draft to go forth, but we know there's signature picks at this point that we've seen throughout M5. You know, for Sawa, it's that Diggy pick, and just kind of playing around that. As we look at the team head-to-head here, though, this is interesting. There's so much stats-wise on the aggression favor for DEVU.
Definitely a lot on the aggression favor for DEVU. Even the KDA, we know some of their games have gone very long. We know that they might have the lower KDA, but I think it just goes to show how much they like to push the envelope here. Yeah. Damage per minute as well. Definitely just an aggressive team overall.
Pushing the envelope, very well said there, Trex, because I feel like these two teams, that's going to be the main story here. I imagine two heavyweights who never block, who never dodge, just constantly throwing haymakers at each other, body shots. That's the vibe I get when I think about Deus Vult, and especially See You Soon. We've talked about their Echo-esque snowball playstyle that they like to pull off, but Deus Vult can do that as well.
Well, taking a look at the talent predictions here, we've got two sweeps on the board there. Trex, you went 3-0 with Deus Vult. Mirko went the opposite. He's going 3-0 for See You Soon.
Listen, man, I'm a DEVU fan now.
Yeah?
Yep, I'm a full-on Deus Vult fan. I'll be watching their EECA championship next year. I'll definitely be tuning in. They have won me over. You know, I come from an underdog region myself.
Yeah.
So when I see a region like this just shining on the M stage, I can't help but gravitate towards them.
You know, it's funny because you point that out, right? And I feel like there's a similar thing there where for a while, NA was kind of slept on, right? And then you guys had made waves.
And now we're slept on again.
Well, no, not really. You don't have to go there. I mean, you know, at one point, there was a I don't want to call it the peak, but there was a point where, you know, NA was up there and then it got some attention. You guys now have, of course, your leagues there, right? Have formed.
All right, next
EECA.
subject, Renmar.
Hey, we have to talk about it, Trex.
I want to give everyone in NA a hug now after after that. I want to give you a hug, man.
It's okay.
Are you okay?
We're here for DEVU.
Trex is all right.
Trex is all right.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's found a new heart in DEVU.
Yeah, but that's the thing. No, like
a big Kid Bomba shaped heart.
Kid Bomba works, but DEVU, the fact that they're here, you know, and we saw the history that they had back in even M1 and leading up to this, right? Now, new faces and everything else, but for the most part, the impact that has on the scene for the EECA region is it's very apparent, right? As there now are a ton of eyes. You guys already said yourself, hey, I'm going to actually go and watch some of their tournaments and how that unfolds. Yeah. And really, I think a lot of people can say that now. So with all that being said, we're going to be jumping here into the draft as we get prepped and ready for game number 1. Again, a best of 5 between Deus Vult and See You Soon. One team has to go home again as we round out the day here for Knockouts 2. And it starts here already. You can see the bands coming out. The Angela, respect still, I believe, towards See You Soon. Of course, we saw that. So Deus Vult takes out the Joy, the Angela, the 1-1, and on the other side, See You Soon. They don't want to deal with the Nolan. They take out the Guinevere. We'll see what their last band's going to be.
Yeah. On the side of See You Soon here, I want them to take away another hero that will allow Deus Vult to play really quickly. So if they can even consider taking out the Bruno, because honestly, Carvey is really great with that hero. But then again, there's a lot of marksmen on the board right now that Carvey just positions so well that it seems like everything's so deadly. So they can even consider taking out something that, well, stops the tempo. They can take away the Matilda if they want to, but no, it's the Faramis from Sunset Lover. That is a signature pickup there by Sunset.
I like it from both teams. Definitely some target bans. It's not all just the typical old same six. Both teams know what the other team is good at. Both teams know some of their favorites, and they're going to take that off the board. And you mentioned tempo, and I think that's going to be very important here. And even getting rid of the Faramis can really, you know, disrupt a team's tempo. If a team wants to try to drag fights out, if a team wants to try to, you know, buy some time in the laning phase, that is an answer a lot of the time. But they don't just want to be, they don't think they can just use that. They're going to put Sunset Lover on this Valentina.
All right, with Valentina picked up there could be a chance Basha pickup for Seasoon if they want to. They can go with the fighter route. They can go into the Basha and the Bruno. That is a combo that we have seen in the past. If Seasoon feel like DEVU are going to be playing a slow front to back type of lineup, they can actually pick up the Lilia early on if they're vibing with it. But only if right now they strongly feel that DEVU's lineup will be susceptible to that. Let's see, a lot of options still available on the board.
Okay, well, as we wait for these picks to come up here from See You Soon, there it is, the interesting thing, Kadita. One of those heroes, there's the Bruno, that's kind of expected, right? It was open, it wasn't taken from DEVU, so now that the Kadita's locked in, this is interesting because it does Kadita fit in the current meta, right? I mean, a lot of times we see her paired up, I would say, with Kaja, probably as one of those, you know, heroes that typically is picked up there for pick-off potential.
I think it could be a little bit early, right? Just maybe slightly early, because it automatically lets DEVU know, like, okay, we know we're going to have pressure. We maybe need to be careful with our gold laner. We maybe now something, Claude could be smooth, something that can kind of move away, something you want to put Purify on. Same thing with whatever roam. Maybe they don't want to pick a super supportive roam at that point.
Yeah, something that allows them to move a little bit more around the map, try to really check out those key areas. It's going to be an Akai, so it might mess up the combo there of the Kadita. And there goes the Brody as well, so that's another signature Carvey pickup. I actually, for me, I understand the Kadita. I kind of agree with you kind of early there, but then at the same time, it's, yes, you could slot it into Boxy's hands, Roam Kadita. That's a long time Cambodia a favorite. But at the same time, it's also one of Raw's best mages, if I'm not mistaken. So I kind of see why they picked it early, but I am on the same boat of maybe could have gone a little bit later, just a surprise pickup. That's kind of surprising, but at the same time not. It's MP the King with a Lancelot.
Yeah.
That rhyme.
You know what's funny is both the junglers can actually opt for this. Magister also could pick this up, but now the matchup being the Akai versus the Lancelot, and also knowing that typically Lancelot himself as this hero has developed, right? It's pretty flexible in the way that you build it, but matchup-wise, Redmar, like, since we have such a focus on utility, and we saw the team head-to-head too, how's this looking based on what they already have in this first phase for See You Soon?
Well, for the side of See You Soon, if DEVU aren't careful, they have a chance to actually run away with it. Gonna be up to how well that Kadita's combo and burst is used and utilized. And of course, See You Soon immediately take away the Diggy. One of the things that can really stop this Kadita flowing. So the Kadita and the Lancelot together can work out really well. They can snowball alongside the Bruno, but I want to see them pair it up with an XP laner that can actually deal a little bit more control here, or another roamer that can deal more control, or mid if ever that is going to be a roam Kadita. Control is something that's lacking the side of See You Soon.
Okay, control being one of them, and that's where I think, you know, like you said, even from the previous series, XP lane's so impactful, right? Well, for the most part, that's why we'll probably see at least another XP ban, or even actually the one of the first ones here, probably from DEVU, how they want to play that out. Actually, it's the Tigreal, who is also a hero that has kind of risen through, even back from the wild card and throughout the course of M5. But so far, still a lot of XP laners being open, and typically, you know, we see a lot of focus on that, even ban-wise from the previous series.
I will say this, Kid Bomba's had a great run on the Terizla. Essentially undefeated on it. It's been a great pick for him. Definitely something that can try to lock on to Kusei here. Does See You Soon try to first pick that? You mentioned that they're lacking a little bit of control. It would be a nice pick for them in the XP lane. Add a bit more CC, add a bit more layers, something that can kind of help MP the King out while he's on this Lancelot. Do they want to ban it? I definitely think we've seen it so much, EXP laners have been so pivotal, especially for DEVU.
Oh, yeah. I could see not the arenas,
You
rather.
just thought about the legs, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought about the legs. The Lapu Lapu be able to slot in. However, that would make quite a chaotic lineup. When you think of those heroes, like, let's say Lapu, Lance, Canada, Bruno, it's like, all right, so who's protecting the Bruno? So it's going to take a lot of, how do you call this, coordination.
He's
I
left
would
to
see
his
it
own.
work. Yeah, I like the chaos idea of it all. It's very Cambodian if they're going to go like that. So, yeah. Take that away from the hands of Kid Bomba if you can. But then, yeah, as you mentioned, the Terizla still available. His two best picks, Terizla, Lapu Lapu, still up on the board.
Yeah, so I think they're okay with that, right? Given the fact that they decided to go ahead and ban out 2 roams, Minotaur and the Tigreal, which actually a lot of teams like to kind of work around too. We even saw a surprise interaction between the Tigreal and the Louis Yi, right? Back in, was that Knockout 1, I think, where we saw it.
Which one?
I think it was Knockout 1, Louis Yi and Tigreal. The combination, the implosion with the Louis Yi. So, you know, again, Tigreal, if he pops up, I think that leaves room for a lot of kind of variation and opportunity. But see you soon takes the Lapu Lapu.
Chaos is what they're choosing today, it seems.
What they're choosing. That was a great prediction, Trex. That was you, man. I love it. This is so
is this
Cambodian.
Terizla? Is this Terizla?
I'm thinking, what if they go for something a bit more supportive for Sawo, something like the Raft, something that can give them some movement to kind of dance around here?
Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering if that's kind of the route they want to go. We know Sawo can play the support, but is it in their arsenal?
Yeah, if it's not the Rafaela, then maybe they can go something along the lines of a Kufra just so that they can stop all the
Kufra.
dashes. And at the same time, you have someone who can dive the back line. For Deus Vote, dive the back line. If it's not the Terizla and all that tankiness, get a Yu Zhong if you want to. Because while everyone's diving, you go for the Bruno. But no, they go for damage, they go for pick-off. I like it. We talked about 2 heavyweights just not blocking, throwing punches. This is exactly that. This is what I see down with this matchup.
Is this also to kind of cover the base of not having the Kaja and Kadita combination? You know, like going that route, okay, we have it. Not only that, but we have a lot of usage now with the Dairoth. We can lock in that penetration to deal with some of the tankiness, especially when Lapu Lapu jumps in with the bravest fighter, right?
Yeah.
You can you have an answer for that now.
So now we see if this Kadita is going to be roam or mid, right?
Yeah.
Now we get to see if it's going to be flexed, which way it's going to be flexed. And see you soon. I think it was actually a good idea to pick it up front. Maybe put it in a 3rd pick, but still, they have so much time now. They can see all of DEVU's lineup. They do end up going for the roam, and they pick up the coup for themselves.
All right, so we're making predictions, but also like for the other team, we're like a step ahead and behind at
We're
the
just
same
that
time.
good.
That's high IQ.
Yeah, we're just that good.
We have foresight, but we just don't know exactly what's happening.
Yeah,
we're still honing it in.
Yeah, it's like we're analyzing from a different universe, but we're also still in here.
Yeah,
that works. So
chaos.
Looking at, is it chaos? That's my question. Is this chaos enough from what we were talking about, especially the fact that Siyasuna wants to start momentum-based against what we have for DEVU?
Yeah, exactly. See you soon gets chaos. Now that you have the Kaja and Diroth together, and the fact that they're going to also be playing around the heavy spin of the Akai, Deus Vult give more of still that calculated aggression. Like, they can be aggressors, they can be the ones leading the charge, but it's going to be a little bit more calculated. Well, see you soon. You have a lot of room for, okay, Kanata, go make a play, we'll follow up. Oh, Kufra, go make a play, we'll follow up. While Deus Vult is a little bit more, hey, we'll do this together.
Well, we'll find out. It's Deus Vult and see you soon. Tournament Lives of M5 on the line here. As we take a quick break, once again, both teams, a lot at stake. M5 Lives, we got to make sure, hey, everything is as situated as it should be for both of them. Now, this gives us the opportunity, once again, we threw a lot of predictions out there, right, for draft. They fell into place on different sides, some of them. So really, Trex, I guess since Renmar gave some of his insights here, where are you leaning towards? Do you like the chaos of Siyasun based on what you've seen, even the past matches they've had?
Definitely a lot of chaos with them. I'm not against the draft. The Kufra is definitely, you know, it's a very all or nothing. The whole draft, I guess, is very all or nothing, right?
Yeah.
For the side of DEVU, if they can get those picks, if they can make sure it all works together, there's definitely a lot of possibility there. They have a nice early game with the Dairoth, with the Brody, very snowbally. If that happens, then I think it could be a sure win for them. If See You Soon is able to maybe slow down any of them, get a kill onto the Dairoth early game, get a kill or two onto Brody early game, it seems like it's a very hard hole to climb out of for DEVU.
Well, we'll see how it all unfolds. Once again, we're jumping back into the game. Deus Vult and see you soon. Game number one. One thing that really points out here too, and both of you guys kind of touched on this too, they're playing around the Kaja or the Kadita, right?
Yeah.
Either team has this, all right, let's get a pick. If we can get a pick, great. If not, we have other tools to work around with. Boxy, that's why one of the opportunities he has.
Oh,
hold on. Okay,
already a
Sawo.
lot of damage. Sawo wants to keep on pushing in. Kid Bomba. He's gonna have to flicker for that one, but you already see the aggression.
Yeah. Forced out, calculated, doing it together as a team. A lot of assassin emblem sets there for See You Soon. So it's so clear what they want to do. We snowball, we'll fight, we'll pick you off. Ruptures across the board. Even a master assassin on that Bruno. See You Soon know their style.
Oh, first blood though for MP the King.
Wow, very quickly. Yes, you were just saying that you know what both these teams want to go for in terms of the game plan based off the picks, the emblems, and already first blood under the 2-minute mark.
And as we look at the early set, so it's going to be a rush Dreadnought here for Magister. A lot of physical damage, of course, should help temper the physical scaling, the quicker physical scaling of See You Soon just a little bit.
Okay, you can already see pressure as well,
Yeah.
top side. Kinbomba's going to be someone that they really wanted to shut down or at least keep control, right? Even if they don't shut him down, try to keep him from making these plays. But Turtle's going to be up now, Sunset Lover also up here to get that level 4. Vital to have that available as they approach these objectives. It's going to go ahead and have a reset. But right now, See You Soon getting in position. Sawo nearly level 4 too. So this is where you see the interaction, right? The Kadita versus the Kaja, pick potential.
Oh, it's a bad spot to be walking. Kid Bomba is going to try to come in though, but Sawo will go down. Can they get the terrified? Oh, Felix goes down. Sunset Lover able to pick up the kill, a nice response. A good kill into the Valentina, and they take out the XP laner.
Yeah, good trades across the board there. Let's see if Boxy the King and Ra. Boxy still has his ultimate. It's going to be difficult for them to actually contest this. Lancelot's still a bit too far.
Okay, Boxy going to go ahead and charge up here, but MP the King.
Oh! The King comes in and gives them his namesake, able to steal the turtle.
Wasn't sure if he would get there in time, but hey, it's a Lancelot.
Yep.
It's MP the King.
Oh, but they pull back. Boxy the King goes down. The other King falls. It's 2 for 2 right now. See You Soon, holding a small gold lead.
I'm so speechless that MP the King was able to pull that off. It's like he heard me and was like, no, I can still do this. Great teamwork there by See You Soon, and you really got to commend their frontliners and, of course, their vision getters for being able to tell MP the King, dude, just come in here, you're going to be able to retreat this away. A bit of hesitation from the side of Magister, though. I felt like he could retribution that a little bit quicker. He was playing with fire a bit, holding on to that. I get the hesitation. Maybe it's because we can see what's happening in the game more, but I felt like he could have just retributioned that already.
Yeah. Either way, though, right now still pretty much even across the board, right? Nothing major happening, but real quick, anything out of the ordinary from the items?
A lot of Dreadnoughts actually on the side of Deus Vult. One of the Deeroths, so a little bit more utility there. He's just going to be there more to shared armor to help out the Brody, dish out the burst while the Valentina and Brody finish it off. And even the Dreadnought for the Kaja. So Deus Vult, itemization-wise, they're really respecting the early physical scaling of See You Soon, and you love to see it.
Yeah, not only that, but you know, when they deal with that, the physical damage pressure, they should be able to play around that. And the fact, too, that Sunset Lover, right, has his own rough waves. This gives them another opportunity as well. As he takes a little bit of damage from MP the King, you have two options now. You can use Sawo, you can use the Divine Judgment. You now have your own version of the rough waves.
Yeah.
You have multiple options, but there's the focus.
Carvey in trouble, gonna get knocked against the wall and taken out. Boxy the King picking up the kill.
Okay, See You Soon are getting kills. It's a slower tempo, but it's a bit more efficient how they're playing. But here comes Deus Vult with a potential clap.
Okay, they're gonna poke.
Just poke.
Once again, Turtle already up. It's going to be started. Magister.
Felix gets a stun on to Magister. Magister in a little bit of trouble here. Going to get knocked up. Taken out again. Sorry, I'm Felix. Oh, Kid Bomba though! Woo! With the Abyssal Strike. Able to take him out. But the Turtle will go to the side of See You Soon.
And now we see there Deus Vult And see you soon, the rotations, but see you soon just seem to be a step ahead now in terms of the rotations. Losing that tower is going to be big. Kid Bomba.
Kid Bomba having a little bit of
Oh.
trouble, forced to use a flicker,
Oh.
but MP the King doesn't want to let him through.
Wow.
Does go down, Felix picking up the kill.
Man, this is very quick, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in a matter of a minute and a half or so, there's a response and there's now momentum built up for CSU. That's exactly, really mirrored across with the lineups that they have. Both teams kind of wanted to start this way, right? That's why they drafted these pick-off potential heroes. But right now with CSU garnering themselves this lead, still putting the pressure even around the map, DEVU is finding themselves kind of trying to catch up, right? Where are we getting our pickoffs? That's what we kind of need to do if you're DEVU. But even looking at the gold earned, it's starting to scale up already very quickly, you know, as we lead into the next objective.
Yeah, a little bit of damage control will be great here for DEVU if they can find it. It seems like rotation-wise, Boxy the King has a slight edge over Sawo. But here's the funny thing about the Cooper Kaja matchup. There's a chance that if Boxy misses the initial entry with the Tyrant's Revenge, Sawo's just going to pull him. And now I like the game of chicken that they're playing here right now.
Like I was saying, it's like a mirror lineup, right?
Yeah.
With a similar game plan as this game unfolds.
Yeah, Antique Ras already up for the D-Raw. So a lot more defensive-minded really is DEVU. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not going to be going for a more counter play.
Magister.
Magister and the Tribus trying to lock on to Kusei there. Should be okay. Boxy the King lining up, going to get the knock up onto Magister. Sunset Lover getting terrified, the pullback. And down, oh, Felix still up, finally goes down. Carvey picking up the kill. Carvey able to go through the wall. MP the King gonna get knocked back by the heavy spin, pinned to the wall. Can Sunset Lover get the final shots? MP the King finally able to puncture through. He's gonna try to contest for this even with the amount of health he has. Kid Bomba pushed into the mid lane. The rest will see you soon. Trying to get some damage out. He gets knocked up, takes some damage. Oh, the Phantom Execution. King looking for, you can already see where that Antique Karas is starting to help out. Kid Bomba able to survive the push.
Yeah. So right now, DEVU are weathering the storm of See You Soon with smart itemization, but rotation and movement-wise, it's like they can't seem to find the opening that they're looking for, that they really need. Yes, they're counterplaying. Yes, they were able to get a few kills here and there to punish, but it seems like there's always one or two members of See You Soon left alive to just trade it back eventually. This is what you get. Again, it's a styles clash, and it's interesting to see that we're seeing how we've known these two teams to fight as already on in this game number one. DEVU, imagine a row of knights marching together on horses, while See You Soon are those mercenaries that you got from different countries just doing whatever and they're making it work.
Be the King in a little bit of trouble here.
No way.
Kid Bomba looking for him, gets stuck. Boxy the King saving the day there. Now everyone's gonna get knocked up. Rough waves. And two members taking out Raw, picking up the kills. Sunset Lover looking for Raw.
the King.
The King. Able to dash through. How does he do it? Carvey goes down to Kusei, and now Felix terrified under the tower, looks for the bravest fighter, but he feels confident. He gets the stun, and now Kusei's here to help out. Sawo taking a couple balls to the face. This is looking rough for DEVU.
MP the King, how many times did he defy the death there?
Yeah. One with a Phantom Execution, the next with a Thorned Rose. I'm pretty sure there were a lot more that we didn't see. But wow, he's going up against someone named Magister, but it's MP the King with his own magic. And Ra with the Wrath Waves on this Kadita.
Rough waves.
Great timing to enter.
Those are pretty rough.
Rough waves, man.
Pretty rough wave, man.
You know what's funny? Like the thing is when you see DEVU actually take the rough waves, the raw waves themselves. Oh, hold on, Master.
A little bit of damage on the Magister once again, forced to use a heavy spin just to get away. And now MP the King gonna start taking away buffs. See you soon. Closing in the grass more and more.
Okay, so going back to the point, the thing is like when you have the Divine Judgment with a Kaja and then you have the rough waves, you throw so much to actually get a kill, and then you're left with nothing else, really. You know, you have to kind of rely on the Garvey to pop out the damage, Kid Bomba to get the setup himself, and again, working around the heavy spin. So with this gold lead now kind of getting out of control, you're kind of left to the whims, right? DEVU has to give up this Lord, get prepped up and ready to defend against it. Yes, it's only the first one, but they need this.
Boxy the King getting the Tyrant's Revenge on a Kid Bomba. He gets petrified as well. Able to just dash away. DEVU doesn't want to try to re-engage. They just take what they can. At this time, it's just build up time. Just try to get more gold. Try to close this distance.
Yeah. And now we're also seeing the effect of how one lineup that's very ult dependent on the Roamer's ult, the Divine Judgment of the Kaja here, versus a lineup that, again, as we were mentioning earlier, when you have so many options to initiate or make your own play, that when you're up against that one ult-dependent lineup, it's so easy for you to just respond. Because after the Divine Judgment, what's next? The heavy spin. But then there's so many bodies being thrown by CSU, and that one heavy spin, it's going to be more defensive. It's hard to set with it, hard to follow up as well. So now this is just CSU understanding the strength of their lineup. Now they're playing the macro game after playing a lot of the playing around the middle, finding control there. Now the fruits of their labor, they can finally sow it.
Okay, with that, once again, Lord making its way there on the top. Massive lead right now, nearly 8,000. Boxy getting charged up.
Oh, another one. Luckily, the heavy spin does come out. Siren Felix going to get pulled in. No, that is the bravest fighter. Disrupting on Deus Vault. MP the King dashing through, puncturing through. Looking for the next target. Phantom Execution just misses. Sunset Lover has to use the IMU just to get away there. Sawo. I don't think he wants to go for that, but he might try to pull in MP the King. Can't quite catch on. Deus Vault just survived.
Just surviving here. They're still working on these turrets. They should be able to get this mid one. It's one hit away. MP the King gonna put the pressure. Ultimately,
MP is feeling good right now, man. He is just moving 2-0-5. He feels invincible.
Flow state is what it looks like right now for See You Soon. MP the King, smooth moves, dash in, dash out. Trying to catch me? No, he won't be able to. And then Boxy as well stepping up. And speaking of stepping up, I really want to praise, I'm Felix here. I really thought going to this series, Felix would really struggle up against Kid Bomba. But in this game number 1, he's done his job well. Clear minion wave, join us here in the center of the map. Do a little thing there, you're done. All right, go back to the minion wave, and he's kept Kid Bomba in check. You got to respect what Felix has done here.
Yeah, again, the momentum being in favor of See You Soon for the majority of the game. It's just like their lineup ended up executing better. Magister, again.
Man, Magister constantly getting caught off, able to use the heavy spin. The Petrify comes out, Kid Bomba can't connect. Magister does go down. Kid Bomba still on the run, but they get to pull back. MP the King finally taking some damage. Able to throw Rose away, and Kid Bomba finally finds him, but he takes a death for it, and they're all smashed against the wall. 4 members of Deus Vault taken out. As 3 still stand, a nice killing spree for Sunset Lover, but will it be enough? 3 members now possibly trying to end the game. 1 cannon minion shouldn't be enough. I'm gonna try to zone away Sunset Lover. Kusei gets a couple more shots, but another wave is coming.
Next wave.
See you soon, trying to end this. Rough waves come out, they're locked onto the base. Sunset Lover doing everything he can, but they're gonna get the final shots on. No, wait! The minions are there to save the day, and Sunset Lover defends all alone.
It feels like deja vu from DEVU. Sunset Lover did this before, but with a Faramis, and he's done it again. Terrified, the rough waves. Bro, Sunset Lover, man. You keep doing this, and there's a reason now. You're showing us why there's so many eyes on you as one of the best mid laners here in M5 to watch out for.
Oh man, DEVU is gonna go ahead and give the Lord a go. MP the King and Sarion Felix are both here though. They have to be able to pull this off. MP the King ready with the retribution. They go in.
Find him. Bombo locks onto MP the King. A big airborne onto Magister. Can Magister try to secure this? They got to push him away. MP the King takes it from his fingers once again, and now DEVU's on the run as MP the King is on the hunt. See You Soon doesn't want to let it up with just the Lord. Kid Bomba trying to buy a little bit of time. The King comes in, looking for something, punctures through. Boxy goes down, and MP finds Kid Bomba. He wants more. The Thorn Rose and Raw finds one. The King finds Carvey. 3 members of Deus Vault have now bitten the bullet. King is okay because Kusei's here to back him up. Sawo now alone. Can he Can he match Sunset Lover's valiant effort? This should be it.
Sawo.
See You Soon. We'll move on and take game number 1.
After a styling performance from See You Soon and MP the King, they take game 1 against Deus Vault.
This is usually the part where I say something dramatic, something intense to highlight the story. All I'm gonna say is MP the King's the MVP.
Yeah, he was definitely a monster. I mean, honestly, they just they stomped that game. See You Soon came in swinging. It didn't feel very dramatic.
Yeah, it was, again, just flow state by See You Soon. Yeah. They were hitting all the right cylinders. It's like I was watching them perform in MPL Cambodia.
Well, we're going to have to see if our analysts have something to break down here for us. Gentlemen, take it away.
True to their identity, even as far back as the group stage of M5. See you soon. End this game, the first in the best of 5 in a blitzing victory, 1-0.
It was a stop, right? From the early game all the way to the late stages, even when you thought DEVU could look for something back, the Lord play, the very desperate Lord play, still went to the hands of MP the King, who, I think Reptar said it best. That's the only thing you should say in this game. MP the King played phenomenally, but also, though, giving the Kadita over to Ra, that was amazing.
What did you say?
Ra.
Exactly. Change his name to MVP the King because as soon as he got his kit, even his second skill, level 2, he was already pushing the advantage and going in like Lancelot is always the #1 pick in the jungle. Like, it didn't even seem like it was an off-meta pick. Here we go. MP the King, rocking that Lancelot 4, 1, and 9. And yep, can confirm it's a hybrid build. It's tanks a lot in 2023.
I love it, right? The fact that you are so ahead in the game, do it. Just go for damage, man. Be a Chad, and he absolutely was the Chad here. Even in the emblem setup, you could definitely see that with the Thrill, Seasoned Hunter obvious, but the Thrill, he knows that he was going to get ahead. He knows that he was going to deal damage. Right after the War Axe, into the Thunderbelt, went straight for the Endless Battle, and then for some good old penetration. MP the King was truly the king. He wasn't just the man.
The reason why tank slots these days still build the Sky Guardian helmet, or just what it's called now, the Guardian helmet, is because all of those times that you're weaving in and out of battle, you're healing back up. And here you see as early as the first turtle, Season actually delayed it. Because again, it's not like DEVU aren't playing with a good lineup. They have a solid lineup. Again, you saw in their emblems that they meant to be aggressive with it. They meant to go for kills. But if you're going up against a lineup like See You Soon, who again is rocking just but one bit of hold, and I'm talking about Boxy's Kufra, they're just dealing with pure damage. It's just walk into this, try, see how long you can survive.
Big props to Boxy though, finally on his comfort pick again, Leo. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen Boxy perform at this level. And honestly, on this Kufra, no wonder he's at 100% win rate in MPL Cambodia, setting things up for everyone, for Kusei, for Boxy himself, and for the other king in the team. Don't forget, the Kadita as well, though Sunset Lover was able to pull this off again. He doesn't just love sunsets, he loves defenses as well.
Which is, I think, the DEVU's strength. A lot of their games actually go the distance, and here against their antithesis, their Venom, it's a lineup that wants to go quick. It's a team that is super aggressive. So already, I'm gonna jump the gun here to give DEVU a chance in this series, for them to switch up the gears and step on that clutch. What they gotta do is what Blacklist International did in the first series of the day. Find those windows wherein it's their turn to actually get some economic gains, because they can't step toe-to-toe with See You Soon. Their aggression is just next level, man.
And you can definitely see it from the side of MP the King and also from the side of Deus Volt. Firstly, I want to talk about Carvey, because when the game started, I literally just pointed it out to Leo. It's a Thrill and a Master Assassin Carvey on a Brody. So he wanted to get ahead in the lane against that Bruno. Unfortunately, for some reason, there was just not a lot of rotations across the map over to the gold lane to facilitate Carvey's already very aggressive emblem setup. And we've all seen it, right? When the Brody doesn't get that snowball going from the start, it is really hard to find the mid-game power spike when you're up against a Lancelot who can dive you and is untargetable.
Not just. The fact that Ra is actually also rocking Purify means that no matter what kind of hold, save for the Divine Judgment, Deus Volt puts on him, he's able to weave in and out and actually deal the damage to Carvey, which makes it all the more worse, the fact that Carvey decided to go aggressive. There are many ways you can build a Brody or play a Brody going up against a lineup like See You Soon, but here, he picked the right choice to punish Deus Volt. Looking at the item builds, again, the MVP performance on MP the King, it's a hybrid tanks a lot in late 2023. Anything else that you find here that actually pushed See You Soon over the edge here and made them just finish all the more quicker?
I think it's all the carries here who all got shutdowns, but also knew exactly how to calculate their damage, right? In a lot of scenarios, even for Brunos, when they are ahead, they want to play it a bit safer. Considering that Deus Volt, the entire team, wasn't really dealing any or not a lot of damage, you can definitely see for Kusei's itemization here is spot on perfect, right? He went for full damage, doesn't need any Wind of Natures, doesn't need any Rose Gold Meteors, even though maybe that's what he was going for the very last item. Even Ra over here, you can see it, it's just full on damage. Divine Glaive, more magic penetration with the Genius Wand.
Just right before we switched over to the overall stat highlights, I gotta commend Kid Bomba. His build, again, everything Kid Bomba does is just regardless. His build was full on tank plus that casual Fury Hammer. That's how you build a Dairoth these days. That's how I have crossed the line between a Dairoth hater and a Dairoth lover. You'll see here that there were times that he was just almost there to turn things around, but it was just too little too late. Seiyusun just dealt a little too much damage. MP the King, farming heroes, farming waves, farming creeps, and the rest was all just follow through for Seiyusun.
If it wasn't Sunset Lover, they literally had 0 damage, and that's why we didn't see the Wind of Nature built up. But also, if we take a look at how Deus Vult decided to play this matchup, it was completely front to back. With a composition like this, you would expect it to be a bit more chaotic. You'd expect them to look for a little bit more of these random skirmishes across the map. Pickoffs, even just random 3v3s, little fights around the map, but you really weren't able to find that at all. Their train got derailed very early on due to, I would say, a few of the neutral objectives getting stolen away and them just losing out on a lot of these lanes. I mean, when Magister got that turtle stolen away from him, from MP the King, right? I mean, the vision, it just doesn't feel right for Deus Vult. They didn't really have any vision to play with. It's almost like they didn't have anyone to get vision.
Vision getters. They were lacking vision getters because look, it's not free. They have to have Sawal actually walk up the bushes and clear, or for Sunset Lover to actually throw out the magic damage that you would like to keep for the finishers. Looking at the damage taken though, check it out. Seiyusun, they were actually playing with their vision getters. You have Boxy the King jumping in, Wonton just stopping people from actually walking in the bushes, leaving bushes safely. Saurian Felix as well, just throwing out those blades and then jumping in, if ever, right? There were somebody there. And I think it was mentioned by our desk here in RMC that Saurian Felix actually proved himself. I actually enjoyed this Lapu-Lapu.
And you can see the target acquisition here from the side of Deus Vult being a bit wrong, right? You expect Ra or even, I mean, Kusei to be the targeted player here for Deus Vult. And in that final fight, not final, but the Lord fight, the final Desperate Lord, I would say the only one who made the right call was Kid Bomba. He jumped onto MP, he was looking for him. The rest of the team was distracted by the other dude, Boxy the King, right? The other king.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're playing with a lineup that has very little vision, that's very committal, if you snowball, you got away with it. But if not, that's a fundamental flaw that doesn't allow you to bounce back, and that's why this ended under 15 minutes. That's just the nature of the beast. So with that said, looking at game 2, for them to clap back and then stop an immediate match point, they have to fundamentally cover those bases. Here's what MOBA Zane actually said about Kid Bomba.
MOBA Zane is the only player that goes to a tournament, and here's how he encourages his team. If we win this NACT Spring Grand Final, you guys can keep all my prize money.
There you go. So he's that kind of leader. Now, Dave, they were with us earlier today. Zane is not the only kind of player that actually that goes to a tournament and encourages the team. It's interesting to see how Zane actually also supports Kid Bomba.
Yeah. And here we do have a quote as well, right? I feel like just doing something in another region is better than rotting, just rotting in a place where you can't develop anymore. In EECA, I can develop more. I can become the best version of myself. That's Mr. Bomba himself.
That's right. These walls of text here describe exactly how Kid Bomba might actually be the Zane of EECA. Do you agree?
I do. I think for Kid Bomba, especially, he's captured a lot of the hearts, not just of the Filipinos here in RMC, but also everyone else watching around the world. Hey, even got you, man, to join the Bombanatics and to form the Bombanatics. What is the Bombanatics? I've already joined, but I will join again, my friend.
It's the unofficial, official Kid Bomba fan club established in the Philippines. If you guys want to sign in, come find me. But with that said, we've already laid out our thoughts as to how Deus Vult can actually even the odds and what Seiyusun did very well to push the advantage, go into match point in this best of 5. We're going to throw it over to our casters all around the world for game 2.
Got it. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Leo. So we learned something. They need vision getters, Renmar.
Yeah.
Vision getters, right? Not only that, but yes,
Like
you guys,
metaphorically, or
that and I think
spiritually,
emotionally.
Emotionally.
Go in there, but hey, that works, right? And also, do join the what is it called, the Bombonatics?
the fan club, but it's spelled PHAN.
The unofficially official.
Yeah. Bombonatics PH.
Did you guys sign that?
I did.
You did?
Of course I would.
Bro, what did I tell you? I'm a DEVU fan.
Hey, that works, right? But so I'm sure you're hoping that after seeing that game one, there's got to be some adjustments here.
It's all part of the
Trex.
plan. It's all part of the plan.
So is that
for excitement?
What's the plan here?
That's up to them.
That's up to them.
Yeah.
Renmar, what do they need to do? I mean, they had a mirrored lineup.
Yeah, it looked like they were really operating blind and trying to be a little bit more defensive, counter punish. For them, set the tempo. Go alongside the See You Soon in terms of the aggro if you can, because you have shown it in the past that you can do that.
Yeah. Well, again, before we wait for Game 2's draft, we want to go ahead and mention to everybody watching right now the December Starlight. It's officially available for all you guys. Currently, the Starlight skin is all about Arlott. There's Arlott, the Fury of the Deep. Upgrade your Starlight level to unlock the painted skin Arlott, the Scorn of the Deep. And in addition, Starlight members only need to spend an additional 100 diamonds. That's all it costs to unlock the bonus December Starlight painted skin, Arlott, the Ire of the Deep.
Whoa.
The special Starlight perks at the end of 2023. Don't miss the beautiful rewards. Thank you all for your continued support. Of course, don't forget the hashtags as well. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Hashtag MLBB New Skin. There's more out there, Trex.
There's a whole lot more. The M5 Pass is still ongoing. Unlock Yuzong's M5 exclusive Dragon... I don't mind my glasses on.
Dragon
I don't have my
Shade.
glasses on.
I'll help you out.
Dragon Shade skin and Prime Cosmic Dragon skin. When you buy the M5 Pass, accomplish all activity tasks to reach level 75 for free. A ton of M5 exclusive rewards are also waiting for you. Get yours or gift a friend now.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice that your glasses weren't on. That was like a level.
I tried.
Yeah. Well, again, go ahead and grab the M5 Pass. There's only, there's not much time left, basically. So if you guys want
sounded so dire. I'm so sorry.
No, it is dire.
Not much time left for who?
For the M5 Pass.
All right. Yeah.
You have to.
So it's dire that you need to get yours.
Yes, because I'm only about level 40 or so.
Oh my God, you're such a noob.
I know. I'm gonna have to spend some diamonds, man. Hey, have you seen the gourd?
The gourd what?
My gourd.
You've just seen your gourd. I've seen your magic gush.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, there.
Well,
All right.
As we get ready for Game 2's draft, I already asked it, right? Exactly what can kind of unfold from here. Mirrored lineup-wise, I think it could have worked, but the downside of it is like what Mirko and Leo were saying. When you get the momentum with that kind of lineup too, it's tough to come back from. And they just started much faster than Dave's fault this time.
All right, I have the answer. You got to give Kid Bomba a Bomba pick.
What's a Bomba pick?
Not a Dyroth.
That's not Bomba enough.
That's definitely not Bomba enough. I said it already. They gave us the stats. He's got like 100% win rate on Terizla. Terizla was open. Let him be comfortable. Give him something that he can get into the back line on. I get the Dyroth in a sense of that it can chase down the Lancelot. Like once you hit that skill, you're just following.
Yeah.
But still, the MP is so smooth with it that he was dodging out of those abyssal strikes. You need something that he can bully with, that he can try to get to Kusei, that he can try to get to some of those back lines on.
Well, give him a Bomba pick. Contest the Lancelot. Maybe there's a lot of things that they can adjust from as we get ready for the draft. Game number 2, once again, first game going in the hands of See You Soon very decisively with a statement. As we jump into the draft, we'll take a look at what the bands are going to be coming through. Already see the Nolan taken out, the Joy as well on the other side. Things fall in place. Lancelot finally also going to be taken out. Won't be contested. Angela, we saw so many great things from See You Soon's Angela in play. And the response so far, the Nolan the Ferrum taken out.
Oh, respect. That's how you know you played a hell of a Lancelot game. It gets banned in the next one. So now there's still some assassins up on the board for See You Soon. It's been a long while, but if I'm not mistaken, also respect on the side of See You Soon. See You Soon and MP the King, they have a mage build Karina option for MP the King. But that's like if they're really feeling feeling in the zone.
Yeah.
You know, and they're feeling creative. So up against Guinevere might be quite tough. So DEVU, they go ahead and pick up a strong one there. Let's see if they are going to be considering the Martis. Because I know the Martis does relatively well up against the Guinevere jungle because of his crowd control immunity that he has.
Bruno again, maybe. They locked it in first pick last time. I think it's solid. I mean, Bruno's always solid. Doesn't really matter what draft he's on. He's just always going to unload the damage.
Mr. Consistent, basically, at this point.
Yeah.
Like, for the gold lane, it's Bruno.
Yeah.
I would say secondly, it's probably Brody. Brody or Claude.
Yeah. Bruno, Brody, Claude. Yeah. It's like they're like
Bruno,
the
Brody,
Trinity
Claude.
now. Yeah.
Bruno, Brody, Claude.
Bruno,
BBB.
Brody, and Claude.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Yep, there's the 1-1, though. It's neither. So 1-1 comes through.
The other
Valentina.
Brody Brody Wanwan.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Clock from Miracle, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
We miss you, man.
We miss you, man.
1-1 in Valentina. So they go for the route of, okay, one of the strongest utility mages alongside, well, one of the best marksmen in terms of laning, actually. And at the same time, now DEVU have to pick up something that takes something out of the 1-1, forces out the needles and flowers, forces them to use a utility spell. Honestly, DEVU, if they want to, I would not knock them for picking up a Khalid now. We've seen Khalid as a pickup against the 1-1. Those quick early slashes force her to panic. See.
And I think that would also match Kid Bomba's style, right?
Yeah.
It also matches his being able to dive into the back line. I think just those are the EXP laners that have been doing so well, like the Khalid, the Lapu, the Trizla. Those EXP laners that can get aggressive and get to the back line. You don't want something that's just going to sit up front and just kind of be a walking turret at some point. You know? You need something that can actually move and that can cause disruption.
Not only that, too, but this is something we don't see too often, I feel like, when that Minotaur actually goes through in the first phase, right? Typically, it's either banned out, sometimes it gets picked up in the second phase. But the fact that now DEVU went this way, they lock that in, they get a good goal lane option. The Guinevere is kind of, I would say in teams, like for teams, Guinevere is kind of hit or miss, right? This was the Martis you picked up earlier, that you mentioned earlier, Renmar. Plays really well into the Guinevere for the most part, and then it becomes, of course, that timing matchup, that skill matchup between the two.
All right. See you soon. Interestingly enough, actually, with the Diggy banned out, Novari getting taken out as well, DEVU might even consider taking out a Tigrew. Because it would slot in really well for the lineup of See You Soon. If they had a Tig, Martis, 1-1, Valentina, those mesh really well together.
Lilia's still open for the side of DEVU if they want to try to run that. Couple options still there, definitely. I don't know, have we seen Sunset Lover on the Lilia, really? I'm trying to recall. I don't know if it's been a huge pick for him. We might have saw them when they went up against Onyx. He might have played it then.
Yeah, we have seen it played by Sunset Lover. Not really an iconic here, but it is an option for him. He has it.
My only concern, too, as we get through this second phase here is the fact that Valentina's across from you, and you're trying to play around the Minoan Fury, but if you have some yourself to work against, too, See You Soon grabs it themselves, they play around it, and now you have that option. Also, the fact that Martis can play relatively safe against a lot of this crowd control. If it is a See You Soon Minoan Fury, right, it makes it a lot easier to get that crossbow of Tang off as well and get that airtime. So still, they need to kind of round this out with those last two picks. But real quick, what do we think in the last ban?
Maybe they just keep going into the roam, ban out the Kufra.
Ban out the Tig for me.
Oh.
Kufra Tig. Honestly, I think See You Soon could play the Tig.
Ah, there it is. You got it. You got that one.
Yeah. But hey, now that the Tig's gone, they can play the Kufra.
Yeah. It helps mess with the Guinevere a little bit, those dashes. We've seen it picked up before in that nature. So yeah, definitely a possibility.
Yeah, looks good. Healing? Nah, healing's not going to mesh well here. It has to be something like tankier frontline. Classic boxy playmaking that we've seen. Trying to see if they actually have room for a Cho if they want to.
Maybe the Cho.
Yeah, Cho Martis. Go for it. Oh, they take the Lapu. So this could be the Rizla.
Give me the Riz.
Or the
Bomba
Kali.
pick.
Riz Lilia?
I'm okay with that.
Riz Lilia.
Yeah. That sounds good. And especially if See You Soon are thinking about playing setup playmaking. There it is. Great call there, Trex.
There it is.
Oh, nice one, Trex.
Call me the NA Wolf. No.
Well,
in the
yeah,
head of
you
my-
did spend a lot of time in that chair, you know, leading up to this point. So
Yeah.
that's what happens, man.
All right, Siren Felix. Do you think they just pick up the Kufra again?
Go for a Cho, yeah.
I think they could, yeah.
Cho would be nice just because you get to Shumpo out of the Guinevere if you need
Yeah.
to. Like, as long as you see it coming, you can easily dodge.
Yeah. There it is. We're
He is
getting it. We're on a roll.
I don't know how many that is, but that you're on a roll.
That was really that was a Renmar. That was a Renmar.
So both these lineups, how's it working? Because still, even with the Cho here, right? Yes, you can avoid some of that Guinevere, but you're still trying to play around that way of the Dragon, right? Trying to get these setups here from what we saw even last time. Now, in a similar fashion, how's this looking, Renmar?
All right. Interestingly enough, having a Martas and Cho together means that now See You Soon can be. They're still the one setting the tempo here. However, DEVU would not find themselves as behind as game number 1 because now they are playing with the Guinevere too as well. So again, we're gonna be focusing a lot on the roam 3, the roam, the mid, and the jungle.
Okay, roam mid jungle, and seeing how it all unfolds once again. Game 1, very decisive for See You Soon. DEVU has to readjust here as they get ready for the second game. We go into the Land of Dawn. Can DEVU extend it to the 1-1 in this best of 5 with the tournament lives on the line? They have an interesting draft this time around. Kid Bomba on his signature pick as well as things get situated.
Feeling like Magister could have a little bit of trouble here because just a lot of See You Soon's picks kind of answer that Violent Requiem from being able to nullify CC with the King, the Shunpo from Boxy. Then on the side of Wanwan, you also have a way out of that. So not a lot of targets. I feel like someone's going to be the baiter of the first skill, right? Someone needs to bait it out, and then in comes No One's Fury, in comes the penalty zone, something of that nature. But the only way they're really going to be able to get those hard lock CCs on is if they're layering.
Yeah, and because the Cho presence means forced retreat out of the Guinevere, that's going to be a little bit behind. No contest of the Litho Wanderer. It seems like both teams are just going to be giving it to the mid laners. See You Soon takes it. And in terms of the emblems, nothing too crazy here. Although, yeah, double boots for the mid and the roam of See You Soon.
They're fast boys.
Yeah. Fast boys, yeah.
Fast boys.
This is exactly what they're doing already.
Oh, and MP the King going to try to move in under the tower. They're locking on to Carvey. Carvey in a little bit of trouble. MP the King finds it with the Decimate. And they're going to get some gold plating on top of that one. Down to the boss side, at least Kid Bomba's having an okay lane.
Man, that is tough already. You know, even before the 2-minute mark again, See You Soon finds himself a little gold lead. 2 kills on the board as well. All this before that first objective comes up.
Flexing on them right now. And this is what we were talking about. But DEVU, they can mitigate the damage being caused by See You Soon, but right now, they can't give up any more situations like that. It seems like See You Soon are coming into this really with a full understanding of how DEVU want to play across the map. This early on, that's a team that did their homework.
I mean, Boxy.
Oh, again. Oh!
A little bit of damage onto Boxy there. Nothing too major, but here comes Raw. Now they could be in trouble the way the Dragon lock's on. The Terrify Sawo trying to get the knockout back. Magister finds Boxy the King. Usei, though, with the crossbow of Tang ready to go. All he's got to do is click the button and unload. There it is. Magister going to go down. He's going to move on to Sunset Lover. See You Soon taking a strong lead in the first 3 minutes.
And the response time from See You Soon is on point. Not only did they get the objective, they got a kill as well. Then the bottom side, Sorry and Felix feeling very confident right now. 2 kills on this Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, Felix is just playing out of his mind right now. Again, we commended him in game number 1. It's still very early on here. There's still a way for DEVU to climb back. Not that dire, but again, the fact that he is doing this, again, showing why he's made it to the world stage, why he is a champion in Cambodia. We're seeing the shades of the MPL Cambodia Felix popping off now. He's sort of been a sleeping dragon, but now he's fully awakened.
Harvey having a little bit of trouble on this top side, and it's forcing Sawo to come up. See You Soon completely controlling the tempo right now. It feels like DEVU is pretty much just following their rotations around, just trying to defend.
This is crazy because already, right, the gold lead, it kind of surprisingly strong. Kid Bomba.
Kid Bomba in a little bit of trouble. The Bravest Fighter does land on.
Wow.
Watching for the decimation. There it is. The King finds another kill.
Wow, more gold, more kills here for See You Soon. That's also going to be a turret that is taken down now on the bottom side. Very quick here, and it's evenly dispersed too when you look at the gold.
Wow, see you soon. They are just, again, still in that state. Corrosion Scythe already first item on the 1-1. We did talk about this 1-1. Pretty much almost up against anyone in lane. The opponent of the 1-1 is going to struggle. That's how good she is. That's why she's become a highly rated pick, even though there are scenarios where it's so difficult to play her and why she is so prioritized. And I'll see you soon. Enchanted Talisman, they're up on Ra. They can just continue this, honestly. They're just bullying Deus Vult at this point. No other way to put it. You can't sugarcoat it.
And just like they talked about in the panel, right now, Boxy is doing work as a vision getter. A lot of times on this show, he's just there to provide the information, right? Hey, there's multiple members of DEVU here. You guys can go ahead and work around the map on the bottom side towards that turtle if you want to. And again, holding on to this Way of the Dragon, able to give the go signal when everybody's ready, is also what's tough to deal with. And even this.
Oh my god, this is becoming very bad for Magister. He's already got 2 deaths, he's losing buffs at this point. The only people on Deus Vult that are even relatively okay in gold right now have to be Sunset Lover and I guess Salvo for being a roam?
Yep. 400 deficit compared to the Cho for the Minotaur, and then just roughly 300 for the Lilia. Yeah, it's a big struggle right now for Carvey. And again, see you soon. We mentioned Vision getting, so did the panel.
Oh, big kick on a Magister. They're going to take him out with that one. Raw picking up the kill. See you soon are decimating Deus Vult.
Very similar once again to even what happened in the previous game. Now at this point, 5.5 minutes in, 6K gold ahead. Look at the damage already, even on Sunset Lover. Has to use the black shoes. Still dealing with them in the mid lane. Kosei, confident enough himself to be on that side of the jungle.
Oh my god, not Carvey. Carvey having a little bit of trouble forced about to Purify. Might not be able to get away. Kusei picks up the kill. Magister looking for something, pops a Violent Requiem, but unable to connect. Kusei able to dance away very quickly. Sawo looking for the knockup onto Ra. Ra, Felix, and King all just controlling the map.
Oh wow, see you soon. An absolute clinic. The tempo set by Boxy the King, everyone just doing everything right. Again, this is just close to perfection performance by the champions of MPL Cambodia. I'm sure the Cambodians all over the world, back home in Cambodia as well, are just making a lot of noise right now.
Yeah, they can't even catch anybody. See you soon is just all over the map. We talk about smothering, but this feels worse. Sunset Lover in a bad spot, gonna get cornered out here, pops black shoes. Sorry, and Felix looks for something in the back line. Luckily, Deus Vult doesn't lose anybody there, but See You Soon is relentless.
Now they're gonna make their way to the turtle here. A lot already expended, even in that exchange in the mid lane. So another objective, most likely gonna go in the hands here. I don't even think Magister wants to get close to this. Once again, when you're talking about this deficit in the economy here, just kind of spread once again across the board here for See You Soon. It's really tough to fight back at this point. It's better to give ahead this turtle and try to farm up as much as you can.
So we can start talking about conditions, I feel like, in terms of how Deus Vult can come back. It's one of those scenarios of just punish something that See You Soon isn't able to do really well. In terms of priorities of who you can punish, number one, it's Boxy. After that, it's Felix. Maybe MP or Ra gets a little bit too close to get that. It's going to be a while until you can get a kill onto Kusei. Here's Magister.
There's a nice knock-up on a Ra. Should be able to get that kill. Carvey able to pick it up. Now, DEVU just wants to get away, but a big wave of Dragon locks in. Long with the penalty zone. Kid Bomba to the backside. Sunset Lover picks up King, but Magister falls. Kid Bomba looking for more here. Taking a little bit of damage from Kusei. Kusei pops off with the crossbow of Tang. Nobody goes down to it though. Luckily it's a 4-1. Oh! Deus Vult gets the wipeout right around the 8-minute mark.
Want to talk about conditions? There's one.
Yep.
It
just wipe them all out.
Just wipe them all out. That's the one we didn't get to mention. It's like, you listed a kill list in terms of priority order, Reptar. We'll just get all of them. Deus Vult. But yeah, exactly. They were able to do that out of a See You Soon initiation, or a See You Soon counter initiation. Again, it was Magister who checked that shrub, found Ra first, but then See You Soon were just a little bit too out of position, a little bit too late. Deus Vult played that really well. Kid Bomba with a great penalty zone. Let's see if he can get away from the members of See You Soon now.
Great usage of the DPZ, the defensive penalty zone there, able to stay alive, keep them together. Again, they don't want to lose anybody at this point. They're doing great work around the map, macro style, right? They grabbed a couple turrets, they whittled down that gold lead, that Seosun had. It was nearly 7,000 at the 7-minute mark. So they've done work. And this should actually allow them, as they get another turret, great push here from Carvey, to go ahead and actually possibly contest this Lord. Is that the right thinking here, Redmark?
Yeah, great macro play here by Deus Volt to recover presence in the map. It's going to be a knock-up. I also really want to commend Sawa for what happened the last Magister again.
Magister gets the knock-up once again onto the King. Kusei is there to unload. He knows he's got to back off. Magister going to start working on this Lord. Deus Volt have evened out the turrets as well. They've taken the mid one. They're going to have a little bit more rotation on the side of Seosun, but this Lord is what's really going to count. Look at Seosun just hiding out in this mid brush, waiting for a moment to strike. Keep her eyes on Sunset Lover as well. I got to bring some light to Sunset Lover. He's just been a monster, 2-0-3. He's gone almost deathless in the past 2 games. I think he died once last game, maybe twice. Just does such a great job in the laning phase. Seosun now going for the steal play. Big kick on a Magister. Going to bring. Penalty zone from Kid Bomba. MLBB the King able to take out Magister. Boxing the King goes down to Kid Bomba. Sawo with the crossbow of Tang, but a double kill falls in the hands of MLBB the King. Sunset Lover picks it up, trying to save the day. Can he find more? 1v3. Sunset Lover with the black shoes. A double kill for the Sunset Lover.
It's only Sunset.
But
he
did
work.
Sun's not down just yet.
He's getting
Sunset.
reload. He's getting reload.
Lover boy looking for more. Can he take out Raw? No, he goes down. Seosun gets the wipe.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. He's not loving that.
So, hey, he did work. He did as much as that he could, given the situation. Again,
Magister's
it was a
back up,
great
too.
setup as well from Boxy. So they're going to get in a position. They will be here in time for this Lord.
Okay. No one going for the reset just yet. Boxy. Can he find the Boxy, the kick again?
No. Good play with the Requiem. Try to get it, but King might just get punished. How does he get away? The King takes the Lord. See you soon are just coming out on top in these micro mechanics.
They just look like they hesitated. I'm pretty sure they could have gotten the kill there, but, well, it would have been risky. Let's just say, let's put it like that. Maybe it could have been risky. See you soon. They just decide to rush down the Lord, and now they can defend. We still got a game in our hands here, folks. But right now, See you soon are in the lead, and it's Boxy the King. Can he find another kick? Is the biggest question for See you soon, because so far he's been the one making the biggest sequences for SYS.
Yeah, and as we kind of get ready for this Lord to push in on the top side, itemization-wise, is it looking a little more even now? I know there's still quite a bit of a gap for some of these.
Not another kick. Terrify on a Kid Bomba. Kusei, look at the crossbow of Tang. Airtime is right. Madison going to get melted down as well. See you soon. Looking for this mid-tier tower. The Lord still marching down the top side, coming soon.
You know what I'm reminded of here right now? That clip of Hoon going, yeah, wee. But now in my voice I hear Boxy.
Boxy.
He keeps finding those kicks, man. And he's making it look easy. Deus Volt, you see them trying to react, but he's just making the most out of the combo.
Sawo. We still haven't seen a big No One's Fury from him, but he's going to get stunned up. Sarm Felix going to get the last hit. Kusei does get knocked up, but it's only enough to buy time for the side of Deus Volt.
No way.
Carvey going to be able to melt down the Lord. See you soon. Look for something. Look at Boxy the King, man. He's always looking for the shot. More minions coming. Deus Volt will be able to clear these waves.
Yeah, they're still... Hold on to it.
The King. They go down here, getting slowed down. Sunset Lover picks up another one. But Kid Bomba's going to get stunned by the bravest fighter. Terrified by Hurrah, but they're able to get away.
Yeah, that's a big punish there by Deus Volt. A little bit too eager to break down the tower, and he wasn't able to take it. Magister.
Nice knock up. He can't even go in right now.
Yeah.
He goes in, and he has to stand still for a second. Kusei just melts him down.
Yeah. So difficult right now for Deus Volt. At this point, they need to find the 1-1 alongside everyone else. But again, you have to talk about the layering of abilities. You have to make sure Needles and Flowers has been used by the 1-1 first. Once that cleanse is gone, that's when you can go in, try to make a play to burst her down. Easier said than done, honestly, for Deus Volt. See you soon are just playing really well around the 1-1, and hey, we gotta commend Kusei. He's been playing really well individually.
Yeah, the hard part too is the fact that, really, you have a Minotaur, but you really haven't been able to set those things up yet, right? And even when you get close and you're trying to get a position, Sal's trying to be there, he gets to half health before he even gets in position. That's again, that's the course of the game when you had that lead for Seosun, and they were able to build up really quickly. So if you're Deus Volt, you want to buy some more time. maybe get to a point again, another 5 minutes or so, you should be able to contest this and be comfortable contesting this Lord and not giving it up to See You Soon. But really, Boxy has been on point. You have to be able to protect Carvey especially, right? The pressure is going to be there. And then once again, the answer starts to get to the point. All right, how do we play around the crossbow of Tang? If it's popped up, that's why you see right now, too, the Winter Trancha being picked up.
Is going to get the knock-up on Asari on Felix. But the crossbow Tang's ready to unload once again. Madison going to go down. Kusei able to pick up the kill. Sawo finally getting the 4-man knock-up. Felix in the midst of the ball. Sawo trying to get away, but he can't. Asari and Felix picks up the kill. And now Kid Bomba will fall next. Felix with the double. Sunset Lover all alone once again. Gonna go down. A triple kill for Kusei.
Looks like, oh man, the flex coming through. It looks like they're just gonna go ahead and run it down mid. See you soon.
I don't think there's gonna be a defense for this one. Everyone in the grave. See you soon, showing who's the better team right now and take game number 2.
This one was a little bit closer, but See You Soon comes out swinging once again. Ends the game under 15.
Counterplay again is what DEVU wanted, while See You Soon are still continuing to set the tempo. There needs to be some big changes in DEVU because right now See You Soon have changed for the better, more aggressive, more free-flowing, and it looks like they're having a whole lot of fun right now. Match point, 1 win away from moving forward.
What can they do now? It's going to be a long road ahead of them if they even want to try to reverse sweep this. Deus Vult have a lot to think about.
Well, let's see what our analysts have to think about this game once again for See You Soon. Gentlemen, take it away.
Some signs of life from Deus Vult in that series as they clap back in the mid-game. But just as quickly, See You Soon regain hold of this game and this series as they go into match point 2-0.
It's just crazy to see that CYS was able to snowball all the way with, I would say, their MPLI drafting strategy. This is the See You Soon that I was looking forward to see at M5, but unfortunately, in the group stages and even in the first few matches of the knockout stages, we weren't able to see the super ultra aggressive CYS.
You're going from good to great, and so far they're looking better than great because they are now just 1 game away from moving on through the lower bracket, and it's with no short effort from our MVP here in game number 2. It's your boy Kusei ending the series, rather the game, well, one more for the series, in a flashy way with that 1-1. His 1 death is where he took his most damage. Like just clean up straight his life bar, 1 death, and then that was it. From there, he was just always in the skies.
Great itemization, great plays made across the map, and obviously, again, the Master Assassin that's just, at this point, Kusei always goes for Master Assassin. He loves winning in that lane individually 1v1, especially in this game. That's how the snowball really started, right? The fact that Kusei was able to win so hard in that lane. Take a look at this. He's level 4. Carvey's still level 3. And that's it. Carvey's not able to do much here. He has to go and get some farmer up top. If he joins this fight, he's kind of useless compared to that level 4 1-1.
That's right. Again, our points from game 1 is Deus Vult need to figure out how to solve this issue, right? The fact that See You Soon are so aggressive, they can't go toe-to-toe. Again, you can't put Carvey on these emblem sets wherein you're expecting to win against Kusei because See You Soon are already a step ahead. And again, there was a Lord here that clearly should have belonged to Deus Vult, but See You Soon just kicked him out. See You Soon just said, you know what? We have enough damage. Our collapse is better because of how far ahead we are. Again, just where the gold is and how that matters. And already, again, just as soon as you thought they had it under control, See You Soon just puts it up back to 11.
And it's just really strange to see Deus Vult play in a very one-dimensional kind of playstyle, right? You expect Deus Vult with the draft that they have, being so dynamic, having a lot of secondary carries, having a lot of plan Bs, even in the laning phase. Sure, you want to play for the Bruno, you want to get him snowballed, but if it doesn't work, play the Kid Bomba. He was winning his lane up until he was ganked by 2 and more members, and that's what shifted the tides again. So in the end, what Deus Vult got from their early game commitment through the gold lane was a losing gold lane, a losing XP lane, and then no more playmakers to help Magister around the neutral objective.
In a simpler way, again, the story of Deus Vult from game 1 and 2 is they seem to always be just clogging up holes in a sinking ship. The way See Soon keeps attacking from different angles allows for them to push forward. Deus Vult, it's always 2 steps forward, maybe a step and a half back. And that allows for them to always be just slightly behind and have somewhat of a comeback for See to just grab it from out underneath them. Again, the aforementioned emblem set for Carvey, alongside, again, this is respectable. The fact that he picked up Purify means that he knows See Soon's gonna get him.
But also for the side of CY Soon, right? I mean, just looking at the way that MP the King decided to go for the emblems, it's amazing. He knows he's going to get ahead in this game. He knows that with the composition that they've drafted for themselves, it will facilitate a lot of the early game neutral objective, early game pickoffs as well. Bottom lane, whatever lane he ganks, there's supplementary enough amount of CC for him to just dish out damage, and that's where the Thrill plus the Hunter Strike super early basically sealed the deal for CY Soon.
And I can only imagine, again, Deus Vu, Kid Bomba, again, he's just one of the few key reasons as to how this team holds on for an extra 2 or 3 minutes, right? Just straight up juggled into a winner trunch just to try and stay for maybe 2 more seconds and then survive via the BOS. Yes, it'll get you far, but the fact that you did not get to build up a little bit more damage to finish up and get maybe a little bit more spell vamp means he was just going to go down just as quickly. Again, 155. They say EXP laners don't really count for KDA, but he was just dying way too quickly, way too soon, way too often.
And I gotta give props to Sunset Lover, man. The amount of consistency this man has in this game. Last game, he only died once, I believe, and now 5-2-4, despite the team losing out so hard in a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of the team fights. The fact that Sunset Lover, again, was able to get a back-to-back the carry from a losing side is phenomenal, man. He really gave a lot of problems to US.
Yep, despite See You Soon barreling forward maybe 3,000, 4,000 for a majority of this game until it, hit a critical mass. Sunset Lover was actually very close to Ra in net worth, right? His item build was respectable. They had to send 2 or 3 bodies to actually make sure that this Lilia died. So again, even in as early as a day as M3 under their former team Na'Vi, Sunset Lover has already had my respect. So now they gotta dig deep, man. They gotta go into their veteran wilds and lead the rest of this younger squad into, what, a reverse sweep?
And it's strange, it's really strange here, Leo, the fact that, yeah, they need to try to lead this team, but it feels like with the way that they're playing anyways, right? They're going to the gold lane, Carvey's not dealing enough damage, Kusei and Ra, it's the same story as game number 1. They have secondary carries, they have a lot of plan Bs, but they only look at one. Once the Bruno fails in the lane, once the Bruno isn't able to dish out damage in these team fights, it's done. Because Sunset Lover will become the sole damage dealer for the team, and that's not what you need. They can't rely on that, right? Knowing that See You Soon have so much maneuverability, they have so many ways to get out of the glooms, the choke points. This Lilia is, even though we did that much damage, unreliable as a main source of damage.
So again, if you go toe-to-toe against See You Soon, it's clear that just the plan will not work. Is it time? Is it time for Deus Vult to actually bring out the cheese? Does Coach Fly Solo have anything left in the tank? Because it's now or never. This is where you bring it out, game 3.
It's all in or nothing, right? For Deus Vult, the fact that, again, they've already had, I would say, not bad drafts. For game number 2, I actually kind of like their drafts. They need to be able to understand how to execute their game plan a bit better and how to be a bit more adaptive and improv their way to victory. If they stick with just one playstyle, one strategy, See You Soon's got their number.
And again, just to remind y'all, whoever loses the series goes home.
It's an elimination match.
Journey ends. And as much as I'd like for both of them to continue, this is the way of competition. So with that said, again, dig deep into those pocket strats, switch up. I'd say, you know what, they adjusted well here. in Game 2, DEVU, but I'd say that's the lineup-wise. Tempo, though. Tempo. There has to be a way for them to almost immediately switch up and answer. Carvey, you're in trouble. Let's fix that.
Instantly. Fix it and come back. See You Soon can do that as well with a video of support coming in from their casters.
That's right. It's Ice Frog and Meng Lee from Cambodia. Homoy Mao.
Wow, អបអរសាទរជាមួយនឹង CSO ជាមួយនឹងការ secure top 6 M5 World Championship ឥឡូវនេះឥឡូវ secure top 4 ហើយក៏អាចមានការវាយដល់ Grand Final យកជើងឯកផងដែរអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំបាទ Ice Frog និង KA Caster របស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នាសូមជូនពរទៅដល់ក្រុម CSO ឲ្យធ្វើបានល្អជួបតែសំណាងល្អពេលប្រកួតហើយជូនពរឲ្យខូចទទួលបានអារម្មណ៍ល្អមាន strategy និងត្រាស់ល្អបបែកទៅកាន់ត្រាស់របស់ enemy ហើយ player វិញ perform អីក៏ជោគ perform អីក៏ជ័យជាពិសេសទទួលបានសុខភាពល្អផងដែរហើយក៏មានសម្ពាធឲ្យសោះពេលប្រកួតជាមួយនឹងដៃគូរបស់យើងត្រូវចាំថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាស្ពាយទង់ជាតិកម្ពុជាទៅគឺស្ពាយកម្លាំងរបស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នាទាំងអ្វីគ្រប់យ៉ាងដែលយើងបានផ្ដល់ឲ្យពួកយើងគឺរួមគ្នាឈ្នះចាញ់ទាំងអស់គ្នាគុំមានសម្ពាធឲ្យសោះហើយពួកយើងនឹងឈ្នះទាំងអស់គ្នានៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះផងដែរត្រូវចាំថាពួកយើងគឺប្រៀបដូចកំពុងអង្គុយលេងជាមួយនឹងអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអញ្ចឹងតាំងចិត្តឲ្យមុតធ្វើឲ្យបានល្អអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានឹងអាចយកជើងឯកជូនមកកាន់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងជាមួយនឹង M5 World Championship ជំរាបសួរបាទខ្ញុំបាទមេងលីអញ្ចឹងណាមិញខ្ញុំក៏មានពាក្យពេចន៍ខ្លះ
Now, but MP just deleted with the barrage right in the face. In comes Bomba, dropping the bomb.
It would be all right because it's paired up with a Diggy. But what might work? Just a suggestion. What if it's a Clint?
Oh, I knew you were gonna. I knew you were gonna mention
He played that in group.
Yeah, he played that in group stage.
Did it do well though? I can't remember.
I'll have to double check that. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
It's not high noon anymore, Redmar.
Yeah, it's sunset.
It's sunset.
It's sunset time.
Actually, I think by this time, gentlemen, it's nighttime.
Don't kill the story. Don't kill the story.
Dyroth. This is interesting because we saw this earlier in the series too.
Bomba.
Yeah, it did not work out very well, but this time around, See You Soon goes and picks it up. There's the Riz. Tarizla comes through. He's been picked 69 times, and the Iksha.
Nice prediction there, Trex.
Man, you are on point today.
I try. I'm doing it for Leo. Leo said I didn't sound smart, so I have to sound smart now.
What? Hey, you are smart, man.
You've earned it.
You've earned it. You're smarty pants now.
Last pick here.
Claude, if they just want to go for the dive.
Or does he just go for utility, something like the Fred? Just keep it simple.
Yeah. Jungle.
Jungle pick.
Or is that a jungle Dyro?
Or is it a jungle Dyro?
Could be a jungle Dyro.
Let's keep it simple. Utility. But we haven't really seen MP pick much utility.
Yeah.
Think he's going to Martiz or not?
Oh, Martiz.
Oh, Martiz might be good, yeah. It'll be good to have the instant kill, chain it all together, extra control as well, a tanky presence. You need someone who can also front.
Oh! Wow, talk about risk.
That's risk, yeah.
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa!
Santu.
What do you got to say? Renmar, this is all you. You're the smart guy.
Okay. Hey, man, you're smart too.
You said to pick comfort.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know that depending on how this goes, it's all on you, Renmar.
Okay.
Cambodia will come for you.
Why me?
Because you said to go comfortable.
Yeah, okay, this is comfortable. You get the pick off and all that. This is very highly dependent on See You Soon keeping it close or getting an early 3K gold lead. If they don't do that, then this is going to be Deus Volt running away with it, exactly. But it feels like that Hayabusa is more of like an insurance plan because you have your conditions already in the Kaja, the Karita, and the Bruno. That Hayabusa just felt like garnish, the cherry on top of the cake. But will it actually work? Because if they can chase the damage on the Hayabusa, the Ixia will be in trouble.
It's all come down to this, the best of one. For the lives of the tournament, Deus Vault and See You Soon. Who will move on in the lower bracket and who will go home? It starts here.
All right, the Dark Knights up against the Owls. DEVU with an incredible run to try to reverse sweep this. Both teams leaning towards comfort in Game 5. We've got Sawo on the Diggy. We've got MP on the Hayabusa. Whose comfort will come out on top?
It's pretty on brand right now for both teams. You have a lineup built to peel for Carvey, who has been one of the more impressive positioning marksmen throughout M5. And for See You Soon, You have that chaos. You have a bunch of heroes who can make plays on their own. An assassin for MP the King, who could potentially be the game changer here for SYS.
Okay.
I feel like Deuce Vault needs to just be aggressive. When you have something like a utility jungle, especially a Basha, you go in, you give MP as much hell as possible, and that's exactly what he's already started to do.
Yeah, he's gotta. Oh, MP the King.
A lot of damage on MP. Madison gonna take it, but they find first blood. Sunset Lover Raw might just be next on the chopping block. Make it 2 for Deuce Vault.
That's the difficulty of running an assassin up against the Baksha. That is what you get. But while that was happening, pressure bottom side by See You Soon. Now Sorium Felix forced to flicker out.
With that start already, Deus Vault, great chances here to get this first hurdle even, right? Setting MP the King back against that matchup. Again, anytime you look at this, right, that utility, jungler, especially the Baksha, working against an assassin here, it gets even harder when you're down these 2 kills already, right? It's more difficult to approach these dances, these turtle dances later on the Lord. Of course, you can still work around with the shadows, try to just kind of zip in, grab it with the retribution, but still, even that, Sunset Lover holding on to his own divine judgment. Ra trying to give the information here, but still, it looks like they're just ultimately going to give this one up.
Yeah, there's not much of an answer for it. Madison should be able to do it, but a big Purify on a Kid Bomb. I mean, a big Petrify on a Kid Bomba, but he will be able to get away safely. And honestly, as the clock keeps, Carvey in trouble. Shadow kill, Carvey trying to get away, but no, King picks it up. Madison there as well, now trying to capitalize on Akuse, but Boxy's here to help out. Madison needs to be careful, Sawo there, gets a reverse time. Madison walks right into it, in a bad spot now. He's trying to get away.
Time's Journey.
Gets a Time's Journey, Madison trying to walk away safely, can he spin? Yes! DEVU gets away.
Oh, they found the time, a little bit of time, and, well, the shield as well from the Diggy. It was all that he needed to be able to get away. I like what See You Soon are doing here. They're taking attention away from the gold lane, ganking it themselves. Here's a pull.
Carvey getting a little bit of damage there. Sunset Lover uses the Divine Judgment himself, but still, things back down to a stalemate.
Well, congratulations here. The M Series Facts. This is a milestone. This is the 500th game of the M Series here. Incredible, also top side.
A lot of damage on Kid Bomba. MP now coming online, 2-1, taking a death, but picking it up later.
That's crazy, almost, you know, M5, 500.
Dude, that's wild.
Did they
Game
plan
5.
that?
It's all part of the plan, Trunks.
It's all part of this, yeah.
Right?
Life is scripted sometimes. Can someone write that I win $1 million, please?
Hey, we still have plenty of games, right? There's still 2 days ahead of this.
Moving back on to Carvey. The damage comes in. Kuse able to put the kill into his pocket. No! Another one on Asawo. Has to use Time Journey just to get away. See You Soon. Playing in comfort. Not going to give this one up easy.
Still going to be going.
Damage on a Boxy. Gets terrified. Are they going to be able to find the kill? Yes, Magister does. Puts him at 1-0 and 2.
Both teams really just, you know, back and forth. It's the pendulum that this whole series has been so far. But right now, See You Soon holding on to this minor lead that they have. They're still going to be going. Sunset Lover.
Trying to lock onto a target. Felix there as well. Sunset Lover able to get away from the Abyssal Strike. Now back up at the Turtle. Kid Bomba already getting the party started.
You're going to be the one pulling it. Against You Soon have done so well to take attention away from the gold lane. So now Garvey has 2 deaths on him. Who's going to get this turtle? Very close. Oh, they give it up.
Oh, does go over to Magister.
Earlier, MP the King used the Retribution to possibly get a kill. Who they were after, Sunset Lover, right? But he was able to bomb and weave out of there, so he's fine. Now that's the second turtle, the objective for Deus Vault. So despite some of these See You Soon actions happening here, Deus Vault holding it together with objectives. Itemization, though, how's it looking here?
Yeah, Hephaestus Rush already. Kuras, well, Kid
A
Bomba.
lot of damage on a Bomba. Bomba having trouble. Killing spree for MP. This Hayabusa could become a problem.
Cross map plays. It was supposed to struggle. Now MP the King are making Deus Vault struggle. See You Soon rotating as a team. All around.
Boxy.
Whoa!
Raw goes down. A beautiful pullback there. Nice bomb to catch him. Sunset Lover gonna lock on to Boxy. He's trying to flicker away, but Carvey doesn't want to let it happen. Reverse time. That's gonna be it. A nice kill in the hands of Boxy. I mean, of Carvey.
Still going to be going.
Verify, locks on Felix there. Kusei able to drop another bomb. In comes MP. They got to be careful with time journey. Going to help out. Carvey, unscared, not scared. Ready to jump
he's
in.
going.
Flickers in. Shadow kill comes in, but it grouped up. This could be bad for MP. And Sunset gets the shutdown with a nice chunk of gold going into the wallet.
Oh man, Garvey, the Norwegian, making See You Soon say Norway. How the heck did that happen? The bravery of this young man.
You stop that.
It works.
You stop that, Reptar.
It's my last cast here. I'm going all out, man.
They're going all out in the bottom lane here. Boxy.
Ooh, another full barrage. Boxy in trouble. One more hit the ball.
Oh!
Together, no way.
Sawo again.
No way.
Deus Vault, 2K ahead now, and they are just synergized all together in everything they do at this point of the game. See you soon. Struggling. This turtle, though, most likely going in the hands once again, 3 for 3 for DEVU.
The pendulum is still going. Earlier it was Deus Vault, then See You Soon, now back to Deus Vault. How will it swing again? Who will it swing towards to? Who will the pendulum favor?
We'll have to figure out. DEVU holding down the mid side, but See You Soon has vision across the river. It's a 2.7K gold lead. DEVU gonna make the aggression. Watch for Raw, looking for an angle into the backside, same with Felix. But DEVU feels it coming, they take the tower and they back off.
Disciplined approach to get the turret, they get out for now. And real quick, looking at the items here, even with an almost 3K lead, how's it looking, Renmar?
Oh, well, in terms of the item, very close for the two marksmen. Good rush there onto the Anticuras, as we were mentioning earlier, for that Baksha and then Dreadnought as well. It's going to be the full damage Dicky that we're going to be seeing on the hands of Sawa. Kusei still on the way to the Berserker's Fury, but again, it's still very close for both marksmen who we weren't able to run out earlier. They're actually both rocking Master Assassins. So they really wanted to build a quick advantage in the gold lane, excuse me. So now let's see.
Oh, nice pick on Sawo. Sawo goes down, but MP just deleted with the barrage right in the face. In comes Bomba, dropping the bomb. He's petrified, but now DEVU wants to try to strike back. Madison looking for Boxy. Boxy goes down to the bomb. Madison gonna keep moving forward. DEVU gonna move on to the tier 2 in the mid lane.
DEVU knocking on this tier 2. Should be able to grab it as they do. 23 seconds away from the Lord. They further their lead here.
This is where now Deus Vault will actually have a lot of difficulty. Yes, there's a lot of damage on MP the King, but it would have gone well for them if it was a snowball leading into towers and then it's them controlling. But that's not the situation. They're up against a boxer, they're up against a tanky jungler, they're up against a Dicky, and of course the access onto that Ixia. So as long as Deus Vault play it carefully, really stick to the idea of protecting that Ixia, while at the same time baiting out some key abilities from See You Soon onto the wrong hero, then they can continue this trend up until they get this Lord, then get maybe 1 or 2 inhibitors might be a stretch. 1 inhibitor, that outer tower up top might as well go alongside with it. See You Soon's defense is gonna struggle up against the firepower of Deus Vault, the range firepower that they have.
Yeah, you saw that too when the damage dealt meters came through. Ra is just struggling here in the damage department. Even if you just compare him to Sunset Lover right now, right, who's been having an amazing game. I know it's a Valentina, but still, you have to look at what do we have available to us if you're See You Soon to defend against this push. It is only the first Lord, should be made quick work of, but still, they have to be able to find the pickoff. This is the lineup that they have. Pickoff potential. They haven't been able to find everything just yet. They go for it again.
In the back line with the Shadow Assault. Sawo in a little bit of trouble. Wait, Bomba. Full barrage comes out. And then people are dropping. A double kill for Carvey. The Lord still at half health.
Norway.
The crowd is going crazy. Deus Vault trying to finish things here. Sunset Lover locking on Kid Bomba there as well. Felix down. The base drops. And the sunset closes on See You Soon as the Dark Knights rise. Everybody all together. Soon!
The reverse sweep sends Cambodia home. ECA is cheering right now with the rest of the world cheering on the Dark Knights.
The gods have willed it. Ad victoriam for Deus Vult. EECA emerging and moving forward.
What a series to be a part of. What a night to watch Mobile Legends. Deus Vult continue their Dark Horse run, the Dark Knight run. Both teams giving respect. Cambodia still accomplished so much more than any other Cambodia team has ever done before.
Again, amazing series we saw unfold here to round out this night. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage to hear from our teams with our hosts.
What a comeback. Wow. DEVU with a big comeback, down 0-2, finding a way to 3 wins. But first, let's have see you soon.
See you soon. Please come forward.
All right. See you soon. Your journey may have ended today, but still, what a significant run, especially for Cambodia. Can we give them a round of applause? Any message for your fans, your supporters who are present?
Sa next na international scene namin, mas lalo namin gagalingan. Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, sorry nabigo kayo namin. Pero pangako namin na mas babalik kaming malakas.
MP the King wants to apologize, but he promises to all their supporters that they will come back stronger. See you soon, MP the King. Cheer up, because you've made a great run this M5 World Championship. A lot of people are cheering you on. You have done wonderful. And because of this, everyone is looking at Cambodia with such high respect. Cambodia is still proud of you. And the entire world is looking up at you. Everybody, once again, let's give a big round of applause to see you soon. You may now take your final bow. Your journey ends here, and we shall see you soon. And now, the winner for today's match from EECA, Deus Vult.
Down 0-2, finding a way to come back with swag, may I add. With swag. Let's talk to Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba, palakpakan natin si Kid Bomba.
Bomba la bomba! Bombastic!
Kid Bomba, what happened there? After the first 2 games, both were losses. How did you turn this around? What did you talk about in there that made you perform out here?
I'm just so proud of my team. We're better than every region except for, right now, except for Indonesia and Philippines, like the best region. These 2 regions have been on. I'm just so proud of them, And it's my first time here too. And we already made it to top 4, and I'm just looking forward for what's to come. I'm just super proud of my team. I think I didn't even play good today. It was all the rest of my team. So if you wanna applaud just for them.
Everybody had such a wonderful performance. I want to ask also Carty, earlier when you guys won, you had a conversation with MP the King. You guys were exchanging a few words.
Oh.
What were you guys talking about when you were hugging back there after you won?
I just asked if he speaks Tagalog, and he says yes. And I said, oh, I don't, bro. I speak Bisaya. And then I said that it's really good gold lane. He gave me very, very hard time.
It's games like this, there are always victors, and there are teams that would go home. You saw how heartbroken they were.
I did.
You guys sent them home. Is there something that you want to say to them?
See You Soon was great. They beat us 2-0 and they made it like 2 quick games. I think they have so much potential to
That's
do
right.
a lot, and they're just a great team. Cambodia has been like very bad in the past, but what they have done just shows there's so many good players also in Cambodia, so they should be proud of themselves, even if it wasn't enough today. I think they have such a bright future in front of them, and especially like Lance, MP the King. I mean, in the 4th game he didn't do as well, but in the 1st game he was a really, really big problem. How he survived, like, he has a lot of potential. Generally, the whole roster, like, they can be very, 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 very proud of themselves.
And I'm sure hearing from you, they would be happy to hear those praises.
And that's exactly the swag that we were talking about. You put up the 3-2 sign. Can you talk about that first? The 3-2 sign.
Again?
The
3-2 sign. You
We saw
called
them
it.
do
You
3-2.
called it.
I was just super hyped after the
Super
3rd
hype.
game because it was like a 30-minute game and we won it. So I was
Yeah.
just hyped. That's why I was like taunting a little bit, but no disrespect to what See You Soon. They're really, really good.
Yeah.
Give us an inside scoop because we know you really pump up the group. When you went back there, what did you tell your team to pump everyone up to make sure everyone had such a positive mindset in the Land of Dawn to get this win?
It was not me, it was a lot of us. Was actually our coach. He was saying, guys, relax, we're gonna reverse sweep, relax, we got this. It's our last game if we lose this anyway. So he was really hyping us up, and also I feel like Savo in game was really helping us to like pull ourselves together, you know? Like he was really guiding us to our win today. Coach and Savo.
And reverse sweep they did.
Reverse sweep, you know, this is the furthest that the EECA region has gone in the World Championship. What do you want to say to all your fans and the people from EECA?
Thanks so much to everybody supporting us. I really appreciated the support from me in the Philippines, and I just want to point out again, my team is also so good. So don't only support me, support whole DEVU, and just thank you for the support. We saw the videos from the casters, from the players. We appreciate it. Спасибо за поддержку.
Kid Bomba, and tomorrow morning, you're going up against Blacklist International. Initial thoughts?
Oh, Blacklist International.
I really hope we can do a good game versus them like today. That's all I have to say to that.
Once again, everybody. Oh, you want to do the Sioux?
Go!
Let's all do the Sioux with them. How about that? All right, let's all gather up. Let's all gather up. Deus Vult style. Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody, Sioux! Congratulations from EECA, Deus Vult. You may now take your bow.
We'll see you again tomorrow morning, and good luck. Congratulations again.
What a wonderful 3-2 reverse sweep for Deus Vult. We're gonna break that down for you, so we're gonna head back to our casters from all over the globe. Casters, pasok.
From all over the world, we go back to the stage here at Rizal Memorial Coliseum, breaking down game number 5. What a beautiful series this was. And truth be told, between me and my partner Mirko here, we were really just hoping that we would see a miracle. We would see an all 5-game series. And little did we know that it would actually come off of the back of the momentum and, of course, the Bomba mentality. That was as 50-50 as it gets, but again, if you take a team like Deus Vult all the way to series end, and again, half of the series went past 20 minutes, you end up with a series like this.
It was a phenomenal series, man. From the start all the way till the end, it set the tone. The storytelling was immaculate, so poetic, with a domination in game number 1 of See You Soon, and to end it all with a full barrage from Carby! Oh my goodness, man. Leo, this man, game 1, game 2, I would even say he was underperforming real bad. Sunset Lover was the man who was a pillar to hold everyone together, and by the end of it, everyone was popping off.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, man, most of the things you were telling me about how Carvey could have positioned better game 1 and 2, how in 3 and 4 maybe he was getting his mojo back, he's grown on me, right? Game 5, he was just off of the back of the aggression from Magister, from Sunset Lover, and from Sawo. Again, a lot of people will say, look at this vote, you can two things. Number one, they take you all the way to game 5, way past 30 minutes, and they have a great mid lane trio. Here, those trios set him up so that Carvey can get this MVP performance of a lifetime. This Ixia, you couldn't ask for anything else.
And to end it all off, the cherry on top, that alarm bomb from Sawo. Flashbacks to the amazing group stage run that they had. And even here, man, Kid Bomba, I have to agree what he said, right? Usually we give Bomba so much hype, but now, today is not the day of just Kid Bomba, it's the day of Sunset as well, bro.
Right.
Sunset Lover was amazing all throughout the series.
He was him.
He was him. But at this game, in this series, in the end, I think it's safe to say that it's Deus Volt as a team. The better 5 walked out victorious today.
And I like how Kid Bomba pointed out that a lot of this came from their coach. Coach Fly Solo telling them, you know what? Reset, 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 regroup, because if you lose this, it's your last game in all of M5, and boy, see where that got them. 10 minutes 37. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's actually faster than the game prior.
They're trying to beat the clock, Leo. Again, we have the longest game of the day so far and the shortest game of the day in one series, just this one alone. 10 minutes against a Hayabusa, against a pick-off composition. You'd expect a win 10 minutes from the opposing team, from See You Soon, not from Deus Volt, but they beat the odds here. Taking every single one of the neutral objectives, taking every single one of the structures as well.
Again, this goes back to how, as the Lancelot performed in game 1, yes, MP the King shocked Deus Volt into that win, but now you're proving that if a hero is off meta, it's off meta for a reason. As early as the first few engages, it was noted by our English desk that there's a reason why you don't pick the Hayabusa into a lineup that's rocking a Baksha and a Valentina. It's just so hard to win that fight early on. He can just push the advantage, stun you, and then Sunset Lover's gonna take care of the rest.
I would say for See You Soon, right, in game number 5, they just gambled on the fact that they have a very early game composition. They need to get MP as far ahead as possible in the early game, but it ended up with MP dying early on. Sure, he was able to come back, find a lot more kills in that early stage, but with that one death already, Magister would have been able to collapse over to all the other camps in Vey, taking little by little and slowing the process of that snowball. So when that snowball inevitably happened for MP, when he got those 3 kills, it was a bit too late.
Yeah, looking back at a lot of the times MP was actually pushing his early game and the mid-game advantage, you would see Sawo coming into play. You would see Sawo protecting Carvey. You would see Sawo protecting Sunset Lover. And now, looking at it again, he's the forgotten one. Back to back to back. The Sandbag, Boxy the King, he had that interesting build, right? The Kaja with the Brave Smite. Best case scenario, what are you hoping for, right? You come in, you get hit, you heal up a bit, and then Divine Judgment back. It seems to be 2 steps forward, 1 step back. The rest was just Deus Volt just pushing into what would seem like an inevitable 11-minute game.
And again, it's poetic, it's very dramatic. The fact that just 2 years ago in M3, the World Championship, Sunset Lover and Sawo were knocked out in a reverse sweep against Todak after winning the first match. And now we are seeing the complete opposite, the 180 happening to See You Soon by Sawo and Sunset Lover. It has gone full circle. And now EECA are top 4 region.
That's right.
Top 2 region.
Top 3. Yes. I was looking at the damage dealt, and you know, the Diggy dealt Sawo much damage. Looking at the damage taken, again, Buddy Smith doing work here. Kid Bomba taking a majority of it, even going up against Sorian Felix and Boxy the Kings despite being on the winning side. So it just shows you that this kind of lineup, again, all 5 members of Deus Volt have gone in sync. Is it safe to say that this is a team that actually just gets better and better as the series goes in deeper?
They just need one late game to wake them up, and then they go on with a momentum to win out in game 4 and 5 to close out the series, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. We got a total game time of 20 in the last 2 matches.
I hate to imagine what Deus Volt might look like if they went to a best of 7.
Oh,
what if?
Don't tease us, Leo. Don't tease us. But if they do, that'll truly be the most crazy run we've ever seen in an M series. I think now that record is still held down by BTK top 3, and that's what Deus Volt will be looking to do tomorrow, or a Volt against Blacklist International.
Speaking of which, we're going to be showing you all the brackets. And again, think about it. Is this what you expected to see in a reality that we're living right now? This is the timeline, folks. EECA, top 3 regions in the world for MLBB esports. And of course, Deus Volt in top 4 overall of the M5 World Championships. They'll be facing off against Blacklist tomorrow morning. And of course, that matchup everyone's waiting for, AP Bren versus Onyx.
We're going to have a lot of great matches tomorrow, ending it off as well with the lower brackets. Match 13, finals, to see who gets to the grand finals. Tomorrow's going to be a stacked day, Leo. 3 best of 5s. Onyx versus AP Bren, Blacklist versus DEVU. I just have no words. I don't think anybody has words right now. They look at the brackets and they see art.
I am not emotionally prepared to have figured out that this is what happened, right?
I cannot see any of these teams get knocked out tomorrow, man.
Looking at the way we started, it already got bloody between GEEK and Burmese Ghouls. It got bloody between Onyx and Black. But now, folks, set your clocks. Tomorrow morning, GMT +8. This is the time for Singapore, Malaysia, the Philippines, for our friends in Indonesia and Cambodia, across the world. Figure that out. We're opening with Blacks International versus DEVU. Again, the weight of Blacklist's legacy versus the Dark Knights of Deus Volt. And again, I think this second match just speaks for itself.
We started the day with the elimination of the Indonesian Miracle, GEEK fam. And we are ending the day with the emergence of the world's miracle, Deus Volt. It couldn't be better than that, Leo.
Who would have thunk? An underdog of all sorts. It's hard to not fall in love with what Deus Volt has done. A team that loves to go 30 minutes, a team that loves to go all the way into a series. If you guys have tickets to watch live with us here, best believe you're in for a treat. I know I am. I mean, I'm working a couple of those matches tomorrow, and
me too.
Can't wait.
Really, I mean, this is one of those moments where you literally just can't wait. You just want to get to bed as fast as possible so that tomorrow can come even faster. And tomorrow cannot come fast enough.
That's right. There's 2 exciting best of 5 series that we had today. Tomorrow there will be 3, and this wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. The M5 World Championships is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone. Grab the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. On behalf of everyone who worked the desk here in Rizal Memorial Coliseum, the English and the Filipino desks, and everyone working across the world to bring you the action across all different languages. His name is Mirko. My name is Leo. We have been at your service. Any last words before we go? See. Sue indeed. Let's throw it over to our hosts on stage, the lovely Marakina, the handsome Mikey. Let's get to it.
We kicked off the second phase of the knockout stage, seeing 2 teams carrying on with their M5 journey and 2 teams saying goodbye.
And Blacklist International and GEEK fam opened the day. The Indonesian Miracle went on to win the first of a 4-game series, but those 3 straight wins by Blacklist International made them advance to tomorrow's matchup.
And right after that, we witnessed See You Soon getting a dominating performance in the first 2 games. We thought they were actually going to take it home, but Deus Volt, man, oh man, they proved why they are the dark horses, fighting with everything they've got, taking See You Soon by surprise and taking that reverse sweep. So now they are moving on to the next round tomorrow.
And to all MLBB fans, tomorrow a best of 5 triple header will unfold to determine the final two teams who will grace the M5 Grand Finals.
So we invite you all to tune in, and you definitely don't want to miss that. It's going to be a back-to-back-to-back games, and it's definitely going to be something amazing, Mikey.
Oh, definitely. My name is Mike Reyes, and I just want to thank the whole community for accepting and, of course, accommodating and the hospitality. It was a crazy day, and tomorrow's going to be even crazier.
Tito Mikey, you did a wonderful job. And once again, my name is Mara Aquino, reminding everybody who's in the pursuit of victory to be better than great. See you tomorrow, everybody, and keep it kid vibes.
Into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shout